Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, starting as a son-in-law to establish an immortal family. Chapter 61. Even if some people feel unhappy, they won't show it stupidly. What's more, Lu Changsheng has a very easy-going personality and is easy to talk to. He never offends anyone. Everyone is willing to be friends with Lu Changsheng, a talisman master. Lu Changsheng didn't know many of these people. But when faced with these greetings, I would smile, nod, and reply with a few words. Easygoing, Lu Changsheng came to Li Feiyu's residence and rang the doorbell. The person who opened the door was one of Li Feiyu's concubines. Brother-in-law Changsheng, wait a moment, I'll go inform your husband. After seeing that it was Lu Changsheng, he knew that he was here to see Li Feiyu, so he politely asked him to wait in the living room, poured tea, and then went to notify Li Feiyu. Chongsheng, why are you here? After a while, Li Feiyu came to the hall. Why, can't I just come over and visit you if I have nothing to do? Lu Changsheng smiled. Didn't you just get married? Are you busy with something? Li Feiyu smiled. What can I do for you? I came here this time to tell you something. Lu Changsheng said. Things, what things? Li Feiyu asked. About you having 50 children in 20 years. Lu Changsheng picked up the tea, took a sip and said. Did you mention this matter to the head of the family? What did the head of the family say? When Li Feiyu heard this, his whole body was shaken, surprise appeared on his face, and he looked at Lu Changsheng eagerly. Although he said before that he didn't want to trouble Lu Changsheng. But in recent years, the Lu family has begun to put pressure on them, the immortal seedlings, to have children. Because of his relationship with Lu Changsheng, Uncle Fu was relatively gentle towards him. But I have said it several times, so under pressure, I gave birth to 5 children, and I am currently pregnant with 2 more. Gulu. Lu Changsheng said nothing. Under Li Feiyu's eager eyes, he slowly took a sip of tea, sighed comfortably, and then said, I didn't mention it to the head of the family. Li Feiyu was stunned. Seeing Li Feiyu like this, Lu Changsheng smiled and said, I mentioned your matter to the 4th elder, and the 4th elder has already agreed. Agreeing to avoid having 50 children gives you 2 choices, one is. Lu Changsheng did not whet his appetite anymore and relayed the 4th elder's words. Okay, great. Li Feiyu looked excited. He was very satisfied to be able to terminate the contract without spending any money and without having to give birth to 50 children. He took a deep breath and thanked Lu Changsheng seriously. Changsheng, thank you very much for this. There is no need to be so polite between us. Feiyu, are you going to stay in the Lu family or leave? Lu Changsheng waved his hand and asked aloud. He truly regarded Li Feiyu as a brother, so he would naturally help him if he could help with this matter. When he first became a first-level mid-level talisman master, he wanted to mention this matter to Lu Yuanding. But because of Lu Miaohuan's matter, he was a little embarrassed to mention it to Lu Yuanding, so he waited until now. Although the children have returned to the Lu family, the children are still young now, and I can't just leave without caring about them. I choose to continue working in the Lu family until my child is older and breaks through the middle stage of qi refining. Li Feiyu thought for a moment and said. He didn't want to have 50 children, not just because having children would affect his cultivation. It's also because I have concerns in my heart that I can't just ignore it. I also think it would be better to stay at the Lu family first. Lu Changsheng nodded and thought so. Li Feiyu has only reached the 3rd level of qi refining, and it is very difficult to work as a casual cultivator. It is better to hang out with the Lu family now. At least in the Lu family, he could help if possible. Then, he joked aloud, you have 7 children now. Maybe you can detect your spiritual roots by then and help you as a father. I don't expect this kind of thing. Everyone in the world thinks that it is good to cultivate immortality, but if you really embark on the path of immortality, you will know that it is not as beautiful as you imagine. If possible, I hope they don't have spiritual roots and can live peacefully in the secular world and live a carefree life. Li Feiyu smiled and shook his head. At the beginning, he was bent on seeking immortality, and would rather give up his secular status as a young gang leader and come to the Lu family as a son-in-law. But now more than 4 years have passed, and I know that cultivating immortality is not as good as imagined, it is very cruel. If you don't have spiritual talent and no family background, cultivating immortality will be much more difficult than struggling in the secular world. This doesn't sound like what you said. Why, do you regret embarking on this path of cultivating immortality? When Lu Chengsheng heard this, he raised his eyebrows. This was not the Li Feiyu he remembered. He still remembered what Li Feiyu said at the time, a dream in life can only last 100 years. If you see a fairy fate, you can't miss it. I don't regret it at all, but sometimes I wonder if it's worth it. Li Feiyu shook his head slightly and said with some emotion. People will always grow up, and after more than 4 years in the Lu family, many of his edges have been worn away, and he is no longer so high-spirited. Lu Chengsheng was slightly silent when he heard this. He remembered himself in his past life. When I graduated, I was full of enthusiasm and hard work. After a few years, I gradually started to calm down. And Li Feiyu's situation was even worse. In the secular world, as the young leader of the Red Whale Gang, he became a first-class master at the age of 18. It is no exaggeration to say that he has accomplished something at a young age. But after coming to the world of immortality and becoming the son-in-law of the Lu family, although he embarked on the path of immortality, he only had children in his life, and there was almost no hope in immortality. How could such a life be as full of passion and sharpness as ever? He stood up and patted Li Feiyu on the shoulder, saying, "Feiyu, I always remember what you said back then. That's what I said when I chose to come to the Lu family. It's a dream that lasts only 100 years, but once you see the destiny, you can't miss it. You and I are fortunate to have spiritual roots and immortality. When we step on the immortal road, we can see scenery that ordinary people cannot see. We are already luckier than 99% of people in the world. You should be brave and diligent, and move forward bravely, so that you can live up to God's blessings. Whether this road to immortality is difficult or dangerous, it is nothing more than the scenery on the road of life. Don't forget your original intention, keep working hard, and you will succeed. Even if you fail, you will not regret it. Otherwise, would you be willing to have spiritual roots and immortality, but give up on yourself, give up halfway, and end up living a mediocre life?" Lu Chengsheng looked at Li Feiyu and said aloud. He didn't want to see his once high-spirited good brother, who was dedicated to seeking immortality, be blunted in this kind of life, lose his edge, and end up living a mediocre life. Moreover, these words were not only meant for Li Feiyu, but also for himself. He has always shown to the outside world that he has no ambitions and just wants to live a stable life. But in fact, from the moment he awakened the memory of his previous life and knew that there were immortals in this world, he had endless yearning in his heart and wanted to cultivate immortality. No reason. Immortals are immortals, and if there are any, you should ask for them. There is no reason and no need for reason. However, he has the system by his side, can see hope, and is full of hope for his future. Li Feiyu couldn't help but feel shocked when he heard Lu Chengsheng's words. Unexpectedly, a good brother who had always said he had no big ambitions and only wanted to have a family of wives and descendants would actually say such shocking words. But he also knew that Lu Chengsheng was trying to comfort and encourage him. But the next moment, he suddenly remembered that during the gathering 3 years ago, Han Lin said that Lu Chengsheng once won the first place in the Qingyan sect's 4th level assessment, the Questioning Heart Platform. The Questioning Platform tests one's Taoist heart. That is the state of mind and will to seek immortality. How could Lu Chengsheng be the first to have no ambitions and give up on seeking immortality? Yes, Chengsheng knows that his 9th grade spiritual roots have no path to immortality in this life, so he seeks immortality in another way. By marrying a wife and having children, and having more children, you can continue your desire to seek immortality and place it on your children and future generations. Li Feiyu thought in his mind. At this moment, he seemed to feel much happier. How could a person who had no ambitions and only indulged in women and procreation sell the flying sword and spend all his spiritual stones to learn how to make talismans not long after he came to the Lu family? And in 4.5 years, he went from being a son-in-law to a middle-grade talisman master, marrying the granddaughter of the Lu family. This is obviously not something that a person with no ambition and a head full of women can do. My good brothers can do this, how can I be inferior and fall behind? He looked at Lu Chengsheng, his eyes gradually became firm and he said, "Are you willing?" "Of course you are not willing. Immortal, you are right, the beauty of the immortal world is beyond the limit of the pi and phi. We are lucky enough to meet the destiny of immortality, how can we give up so easily? Ordinary people only seek fame, wealth, beauty and power, but what we seek is immortality and immortality. How can it be simple and easy? That's why we need to pursue it harder and have a heart to do it even though we know it's impossible. A dream in life lasts only 100 years. How can I live a mediocre life when I see the fate of immortality? Thank you, Changsheng, Li Feiyu said. His eyes were full of energy, with sharp flames burning. Thank me for what I did. I just don't want to see you, before you truly step into the world of immortality, have your edges and corners faded away. Lu Changsheng said aloud. He doesn't have many friends in this world, and if he really wants to count, they only have Li Feiyu in front of him. I still hope that Li Feiyu can go a long way in cultivating immortality in the future. How could I, Li Feiyu, be defeated so easily? Now I am no longer bound by a contract. When my children are older and I break through the middle stage of qi refining, I will go out and truly experience this world of immortality. Otherwise, if this continues, I'm afraid the edges will really be worn away and the edge will fade away. If I turn into a pile of withered bones in the future, I will have to trouble you to take care of these wives, concubines, and children. Li Feiyu said with a smile, very free and easy. He was born in a Zhonghu gang, and he was very open-minded about his own life and death, but he just couldn't let go of the people around him. Don't set up your flag so early. Lu Changsheng's mouth twitched and he said. What flag? Li Feiyu asked. It's nothing. If there is any accident, your wife and I will take care of it ourselves. Lu Changsheng smiled and shook his head. Li Feiyu didn't care about this, and the two continued to reminisce and chat. Ever since Lu Changsheng moved to Qingzhou Valley, the two of them had met and chatted less often. Lu Changsheng also took out the jasper bamboo wine he just bought from the fifth elder and drank a bottle with Li Feiyu. After the two had a drink, Lu Changsheng did not stay long and went directly back to the fourth elder's residence to tell the fourth elder the answer to Li Feiyu's matter. The fourth elder was very efficient in his work. He settled Li Feiyu's matter the next day and terminated the contract he had signed with the Lu family. Under the arrangement of Uncle Fu, Li Feiyu chose to become a spiritual butcher because he had practiced martial arts and sword skills. A spiritual butcher is similar to a secular butcher. It involves skinning, deboning, extracting marrow, extracting elixirs, and dissecting the bodies of monsters. There are many special monsters. After hunting and hunting them, not only is it troublesome to obtain the materials yourself, but it is also easy to waste and destroy the materials. In this case, a highly skilled spiritual butcher will be asked to dissect and process it and collect the materials. And since Li Feiyu chose to become a spiritual butcher, the Lu family would naturally have experienced people to guide him. If Li Feiyu hadn't been a little weak in strength, Li Feiyu would have wanted to join the Lu family's patrol and hunting team to hunt monster beasts. Seeing that Li Feiyu was freed from having a baby and started to learn a craft, Lu Changsheng was relieved. There's only so much he can do to help right now. At the junction of Qingzhou and Jizhou in Zhong State, there is a steep mountain with rugged rocks, dense mist and bottomless cliffs. Hoo, woo. The wind howls in the cliff valley and the gray fog fills the air, making people feel heart-stopping. The blood-colored lake in its center has now dried up. Only a huge cocoon of blood and a pile of bones were left. The blood-colored light on the big cocoon flickers on and off, like a heart beating and breathing quietly, which is extremely strange. At this moment, the blood cocoon made a dull heartbeat, like a giant drum vibrating, making the entire valley tremble. After a while, an old man and a young man appeared in the void. The young man was wearing a black robe, and his black hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin. He looked extremely handsome and enchanting, and his whole body revealed the vicissitudes of time that did not belong to this age group. As expected of the heavenly demon spiritual root, it can be fused with the blood of the demon lord so quickly and complete the baptism. The young man looked at the blood cocoon and chuckled with a strange affinity. Congratulations, ancestor. Congratulations, ancestor. The old man immediately bowed and congratulated. The young man chuckled and raised his hand to gently tap the blood cocoon. Suddenly, the blood cocoon began to crack inch by inch, turning into dots of bloody fluorescence, revealing the man wrapped inside. This man was in his 20s, with an elegant and handsome face, fair and delicate skin, but there was a half-moon-like bloody lotus looming between his eyebrows, making him look unspeakably evil. He slowly woke up and opened his eyes. His eyes were different from those of ordinary people, glowing with a dark and deep blood light, which was breathtaking. Where am I? I remember that I seemed to encounter a bandit and jumped off the cliff. Ku Chang'e felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. His scarlet eyes were full of confusion, and he rubbed his eyebrows with his hand. But the next moment, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that his palms had become as white as jade, his nails were sharp and scarlet. This. Then he saw the piles of white bones around him, and he was startled again, extremely horrified. Before he could be surprised, a young man came to him and laughed loudly. Today, you are my disciple. Zhang State, Qingzhou, Zhoushan Prefecture. A boy, young man, or old man appeared out of thin air in a desolate, dilapidated, overgrown courtyard. This is my home. Why did my home become like this? The young man looked at the dilapidated courtyard in front of him and frowned slightly. It can be seen that no one has lived in this courtyard for a long time. Ku Chang'e looked at the situation in front of him and couldn't help but have a somewhat ominous premonition in his heart. He quickly walked around the yard and ran to the gate again. He was sure that this was his home. How can you move if your parents are fine? Even if we move, we can't just abandon this house. Ku Chang'e whispered to himself, but there was a cramping feeling in his heart, his body could not help but tremble, and his dark red eyes also glowed with scarlet light, like fresh blood. He suppressed the throbbing pain in his heart, ran to the street, and asked passers-by what was going on with the Ku family. But when pedestrians on the road saw his dark, scarlet eyes, they all looked like frightened rabbits, their faces suddenly changed, and they ran away in fear. Finally, a vendor said, trembling with fear, I don't know what evil the Ku family has committed. A year ago, the whole family was murdered. I heard that there is still no result in this case. The words fell. Boom. Ku Chang'e's whole body felt like he was struck by lightning, and his brain seemed to explode. He staggered, half knelt on the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood. No way, this is absolutely impossible. He was talking in disbelief, and images of his loving parents and his well-behaved and innocent sister came to mind. I don't believe that my father, mother, sister, Uncle Shu, and aunt are all dead. But now that the facts were in front of him, he couldn't find any reason to explain. Ah! Ku Chang'e looked up to the sky and screamed, his eyes were completely split, leaving 2 lines of blood and tears, extremely sad. His face was painful and ferocious, and the half-moon-like lotus between his brows was as scarlet as a lotus. Wisps of bloody aura rushed out of his body, and a bloody shadow with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. What's even more shocking is that his black hair turned into white hair at a speed visible to the naked eye at this moment. As expected of the heavenly demon's spiritual root, it has only been baptized by the demon lord's blood and has not yet begun to practice. If it is completely integrated, it can stimulate the demonic blood hidden in the body. In the courtyard, the young man looked at Ku Chang'e's situation and chuckled. Ancestor, will he think that we asked people to do this and become resentful? The old man asked carefully. So what if you have resentment? Only with resentment can you be motivated. With this child's potential, he only needs to work hard and practice for up to 100 years to condense the heavenly demon body. What I want is for him to condense the heavenly demon body as quickly as possible and complete the cultivation of the heavenly demon body. The young man said calmly, always with a slight smile on his face. At this time, Ku Chang'e, who was half kneeling on the ground, suddenly stood up, gasped for air, clenched his fists tremblingly, and came to the courtyard. With a ferocious face and eyes as gloomy as blood, he looked at the young man and the old man and shouted, "Did you do it?" Presumptuous. After hearing Ku Chang'e's words, the old man immediately scolded him, exuding a majestic aura, which made Ku Chang'e feel as if he was carrying a huge burden and could not breathe. The young man waved his hand, looked at Ku Chang'e and said, "My teacher will teach you the first lesson today. Don't do anything impulsively, think twice before you act. What's the point of coming so impulsively to question me? How about if you do it for the teacher, but what if you don't do it for the teacher? Your behavior is very stupid. You can do nothing but become incompetent and furious, causing trouble for yourself and eventually losing your life for nothing. Remember, in this world, only your own strength is eternal. You have the spiritual roots of the devil and have been baptized by the blood of the devil. You are a peerless genius who practices the devil's ways. What you need to do at this time is to be patient, concentrate on training, and when you have the strength, you can then start to investigate the truth and avenge your parents and family. However, I think this is your first offense, so let's forget it as a teacher. The young man said in a calm tone. Okay, you go home and finish reading. Now come with me. The young man's words fell. The three people turned into a divine rainbow and disappeared from the courtyard. Qingzhou Valley. In a manner, when you are in a hurry, don't meddle. When encountering injustice, think about self-reliance. If the enemy is not established, peace is the best. If the enemy is established, strike first. Selfish desires are the root of disaster. Take care of your life, then cultivate your character. Lu Chengsheng was holding a wooden board and teaching Lu Pinggan, Lu Wuyu, and Lu Wuyu the three-character sutra. Husband, it's time to eat. What are you teaching them? At this time, Lu Miaoyun came over and called Lu Chengsheng to eat. They are 3 or 4 years old, so I made up something for them to read as an enlightenment. Lu Chengsheng stood up and said with a smile, inviting a group of little guys to come into the house for dinner. Lu Miaoyun also knew that although her husband was from a secular farmer, he was usually very studious and often read. Therefore, it is normal to be able to compile some enlightenment spoken language. It was an enlightenment sentence, which sounded strange to her. She didn't pay too much attention, and a sweet smile appeared on her bright face, and she said, if you want to be enlightened, there is a Beilu villa in Qingzhou Mountain. There are masters invited by the secular world. My husband can send Ping and the others to enlightenment. Husband is usually very busy, just leave these things to me. Lu Miaoyun said, when they are older, we will send them all there together next year. Lu Chengsheng nodded. This Beilu villa is located in Qingzhou Mountain, not far away, and my wife and concubines can be picked up and dropped off every day. After all, he doesn't have time to teach these children, and he may not be able to teach them well if he is asked to teach them. Moreover, Lu Chengsheng did not have many demands and expectations for these children. As long as he grows up safely and doesn't grow crooked, it will be fine if his father causes trouble randomly. He is not like most parents who expect their sons to become dragons and their daughters to become phoenixes. Mainly, there isn't much to hope for. With the system in his possession, he knew that among these children, only Shaoqi and Shaoqi had spiritual roots. The other children have no spiritual roots and can only go to the secular world in the future. With his father here, these children will be better than 90% of mortals when they reach the world. No matter how hard they work, they will be just like that. Of course, there are no requirements at all. We also plan to let these children practice martial arts to strengthen their bodies and become talented in martial arts when they grow up. Then he would get married and start a business early, establish a martial arts family in the secular world, and spread the branches and leaves of his old Lu family. To be honest, with him as a father to help, these 2 points are not difficult. As for Shaoqi and Shaoqi, Lu Chengsheng actually didn't have many requirements. After all, the quality of their spiritual roots is there. He is very aware of the difficulty of cultivating immortality with such spiritual roots. And Lu Chengsheng doesn't want his children to work too hard, so that's enough. After all, he can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. He, the old Lu family, is working hard to focus on a long-term future. Lu Chengsheng didn't think much about it, and he and Lu Miaoyun took their children to the dining hall for dinner. There is a large revolving round table in the middle of the dining room, where the whole family can sit. Of course, the children are still young and cannot sit on the table now. When they grow up, or if there are more wives and concubines, they will not be able to sit down. Husband, Zhao King used the spiritual fire to cook this jade bamboo rice for 3 hours before it was cooked. Please try how it tastes. After Lu Chengsheng sat down at the main seat, Lu Miaoyun held a small wooden bucket made of jade bamboo and filled Lu Chengsheng with a bowl of rice. Every grain of rice in this bowl of rice is green and exquisite, like grains of agate and jade, exuding a refreshing fragrance of bamboo that makes your index fingers twitch. Lu Chengsheng took 1 bite and felt the fragrance linger in his mouth. He took 2 more bites and commented, "It is indeed a first-order spiritual rice. It tastes really good. You all have a taste too," Lu Chengsheng said to the wives and concubines. This jade bamboo rice was just delivered by the Lu family yesterday. It was one of the benefits provided by the Lu family for him to become a middle-grade talisman master. After becoming a mid-level talisman master, his basic benefits did not change much. On the basis of the original 10 spiritual stones, 30 kilograms of spiritual rice and a bottle of Wonglong pill every month, there is an extra 20 kilograms of the Lu family's specialty, emerald bamboo rice, every month. Every grain of emerald bamboo rice is like emerald jasper. Not only is it rich in spiritual energy and has a sweet taste, but long-term consumption has the effect of warming and nourishing the body, purifying the body of impurities and purifying flesh and blood. Ordinary whole grains, meats and vegetables will have impurities deposited in the body. This is why the rice that cultivators usually eat is spiritual rice. And this jade bamboo rice is one level better than ordinary spiritual rice. It is a first-level spiritual rice. Even the Lu family's annual output is limited. Only some people, such as the elders of the Lu family and the elders of Keqing, have a certain share every month. This time Lu Changsheng was promoted to a middle-grade talisman master and married Lu Miaoyun, so the Lu family gave him a share of 20 kilograms per month. In addition to the reward of jade bamboo rice, the other change is that if you complete the talisman making task arranged by the Lu family every month, you can get an additional spiritual stone reward. Unlike before, there was no reward for completing the talisman making tasks assigned by the Lu family every month. This reward is neither too much nor too little. Currently it is 10 spirit stones. But if they can exceed the task and draw more talismans, the Lu family said they would purchase them at market price. It can be regarded as a disguised improvement in treatment, with a little more incentive effect. Lu Changsheng naturally had no objections to this and felt that it was enough. After all, if you really want to count, the Lu family's reward for marrying Lu Miaoyun to themselves and accompanying them with a little maid. After getting along with her for the past few days, Lu Changsheng quite liked Lu Miaoyun, his little wife. Although she has a bit of a girlish temper, she is very well behaved and sensible. Not only did she not have any pretensions to being a young lady, but she also quickly got along with his current wife and concubines in the backyard, and they got along very harmoniously, somewhat like a big woman. This made Lu Changsheng very satisfied. As the saying goes, beauty is not as good as a beautiful heart, but a good wife helps me reach my peak. For Lu Changsheng right now, getting a wife and concubines, looks, body shape, etc. are not his main considerations. Average appearance is enough, spiritual qualifications and moral character are the main ones. Thank you, husband. Thank you, husband. Thank you, husband. After hearing Lu Changsheng's words, the wives and concubines began to move their chopsticks. However, there was not much jade bamboo rice, and only a small bucket was cooked. After Lu Changsheng filled a large bowl, the others only tasted a little. At this time, Xiaoqing also carried a tray and brought the remaining dishes to the table. As Lu Miaoyun's maid, the skills she learned were spiritual planting and cooking. Although he is not a spiritual chef, his cooking skills are very good, and he is still a top chef in the world. So after following Lu Miaoyun here, she worked as a little cook here. There's still room, Zhao King, you can sit down and eat too. I don't have that many rules here. Lu Changsheng glanced at Zhao King and said, my slave is not hungry. Xiaoqing looked at Lu Changsheng with her big clear eyes, a sweet smile on her face, and said crisply, Xiaoqing, please sit down if your husband asks you to sit down. Lu Miaoyun on the side also knew that her husband was not so particular about red tape. He stood up and took Zhao Qing's arm, asking her to sit down aside. Thank you, uncle. Xiaoqing thanked him crisply, then filled up a bowl of rice and began to eat it in small bites. That night, afterwards, husband, Lu Miaoyun was dripping with sweat and lay weakly in Lu Changsheng's arms. She said shyly and timidly, I can't stand it anymore. Let Zhao King come in and serve your husband. Lu Changsheng's heart felt slightly hot when he heard this. My little wife is really considerate and well behaved. It's okay. Let your husband love Yuner first. Lu Changsheng pinched his wife's cheek and stood up again. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. With the daily nourishing diet of jade bamboo rice and spiritual wine, Lu Changsheng could clearly feel that his physical condition was better than before. However, there is still no progress in the 100 refining treasure body art. There is no way, this is the authentic level of body training. It's awesome, but the threshold for training is really high. It's very difficult to get started, and it has extremely high physical requirements. Lu Chengsheng's body was considered to be very good as long as he had not been hollowed out by women, but he could not even speak of a physical foundation. Therefore, if he wanted to practice the 100 refinements treasure body art, he could only rely on slowly warming up his physical body and taking time to endure it. He estimated that with the current progress, it would take at least 2 or 3 years to get started. Unless, as he thought before, he could take a shortcut by obtaining a magic weapon through the system lottery, and use the condensation method in the 100 refining treasure body art to integrate the magic weapon into his body, and use the magic weapon to warm his body. But this is still a bit far away. Not long ago, his 21st child was born. If you want to win the lottery, you have to have at least 9 babies. What's more, if you give birth to 30 children, it's not certain whether the system will follow the family's money. But no matter whether the system follows him or not, Lu Chengsheng always remembers that having a baby is the right thing to do. After more than a month of hard work, Lu Miaoyun also successfully became pregnant. Although female cultivators become pregnant, their vitality will be damaged, which will seriously affect their cultivation. But the senior officials of the Lu family are happy to hear about this matter. Because in the eyes of the senior officials of the Lu family, the more children the two have, the more stable the marriage will be, and the stronger Lu Chengsheng will be tied to the Lu family. Lu Chengsheng was also very happy. Lu Miaoyun has 7th grade spiritual roots, and the child born between them will have a high probability of having spiritual roots. Especially with the example of Ku Junjun before him, he was very much looking forward to the child in Lu Miaoyun's belly. After Lu Miaoyun became pregnant, the head of the family, Lu Yuanding, and the 4th elder both sent her nutritional supplements. In the world of immortality, there is a relatively metaphysical saying. If the mother has a good environment, good nutrition, and enough spiritual energy to nourish the fetus during pregnancy, the greater the probability that the child will have spiritual roots, and the better the quality of the spiritual roots. The specific authenticity of this kind of thing is difficult to verify. But now, if conditions permit, Lu Chengsheng is willing to believe in this kind of metaphysics. Take out some of the spiritual stones so that your wife, concubines and children can eat spiritual rice and spiritual vegetables every day. In the past, the Lu family's 30 kilograms of spiritual rice per month was not enough for their family. Basically, priority is given to him, and the wives, concubines, and children can only eat spiritual rice and spiritual vegetables occasionally. But now, the welfare benefits of the Lu family have been slightly improved. Coupled with the steady income from selling talismans in Hong Yi's line and the harvest in Niatushan, Lu Chengsheng can use Qianlingxi to improve the dietary conditions of his wife, concubines and children. This day, Lu Chengsheng received a letter. It was a letter sent by Hong Yi, saying that the people he sent abroad learned a piece of news in Zhoushan Mansion. A strange man appears in the Ku family's residence. According to his investigation, there is a high probability that this man is Ku Chang'e. Because at that time, some people recognized Ku Chang'e's appearance. Moreover, this strange man appeared in the Ku family, looking for someone to ask what happened to the Ku family. Therefore, combined with these circumstances, it is almost certain that this man is Ku Chang'e. But for some unknown reason, Ku Chang'e used to look like an elegant and handsome scholar. Now he has become demonic, his eyes are extremely scarlet, like a monster. Hong Yi said in the letter that after Ku Chang'e appeared, he disappeared without any news. He suspected that Ku Chang'e had also begun to cultivate immortality, but he was cultivating the demonic path, so Lu Chengsheng should be careful. The Devil's Way. After Lu Chengsheng read the letter, his eyes narrowed slightly. According to what he knew, the Tianjian sect was the most respected in the world of immortal cultivation in Zhang State. Several major immortal sects, immortal cities, and immortal cultivating families are all righteous forces on the surface. There is no demonic force. Therefore, in Zhang country, there is no soil for demonic monks to survive. Occasionally, there are some demonic cultivators, who are also casual cultivators who have inherited the demonic path. Lu Chengsheng did not expect that his cheap uncle would actually embark on the path of evil. I don't know if this uncle will find Qingzhou Mountain. Lu Chengsheng thought in his mind. He is not worried about his uncle finding Qingzhou Mountain or anything. After all, if you don't do bad things, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Not only did he save Ku Junjun, the two also fell in love with each other. Is it possible that this cheap uncle will still come to trouble me? Even if Ku Changge doesn't know the truth and comes to trouble him, he still has to be able to find it. In Lu Chengsheng's opinion, Ku Junjun's 8th grade spiritual root, even if her brother had spiritual roots, he would probably not be much better. What's more, in Zhang country, demon cultivators are like rats crossing the street, and everyone shouts about them. Under such circumstances, how could he come to Qingzhou Mountain to cause trouble for him? Oh, it seems that my uncle is also a tragic person. I embarked on the path of cultivating immortality, but I was cultivating the path of demons. When I returned home, I learned that my whole family had been destroyed. Lu Chengsheng sighed and shook his head. He had a pretty good impression of his uncle, whom he had never met before. Because in the past year or so, Ku Junjun told him many things about his childhood. Among them, this cheap uncle is often mentioned. In Ku Junjun's words, although his brother studies all day long, has a serious personality, and likes to talk a lot of long-winded truths, he is not a rigid person. She usually loves her sister very much. When her sister makes mistakes, although her brother Ku Changge can preach, he often comes to help with the aftermath, deal with it, help hide it from her parents, etc. I won't tell Junjun about this for now, so as not to worry her. If I have the ability and can help in the future, I can help this uncle. Of course, the premise is that he is still alive. As for now, forget it. Lu Chengsheng took a deep breath and let it out, without thinking too much about this matter. Now he is just a weakling at the 3rd level of qi refining, and he can only live in Qingzhou Mountain. This uncle, he can't help much now and he doesn't bother to worry. Then he wrote back a letter to Hong Yi, asking him to stop inquiring about Ku Changge. Otherwise, getting involved with the demon cultivator will be a problem. That night, afterwards, Ku Junjun's cheeks were bright red, full of redness, her charming eyes were blurred, and she slowly came back to her senses. He punched Lu Chengsheng with his small pink fist and said angrily, "I hate you. Don't think that the 3 of us will serve you in the future without knowing how to treat others badly." Lu Miaoyun on the side was so shy that she shrank into the quilt like an ostrich. Although Zhao Qing was also a little shy, she was relatively calm and still served Lu Chengsheng. "Hey, isn't this rare? You see, Yuner didn't say anything." Lu Chengsheng chuckled lightly. "Husband, please stop talking, it's so embarrassing." Lu Miaoyun buried her head in the quilt and said in a muffled voice. Half a month later, "Husband, I have completed introducing qi into my body and have become an immortal cultivator." On this day, Ku Junjun, wearing a gold hairpin and a pink and white dress, reported the good news to Lu Chengsheng with a look of joy and excitement. After coming to Qingzhou Mountain for more than a year, the baby fat on her face has faded away, and her young and delicate body has become much plumper. The innocent and lovely face has a touch of the touching charm of a woman and a mother. My family has really broken through to the 1st level of qi refining. Lu Chengsheng was very happy when he heard the news. His wives and concubines have spiritual roots, so he naturally hopes that they will all embark on the path of immortality and stay with him for a longer time. Not to mention becoming one's own helper in the future, at least after cultivating an immortal, it will be beneficial to the body in all aspects. The reason why Ku Junjun has only broken through to the 1st level of qi refining now is because she was pregnant, raised a fetus, and recovered her body, which delayed her cultivation. Otherwise, in this Qingzhou Valley, enjoying the 2nd level spiritual veins, even without the cultivation resources, you would have been able to break through the 1st level of qi refining long ago. Looking at the charming little wife in front of him, Lu Chengsheng took her into his arms and said, "To celebrate that my family has truly become immortal cultivators, let me reward you well." Even though she is already the mother of a child, Ku Junjun's shy temperament has not changed. When I heard this, I was immediately ashamed and my cheeks turned red. Before she could say anything, she felt her lips were warm, and then her delicate body felt a little soft. After a while, Ku Junjun's voice was a little urgent, and she gasped slightly, "Husband, go back to the room." "It's okay. I'm at home and there's no one here," Lu Chengsheng said warmly. Then, under Ku Junjun's hemming and hawing voice, there was also the sound of stabbing. It makes the small courtyard in autumn feel a little more springy. In the next few days, Lu Chengsheng also focused most of his energy on Ku Junjun. Now that Ku Junjun has broken through to the first level of qi refining, and it has been half a year since his last childbirth, he naturally has to take good care of her and start working hard for the second child. In a blink of an eye, it's the end of the month. At the end of each month, it is the day when the four elders give lectures and teach how to make talismans. On this day, Lu Chengsheng got up, and after breakfast, he went to the residence of the fourth elder. Since I have been here once before, I don't need anyone to guide me. Lu Chengsheng walked through the corridor with ease and came to a quiet courtyard. Green bamboos as green as jade are planted beside the courtyard wall. In the middle is a small pavilion with 5 tables and chairs next to it. At this time, there was a beautiful figure standing upright next to the small pavilion. She has a beautiful face, bright eyes as clear as water, and is wearing a simple and elegant white dress. The beautiful long black hair falls behind the shoulders, flowing down to the beautiful buttocks at the waist of Shui Yi. The black and white contrast with each other. It's obviously just a simple plain white dress and plain white embroidered shoes, which can match her graceful figure and elegant temperament, giving people a different kind of appeal and an ethereal and otherworldly temperament. There was a gentle breeze, and wisps of sunlight fell on the woman's plain white dress. It made her whole body seem to be coated with a layer of holy bright yellow light, making her look a little more sacred and noble. When Lu Chengsheng saw Lu Miaozh, who was standing tall and graceful, as if he was walking out of a painting, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a bit of surprise. I don't know if the first fairy he saw when he came to the world of immortality after awakening his memory was Lu Miaozh. As a result, he felt that he had a special emotion for Lu Miaozh in his heart. When he saw Lu Miaozh before, Lu Chengsheng had thoughts about him because of the gap in status, but he didn't feel much about him. Now, with the confidence given by the system and the improvement of the Lu family's status, the Lu Miaozh in front of him is no longer so out of reach for him. When he saw Lu Miaozh, some thoughts that he had not had before could not help but ignite in his heart. I want to hold this fairy who looks as elegant as a fairy under my body and taste it to my heart's content. Well, no wonder many people become morally corrupt after becoming wealthy and powerful. Lu Chengsheng couldn't help but shake his head in his heart. He had just married his wife Lu Miaoyun not long ago, and now he actually had unethical thoughts about his wife's clan sister. Miss Lu Chengsheng didn't think much, smiled, and stepped forward to greet Lu Miaozh. As a Lu family talisman master, Lu Miaozh would come to learn talisman making with the 4 elders on this day of every month. Since the other Lu family disciples who came to learn talisman making were all talisman making apprentices, the 4th elder would give lectures and teach talisman making in 2 batches. In the morning it was Lu Miaozh and Lu Chengsheng, and in the afternoon it was the other children of the Lu family. Lu Chengsheng. When Lu Miaozh saw Lu Chengsheng, he smiled and said hello. Her smile was very shallow, like the snow lotus on the Tianshan mountains. As soon as it bloomed, it faded away and returned to its pure and elegant look. This made Lu Chengsheng couldn't help but secretly think that the 2 sisters were quite similar in this respect. Neither of them likes to laugh, but they all look very nice when they smile. He didn't go over to strike up a conversation or anything. Even if he had thoughts about Lu Miaozh, he couldn't just run up and pursue her. One is that his status are not suitable for pursuing him, and the other is that girls are not attracted by chasing, but attracted. Lu Chengsheng sat down at a table and chair and waited for the 4th elder to come over. Not long after, the 4 elders came to the courtyard. Her black hair with silver threads was elegantly tied up, and she was wearing a green-brown dress. She looked like a dignified and graceful lady. Grandmother, Auntie. Lu Chengsheng and Lu Miaozh immediately bowed to the 4th elder. No need to be polite, please sit down. The 4th elder looked gentle and kind, and waved his hand. Then he looked at the 2 of them and said, Chengsheng, Miaozh, please draw the talismans you have practiced recently and show them to me. After hearing this, the 2 of them took out their talisman making tools and began to draw the talisman. What Lu Chengsheng drew was the fire cloud talisman that was revealed at the beginning. After all, when he first revealed himself as a first-level mid-level talisman master, his success rate was only 10% to 20%, so he still had to practice. The 4th elder glanced at the 2 people drawing the talisman, and looked a little surprised when he saw Lu Changsheng drawing the fire cloud talisman with a steady hand, one stroke at a time. Later, under the watchful eyes of the four elders, Lu Changsheng successfully drew the fire cloud talisman. Changsheng, if you draw the fire cloud talisman now, you should have a 60-70% success rate, right? After watching the process of Lu Changsheng drawing the fire cloud talisman, the fourth elder had a bit of surprise on his face and said in praise. When Lu Miaozh, who was drawing a talisman at the side, heard this, Hao Bai couldn't help shaking his wrist, causing the talisman he was drawing to fail. Then he looked at Lu Changsheng with his beautiful eyes. Her face, as beautiful as snow, showed surprise. She knew that Lu Changsheng became a first-level mid-level talisman master 2 months ago. Only 2 months have passed, and the success rate of the first-level mid-grade fire cloud talisman has reached 60 to 70%. This talisman-making talent is simply terrifying. She couldn't help but think of Lu Changsheng becoming a talisman-making apprentice 3 years ago, and she went with Uncle Fu to assess Lu Changsheng. She could tell at that time that Lu Changsheng's talent for making talismans was higher than hers. But she never expected that Lu Changsheng's talent for making talismans was higher than she imagined, so much higher. Without anyone's guidance, he became a mid-level talisman master in more than 3 years. Now, under the guidance of the fourth elder, the fire cloud talisman, which originally only had a 20% chance of becoming a talisman, has increased to 60% to 70% in 1 month. This progress is simply terrifying. Even though she had always been as calm as water and had already begun to try to draw high-grade talismans and challenge high-grade talisman masters, at this moment, in front of Lu Changsheng, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed and frustrated. She pursed her lips, put away the frustration in her heart, and took out another piece of talisman paper to draw the talisman. Thanks to Grandma's guidance last time, I have been practicing hard at home during this period, and I have achieved this success rate. Lu Changsheng nodded and said. He didn't know that his behavior had frustrated Lu Miaozh. This display of fire cloud talisman's talent was something he had thought about before and was part of the plan. Under the guise of the fourth elder's guidance, he quickly revealed his talent in making talismans. Okay, very good. Grandma can see that you are on the fire cloud talisman, so the problem is not big anymore. It's just that during the turning process, when outlining the rune lines, the spiritual power is not smooth enough. But in this regard, as long as you practice more and become more proficient, it will be fine. The fourth elder heard Lu Changsheng's words and praised them repeatedly. She continued to Lu Changsheng. Then Grandma will teach you how to draw the wind talisman today. The wind talisman and the fire cloud talisman are both first-level middle-grade talismans. In terms of difficulty, it will be a little higher than the fire cloud talisman. Thank you, Grandma, Lu Changsheng said respectfully. It didn't matter what talisman he learned or what talismans he practiced, he completely obeyed the arrangements of the four elders. One is that he doesn't care, and the other is that this was also the condition of the Lu Jialing contract. He must follow the Lu family's arrangements to learn and practice the corresponding talismans. The wind talisman is different from the fire cloud talisman. It emphasizes a soft character. Not only the brush strokes must be soft, but the spiritual power output must also be soft. It has a rounded meaning. The most important thing about the Feng Xing talisman is that every time there is a turning point, the strokes should be smooth, and the spiritual power should be continuously bounced to output. The fourth elder explained the key points of the wind talisman to Lu Changsheng. Then he drew the Zhongfeng running talisman on the spot, and asked Lu Changsheng to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy on it and draw the talisman lines on it. Yes, Grandma. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng nodded. He first picked up a stack of white paper from the table and became familiar with the outline of the symbols on it. Generally, when drawing a new talisman, one should first outline the talisman lines on white paper and become familiar with the drawing method, and then try to make the talisman with the talisman paper. If you use talisman paper to practice from the beginning, it is basically a waste. Because it will definitely fail at this time. Of course, the exception is Lu Changsheng. However, in front of the fourth elder, he naturally behaved like an honest learner. Then, the fourth elder looked at Lu Miaozh, who was making a talisman, and saw that Lu Miaozh failed to draw the talisman again. Knowing that Lu Miaozh was not familiar with the talisman he was drawing, he spoke out and explained the key points. Miao Zhe, this golden light shielding talisman emphasizes hardness as the mainstay and softness as the supplement. The brush strokes should be soft with hardness, but the spiritual power output should also be strong and powerful. When you write the first stroke, your strokes and spiritual power should be like iron wrapped in cotton. When the first fold line turns, you should have more of a retracting intention, and your spiritual power should be releasing in the second stroke. After 10% discount, you need to continuously output your spiritual power. Making talismans becomes more difficult and complicated as the level of the talisman increases. From beginning to end, every stroke, there are very strict regulations. There are a lot of things to pay attention to when writing, such as strength and strength, hardness with softness, softness with hardness, hardness and softness, etc. It is very complicated. Like the golden light shielding talisman that Lu Miaozhe is drawing, it belongs to the first order high-grade talisman. It is very complicated and can be regarded as a hurdle compared to the middle-grade talisman. Yes, Grandma Fourth Aunt. Hearing this, Lu Miaozhe nodded, his delicate face showing concentration, and continued to bend over to draw the talisman. But halfway through drawing, green smoke came out of the talisman paper again, and it failed. Miao Zhe, when you were outlining the rune lines, you used too much force and conflicted with the spiritual power, so you failed. Come, feel my spiritual power and strength. The fourth elder spoke out and pointed out the mistake. Immediately, he held Lu Miaozhe's palm and slowly drew the golden light shield talisman. Lu Chengsheng also glanced this way. He could see that the four elders were really good at making talismans. At least he is very familiar with the golden light mask talisman. Otherwise, there is no way to lead people to draw talismans in this way. Miao Zhe, take advantage of this feeling and try again. After the fourth elder led Lu Miaozhe to draw the golden light shield talisman, he said aloud. Yes, great aunt. Lu Miaozhe nodded slightly, and then tried to draw again. But it failed again halfway through the drawing step. Seeing this scene, the fourth elder said nothing. He just encouraged him. It's okay. Just practice more and get familiar with it a few times. For a talisman master, this is quite normal. If you can succeed just a few times, then becoming a talisman master will not be so difficult. After a while, the fourth elder saw that Lu Chengsheng was almost familiar with the painting of the wind talisman, and said to Lu Chengsheng, "Come on, Chengsheng, you can also draw the wind talisman and show it to me." Yes, Grandma. When Lu Chengsheng heard this, he immediately began to draw the wind talisman. But it also failed about 1/5 of the way through. He is a genius in performance, but he is not a monster or a pervert. If it was done once or twice, it would look too shocking and could easily cause trouble. Your hands are very steady and your strokes are very stable, but your spiritual power was a little anxious just now. In this step, your hands should be somewhat relaxed, and the spiritual power should gently wrap the brush strokes. Come, feel my spiritual power and strength. After the fourth elder saw Lu Chengsheng finish drawing, he said. Immediately he stepped forward, took Lu Chengsheng's hand, and led him to slowly draw the wind talisman stroke by stroke. Although there is no closeness between men and women, Lu Chengsheng is just a junior in her eyes. Naturally, her grandson-in-law will not pay attention to these things and think this way. During this process, Lu Chengsheng was able to clearly feel the strength and spiritual energy flowing from it through the touch on the fourth elder's palm. In this step, the hand should be loose, the spiritual power should be wrapped in the brush strokes, with a bit of bounce. The wrist should be trembling lightly, and finally it should be continuous in one breath. You try again, the fourth elder said to Lu Chengsheng in a kind tone, and then released his palm. Okay, Grandma. Lu Chengsheng nodded, but did not start drawing directly. Instead, he took out a wine gourd from his storage bag and took a sip of wine before continuing to draw. Inside is white jade 100 flowers wine, which has the effect of restoring spiritual power, clearing the mind and calming the mind, and is helpful for him to make talismans. Naturally, he doesn't need this drink to help him clear his mind and calm his mind, but he needs this drink to help him restore his spiritual power. In this regard, the fourth elder did not say anything. She also knew that Lu Chengsheng only had the third level of qi training and could not draw many first-level mid-level talismans. He needed to rely on spiritual wine to restore his spiritual power. Later, Under the watchful eyes of the four elders, Lu Chengsheng completed almost a quarter of the drawing before failing. Your spiritual power has not wrapped up the strokes and condensed them into one point. You can try more. The fourth elder commented after reading it. In this way, under the guidance of the fourth elder, the morning passed. This morning, neither Lu Chengsheng nor Lu Miao succeeded in drawing new talismans. But it can be regarded as an introduction to this kind of talisman. After mastering the essence, the next step is to go back and become more familiar with it and practice more. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. Ku Junjun, who had been receiving the most attention from Lu Chengsheng, ran to Lu Chengsheng and said, "Husband, I seem to be pregnant." "Pregnant? Let me see." When Lu Chengsheng heard this, he immediately became happy and put his head on Ku Junjun's belly. Naturally, there was no fetal movement at this time. But as an immortal cultivator, Lu Chengsheng could faintly sense the new life being nurtured in his belly. Okay, I am indeed pregnant. Come on, really, let me give you a kiss." When Lu Chengsheng saw that Ku Junjun was pregnant, he was in a great mood. He caressed his wife's cheek and kissed her pink lips fiercely. There were other sisters in the courtyard. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help covering their mouths and laughing, which made Ku Junjun, who was kissed, blush. Somewhat embarrassed, she gave her husband a pink punch. Her delicate and white face was as red as blood, and she was extremely shy. But this girlish shyness perfectly combines with Ku Junjun's style as a wife and mother, making her appear pure and lustful. Seeing this made Lu Chengsheng feel angry, and he wished he could execute the little wife in front of him on the spot. But seeing her husband so happy, Ku Junjun also showed a happy smile on his blushing face. Now that Lu Miaoyun and Ku Junjun are both pregnant, Lu Chengsheng is in a very good mood and feels that this day is getting more and more promising. I am very much looking forward to the birth of my two little lovely children. I also remembered that I still have two beloved concubines who have never been pregnant, and a little maid with a spiritual root. However, Lu Miaoyun was only 1 month pregnant now, and he was not in a hurry to get his maid Zhaoqing pregnant. After all, it would not be good if the maid and the young lady were pregnant at the same time, as it would be a bit of a competition for favor. Although Lu Chengsheng himself didn't care. But after all, we are in the Lu family, so we still have to be careful. Therefore, he planned to focus on his two beloved concubines next. Lu Chengsheng was also somewhat curious about these two beloved concubines. If two people get pregnant and give birth to a child, his hair and eye color will be the same as his own or that of the two girls. In a blink of an eye, it was the end of the month again, the day when the four elders taught talismans. When the fourth elder checked the progress of Lu Miao's and Lu Chengsheng's talismans, Lu Chengsheng directly took out a wind talisman and said to the fourth elder, "Grandma, I successfully drew the wind talisman yesterday." "What? You just drew the wind talisman?" When the fourth elder heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the wind talisman in Lu Chengsheng's hand, and his face was full of surprise. She didn't expect that Lu Chengsheng would successfully draw the wind talisman in just 1 month. You know, the most difficult part of making a talisman is the first step, the stage from 0 to 1. After you succeed in the first step, the next steps from 1 to 10 are relatively simple. Lu Miao's on the side looked at Lu Chengsheng with beautiful eyes after hearing this, and was also extremely surprised. Over the past 2 months, she has not made much progress on the Golden Light Shield talisman. Although the Golden Light Shield talisman she practiced was a top-grade talisman. But when she was at Lu Chengsheng's stage, it took her almost 3 months to learn the Golden Light talisman, which was on the same level as the Wind talisman. But now, Lu Chengsheng successfully drew the Wind talisman in just 1 month. Lu Miao bit her lip lightly, feeling a little bit shocked again. When it comes to making talismans, her talent is pretty good. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be a talisman master among so many Lu family disciples. And they are still far ahead, and they are about to hit the first level high-grade talisman master. The fourth elder also told her that she was very talented in making talismans and could be a second-level talisman master in the future. But at this moment, her proud talent for making talismans was completely crushed in front of Lu Chengsheng. She had already seen the day when she would be surpassed by Lu Chengsheng. The fourth elder took the wind talisman from Lu Chengsheng. His fingers caressed it inch by inch, feeling the brushstrokes and the flow of spiritual energy. You have no problem in outlining the talisman lines. You are very stable in holding the pen and drawing the talismans. You are extremely talented. This talisman still lacks a lot of strength in terms of spiritual power. It is not skilled and stable enough. There is obviously a problem with the spiritual point in this stroke. A slight carelessness will lead to failure, and the fourth elder commented on Lu Chengsheng's talisman and pointed out in detail what the problems were. Then he said, "Come on, Chengsheng, you can draw Zhang Fengxing talisman and show it to me." "Yes, Grandma." After hearing this, Lu Chengsheng took out the talisman paper and began to draw the talismans. However, before the drawing was even halfway through, the talisman emitted smoke and failed. At this point, the spiritual power must be tightly wrapped in the brush strokes, but after the turning point appears, it must be released immediately with the intention of elasticity. The fourth elder spoke out, signaling Lu Chengsheng to continue. Then Lu Chengsheng failed again. He just got started yesterday. At this time, the success rate of making talismans should be at least 10%, so naturally he can't overdo it. Later, under the guidance of the fourth elder, Lu Chengsheng failed twice more. Seeing this, the fourth elder said nothing. He just said comfortingly, "It's okay, you're a little nervous, and you're just getting started, so you just need to get more familiar with it. Come on, Grandma will help you draw it again." Then, she held Lu Chengsheng's hand and led him to draw the wind talisman again. "Thank you, Grandma, Chengsheng will work hard and not let you down." Lu Chengsheng said to the fourth elder. "Good boy, Grandma is very satisfied with your performance. Grandma believes that as long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to become a second-level talisman master in the future." The fourth elder said in a kind tone. She was very satisfied with Lu Chengsheng as her grandson-in-law. Not only is he extremely talented in making talismans, he is also very stable and treats his granddaughter well. The only drawback is that I have too many wives, concubines, and children. I usually spend too much time on getting a wife and having children. In her opinion, if Lu Chengsheng could devote all his energy to making talismans and focus on the talisman path, he would be able to go further in the future. By the way, Chengsheng, you have been on the third level of qi refining for a while, right? Suddenly, the fourth elder asked Lu Chengsheng. "Yes, Grandma, I reached the peak of the third level of qi refining 8 months ago. But you also know that my spiritual roots are only 9th grade spiritual roots." When Lu Chengsheng heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He reached the peak of the third level of qi refinement 8 months ago. In these days, I have never slacked off in cultivation, but I have never felt that the bottleneck has loosened. This is how low-grade spiritual roots are, every bottleneck is a hurdle. If you need it, Grandma can apply for a level-breaking pill for you in the family." The fourth elder said with a slight hesitation. The third level of qi refining to the fourth level of qi refining is a hurdle from the early stage of qi refining to the middle stage of qi refining. The worse the spiritual root qualifications, the harder it is to break through. In this case, in addition to relying on time, you can also use level-breaking elixirs to break through the bottleneck. "Thank you, Grandma, but I still want to work harder and try to break through on my own." When Lu Chengsheng heard this, he declined politely. Although he has a headache about this bottleneck, he is not in a hurry. "I don't want to use pills to break through just yet. The reason is simple. When you break through the fourth level of qi refining from the third level of qi refining, if you use the level-breaking elixir, then when you break through the 7th level of qi refining from the 6th level, the difficulty will increase a bit. If the level-breaking elixir is used when the 6th level of qi refining breaks through to the 7th level of qi refining, the difficulty of building a foundation will be several % higher. It's okay to usually use some Wanglong Dan with the help of elixirs, and there won't be any side effects. However, using level-breaking elixirs to stimulate potential to break through has a certain impact. For most people, if they don't consider foundation building, using level-breaking elixirs actually has little impact. But Lu Chengsheng focuses on the future, not the present. Now that he is not in a hurry to break through, he still wants to try his best to break through on his own. When you really can't break through, if necessary, use elixirs to help you break through. The fourth elder was slightly surprised when he heard Lu Chengsheng's refusal. But he soon smiled and praised loudly, Okay, you are ambitious. If you have any problems in cultivation, you can come to grandma at any time. When Lu Miaozh on the side heard this, his beautiful eyes did not show any strange color. You know, level-breaking elixirs like this are treasured very much. The level-breaking pill that breaks through the middle stage of chi refining is worth hundreds of spirit stones and is very scarce. You need to make a contribution to redeem it in the Lu family. Now the fourth elder proposed to apply for one for Lu Changsheng, but the latter actually refused, saying that he would rely on himself to make a breakthrough. With 9th grade spiritual roots, it is not easy to break through the bottleneck. But she didn't say anything about it. It's just that I have a little more sensual view of Lu Changsheng in my heart. She felt that the latter was very different from what she remembered. Later, the fourth elder talked to Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaozh about some knowledge about making talismans, and they were asked to go back when it was almost time. This young lady looked at me just now, and her eyes seemed a little different from usual. The two walked out of the fourth elder's residence. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Miaozh's graceful back and raised his eyebrows slightly. Naturally, he would not think that this young lady fell in love with him. Could it be that I was hit by the talent that I displayed during this period of making talismans? Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of a possibility. I couldn't help but think to myself, if this is really the case, then this eldest lady is not as indifferent as she appears to be, and she doesn't eat the fireworks of the world. That's right, she's not a real fairy. How can she really be otherworldly? She has all kinds of emotions and desires. The second young lady looked cool and noble on the outside, but her true character was not like that. Lu Changsheng chuckled lightly and walked home without paying much attention. Time flies. On this day, Lu Changsheng's 22nd child was born. Like most children, he has no spiritual roots. Now that Lu Changsheng has become accustomed to the fact that his children have no spiritual roots, he has no expectations at all. If you have spiritual roots, treat it as a surprise. However, surprise is something that comes so suddenly and unexpectedly. 1 month later, when Lu Changsheng's 23rd child was born, his whole body felt a mysterious throbbing. It is the throbbing feeling of a child possessing spiritual roots. And the throbbing feeling this time caused an indescribable mysterious feeling to surge through his body. Lu Changsheng had a vague feeling. My spiritual root has been promoted. With the addition of this child's spiritual roots, his spiritual roots were promoted from 9th grade spiritual roots to 8th grade spiritual roots. At the same time, at this moment, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to 3 heirs with spiritual roots. You will get a chance to draw a lottery. Okay. This throbbing of spiritual root improvement and this system notification sound made Lu Changsheng overjoyed and extremely excited. He didn't expect that without any expectations, this child would have spiritual roots, which would allow him to be promoted to the 8th level. Moreover, the system also came out and followed a wave of money. This sudden unexpected surprise, or 2 unexpected surprises at the same time, made him unable to suppress the excitement and joy in his heart. Husband, what's wrong with you? The wives and concubines beside him didn't know what was going on with Lu Changsheng, why he suddenly looked so happy. Lu Changsheng also found that he was a little excited and lost his temper. Mainly because the surprise came so unexpectedly and suddenly that he couldn't hold it back for a while. I suddenly figured out a problem about talismans that had been bothering me for a long time, so I was a little happy and excited for a while. Lu Changsheng smiled and said, "Congratulations, husband. Congratulations, husband. Congratulations, husband." When several wives and concubines heard this, they all smiled and congratulated each other without any doubt or thought. What's the point of congratulations? My Lu family has another son. This is a happy event. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said. In his heart, he couldn't help but secretly thought that his state of mind still needed to be tempered more, so that he could remain calm even if the mountain collapsed. Otherwise, if this happens more often in the future, it will be easy for others to spot the clues. He walked into the delivery room and immediately saw the midwife holding a swaddle. Congratulations, uncle, you are a young lady. The midwife said to Lu Changsheng. Girl, it doesn't matter. After all, the first 2 are sons. Lu Changsheng didn't care either. He didn't feel much about having children. He took the baby from the midwife's hands. It may be because he became an immortal cultivator and practiced the immortal posture technique, and the child's mother's condition improved during pregnancy. It makes the baby look much better, no longer wrinkled like ordinary newborn babies. Even if Lu Chengsheng knew that this child had spiritual roots, he was very happy, but he would not make it particularly obvious or different at this moment. After looking at the child for a while, Lu Chengsheng left and came to the study. When a child is born this time, the system will follow the money, which shows that the achievements in the number of spiritual root children are different from the achievements in the total number of my children. This is normal. The level of difficulty for Lingon children is obviously one level higher. I don't know what the number behind it is, 5 or 10. Lu Chengsheng thought to himself. He didn't think much about it. If you care too much about this kind of thing and have expectations in your heart, you will be easily disappointed. It's better to let nature take its course. After all, even if the system doesn't follow the money, he still has to have this child. Immediately, Lu Chengsheng began the part he was most looking forward to. System, I want to draw a lottery. Immediately, a light red virtual lottery board appeared. I don't know what I can draw this time. I hope it will be a magic weapon. Looking at the lottery board in front of him, Lu Chengsheng took a deep breath. Because of the 100 refining treasure body technique, he is now particularly looking forward to the magic weapon. I want to see if I can directly draw a magic weapon for myself in the system tray to practice the 100 refining treasure body technique. After all, the technique can give him all kinds of strange tricks. But as long as the magic weapon is similar, it can be used to practice the 100 refinements treasure body art. Start the lottery. With a thought, the golden light began to rotate on the light red roulette wheel. After waiting for 5 seconds, the roulette wheel slowly slowed down. Under Lu Chengsheng's gaze with some nervous anticipation, the golden light stayed on. Other. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the GU insect, Peach Blossom GU. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can view it at any time. A butterfly pattern like 2 peach blossoms emerged from the large turntable, accompanied by a system prompt. GU insect, Peach Blossom GU. Lu Chengsheng was a little surprised when he saw this reward. He wasn't too disappointed when he didn't find the exercises or magic weapons he wanted. After all, I have been disappointed so many times. How can something like a lottery be done according to your own ideas? There is still a long time to come, and there are still many lottery opportunities. As long as you work hard, you can always get the rewards you want. He looked at the Peach Blossom GU in the system space. GU, Peach Blossom GU. Quality, Tianling GU. Explanation. The strange GU created by the GU Taoist monk, Peach Blossom Fairy, can improve the host's skin, enhance the temperament, create an appearance that is very attractive to the opposite gender, and can improve the host's love luck. Lu Chengsheng didn't know much about GU insects. I only know that among the various arts of cultivating immortals, there are factions similar to those of controlling beasts, such as poisoning, corpse refining, ghost raising, etc. I really don't know much about this in detail. But out of his trust in the system, the words, Tian Ling GU, in terms of quality, and the effect description, he felt that this Peach Blossom GU was very unusual. It must be a top-quality GU insect. First it's the Shanzi Ju, and now there's the Peach Blossom GU. Does it mean that I am destined to rely on my looks to make a living in the future? Lu Chengsheng smacked his lips. After experiencing the changes in the effects of the immortal appearance technique, he was still looking forward to the effects of this Peach Blossom GU, and felt that it was very good. After all, he had been practicing the immortal appearance technique for more than 3 years, and he was so handsome. Now with the Peach Blossom GU, wouldn't he be a perfect immortal in the future, the dream of millions of fairies? Especially the improvement of appearance by this Peach Blossom GU, and it is targeted at the opposite gender. Not only targeted at the opposite gender, but also can improve the luck of love. Handsome, and good luck in love, isn't this a sure win? It is tailor-made for me, who will have many wives and concubines in the future and be a killer of fairies and witches. Romance luck. Although there is a concept of luck in this world of cultivating immortals, it is illusory and mysterious, and there is no detailed explanation. Most books only say that some people are born with great luck, and can turn misfortune into fortune no matter what happens, and even go out to pick up treasures, and make rapid progress on the road of cultivating immortals. Although this peach blossom GU cannot improve a person's luck, it can improve a person's luck in love. I wonder if I will have good luck in love with men and women in the future on my road of cultivating immortals after having this peach blossom GU. I can read more about luck and information about GU worms at that time. Lu Chengsheng thought in his heart. Although he likes to read various books, he only knows about the theory of luck and GU worms, and does not know much about these things. Now that he has obtained this peach blossom GU, he thinks that he will learn more about the relevant knowledge at that time. Without thinking much, Lu Chengsheng had a thought and extracted the peach blossom GU from the system space. Following Lu Chengsheng, he extracted the peach blossom poison. A butterfly with wings like two pink and white peach petals appeared in front of him out of thin air. This peach blossom GU is only about the size of a thumb, and its body exudes a faint pink glow, crystal clear and tender. When held in the hand, it is very soft and smooth, just like holding two peach blossoms, without much weight. On its body, there are wisps of quiet and ethereal peach blossom fragrance floating around, refreshing the heart and mind. Lu Chengsheng looked at the peach blossom GU in his hand and could clearly feel that he had a close and mysterious connection with it. Just like getting the 9 nether mastiff before. There is no need to use any means to tame and subdue them, the system directly helps to tame and subdue them. Moreover, through the system, he knew that if he wanted to control this kind of GU, he needed to refine it. The refining method is also very simple. First, feed it with a drop of essence and blood, and then gradually refine the GU insect with the power of your mind. After knowing the basic use of this peach blossom GU, Lu Chengsheng did not hesitate. Directly force out a drop of blood from the fingertips and feed it to peach blossom GU. The peach blossom GU has a mouthpart the size of a sesame seed. When it sees this drop of blood, it slowly licks it up. After a while, the peach blossom GU finished up the essence and blood. Lu Chengsheng began to wrap the peach blossom GU with spiritual power, and began to invade its body and will to refine it. For many GU Dao monks, trying to refine GU insects is a very dangerous thing. Although the GU insect has no intelligence, it still possesses life. It is a living creature with an instinctive will to survive. Facing the refining efforts of immortal cultivators, they will naturally resist instinctively. Even some ferocious and domineering GU insects will backfire on the refiner. However, this peach blossom GU was obtained by Lu Chengsheng from the system lottery, and there was already a cordial connection between the two, so naturally this problem did not exist. Under the refinement of his spiritual power, this peach blossom GU not only showed no resistance at all. He even actively cooperated to allow Lu Chengsheng's spiritual power to enter his body and be refined. This saves Lu Chengsheng from having to waste his energy in suppressing peach blossom GU's will. An hour later, Lu Chengsheng looked at the crystal clear peach blossom GU in his hand and let out a long breath. It's not that the refining is complete. Rather, his spiritual power was exhausted and he had to rest to restore his spiritual power. If this peach blossom GU was not obtained through a system lottery, with my current cultivation strength, I would not be able to refine it, and it would be impossible to refine it successfully. Maybe there will be backlash and damage to yourself. Lu Chengsheng couldn't help but shook his head. At this moment, he used all his spiritual power to refine the peach blossom GU. As a result, all his spiritual power was exhausted, and he had not yet refined 1/10 of the peach blossom GU. You know, this is still peach blossom GU's active cooperation throughout the process. If peach blossom GU resists even slightly, it will be difficult for him to refine it. But this also shows that this peach blossom GU is even more extraordinary. It is not a GU that ordinary monks in the Qi refining stage can come into contact with. Only a loser like me can obtain things far beyond my own stage through the system. It's just a good time to recover my spiritual power now and see what changes will happen after my spiritual roots are promoted to the 8th level. Lu Chengsheng began to practice sitting cross-legged to restore his spiritual power. Also take a look at the changes in your previous spiritual root promotion from 9th grade to 8th grade. An hour passed. Lu Chengsheng opened his eyes. After practicing meditation and breathing just now, he found that after his 9th grade spiritual root was promoted to 8th grade spiritual root, his cultivation speed did not increase much. It is also 10% faster than before. The cultivation speed of 8th grade spiritual roots is almost 30% faster than that of 9th grade spiritual roots. With the addition of Shaoqi and Shaoqi, my spirit is almost at the 8th level. So with this daughter's bonus, although my spiritual root has been promoted from 9th level to 8th level, the improvement is actually not that big. The cultivation speed has increased by about 10%, which also shows that this child's spiritual root is also a low-grade spiritual root. It should be similar to Shaoqi's spiritual root, a 7th grade spiritual root, or an 8th grade spiritual root. Lu Chengsheng murmured to himself. He didn't feel any sense of loss. After all, whether the 9th grade spiritual roots or the 8th grade spiritual roots are low-grade spiritual roots, the difference between the two is not too big. Therefore, there cannot be any obvious qualitative change from the 9th grade spiritual root to the 8th grade spiritual root. However, the promotion of spiritual roots from the 9th level to the 8th level is also a milestone for Lu Chengsheng. At least the first step has been taken. The first step to improve your spiritual roots. In the future, as long as there are more and more children with spiritual roots, sooner or later their spiritual roots will be promoted step by step, from low-grade spiritual roots to mid-grade and high-grade. Even the legendary Earth Spirit roots and Heaven Spirit roots. Spiritual roots are not only related to the speed of cultivation, but also to the bottleneck of cultivation. After being promoted from the 9th grade spiritual root to the 8th grade spiritual root, I don't know how much it will help me break through the bottleneck of the 4th level of qi refining. Lu Chengsheng couldn't help but think. In addition to affecting the speed of cultivation, the level of the spiritual root also affects the bottleneck in cultivation. The better the spiritual root, the weaker the bottleneck. For example, he is currently blocked by a bottleneck from the 3rd level of qi refining to the 4th level of qi refining. But if you switch to a middle-grade spiritual root, this bottleneck may not exist. Lu Chengsheng had read in a book before that there was no bottleneck for spiritual roots of the Earth spiritual root and heavenly spiritual root levels from qi refining all the way to the foundation building stage. If you continue to practice completely smoothly, you will basically be able to break through to the elixir formation stage in the future. And condense the top-grade golden elixir. Lu Chengsheng did not continue to think about it. These things were still far away from him. He got up and went from the study to the practice room, where he continued to practice and restore his spiritual power. The next day, Lu Chengsheng got up and went to the library of Qingzhou Villa, looking for books on qi luck and ji yu dao. But in the Lu family, there are no books on the theory of luck at all, and there are no detailed books on ji yu dao. I just saw some brief introduction about ji yu insects in an ancient book. For example, the quality of ji yu is divided into 6 levels: mortal ji yu, spiritual ji yu, mysterious spirit ji yu, earth spirit ji yu, heavenly spirit ji yu, and immortal ji yu. A level like immortal ji yu, like the true spirit bloodline among monsters, naturally belongs to legend. Even like earth spirit ji yu and heaven spirit ji yu, they are legendary existences and very rare. This also gave Lu Chengsheng a general understanding of the preciousness of peach blossom ji yu. It should be similar to the 9 nether mastiff with heavenly bloodline. Ji yu insects will also continue to metamorphose as they grow, and they are divided from low to high: 1st turn, 2nd turn, 3rd turn, 4th turn, and 5th turn. It corresponds to the qi refining stage, foundation building stage, elixir formation stage, nascent soul stage, and spirit transformation stage of the immortal cultivator. The peach blossom ji yu obtained by Lu Chengsheng was naturally of the 1st rank. In the following time, in addition to meditating and making talismans every day, Lu Chengsheng also takes time to refine the peach blossom ji yu. I want to refine this peach blossom ji yu as soon as possible to see its specific effect. Chapter 71. After all, Lu Chengsheng is quite looking forward to improving himself and his luck. Half a month later, Lu Chengsheng finally completely refined the peach blossom ji yu. At this moment, he had a strange feeling about the peach blossom ji yu in front of him. It was as if this peach blossom ji yu had become a part of his body. At the same time, he gained a detailed understanding of this peach blossom ji yu. Peach blossom ji yu. Feed on the peach blossom luck. When the peach blossom luck around the host is prosperous, the peach blossom GU will grow faster. Every time the peach blossom GU grows and transforms, the host's peach blossom luck will become more and more prosperous. However, the growth and transformation of peach blossom GU will be affected and restricted by his master. If he, the master, does not break through to the foundation building stage, then this peach blossom GU will not be able to advance to the second level no matter how much peach blossom luck it eats. Currently, peach blossom GU has 3 effects. The first 2 are introduced in the previous system description. It can subtly improve the host's body, making the skin radiant and the temperament outstanding, making it more attractive to the opposite gender. At the same time, it secretly improves the host's luck. Both effects are passive. The first one can also gradually see some effects. The second love luck is invisible and intangible. The third effect of peach blossom GU is the active effect. Actuating the peach blossom GU can release a fragrance called Wuyun peach blossom miasma. This fragrance has a mind-blowing effect. People, animals, and plants will all be affected. As for the effect, it depends on the strength of the GU insect. For example, the peach blossom GU is only a first-turn GU insect, so the powerful effect of the 5-yun peach blossom miasma almost corresponds to the chi refining period. Isn't this peach blossom fairy a flower picker? Otherwise, how can a serious person refine this kind of GU? It's to create a physical appearance that's attractive to the opposite gender, and it's to improve your luck in love, and there are all these other dirty tricks. After understanding the effect of this peach blossom GU, Liu Chengsheng couldn't help but shake his head. But he didn't care about that. After all, something is only as good as the user. For a gentleman like him, even if this peach blossom GU is not serious, it will be used for the right way. The next moment, Liu Chengsheng put away the peach blossom GU. The peach blossom GU in his hand flew directly to the middle of his forehead, forming a pink peach blossom petal mark between his eyebrows. In the following time, this peach blossom GU will subtly improve his physical condition. And it secretly improves his luck in love. Liu Chengsheng touched the peach blossom mark on his forehead, his mind moved slightly, and the mark immediately dimmed and disappeared. If he doesn't use peach blossom GU at ordinary times, the peach blossom mark can be hidden. It will only appear when using the 5-yun peach blossom miasma. Otherwise, a grown man with a peach blossom mark between his eyebrows would feel weird and a bit girly. I won't go out in Qingzhou Mountain all day. I wonder if this good luck will be of any use. Liu Chengsheng couldn't help but think of the eldest lady, and he felt a bit of anticipation. When I walked out of the practice room, I saw that the night outside had darkened. Liu Chengsheng came to a side courtyard, carried Zhor and Shui'er, 2 beloved concubines, onto the bed and began to work hard. He has been paying close attention to the 2 of them during this period, but neither of them is pregnant yet. Liu Chengsheng didn't care about this either. He had checked and found that there were no physical problems with the 2 women and they were able to have children. As long as you work hard, you will get results sooner or later. And, in this kind of thing, you don't just look at the results, you also need to experience it carefully and taste the process. Afterwards, hiss. Liu Chengsheng lay on the bed with a look of comfort and enjoyment on his face, stroking the 2 girls' satin-like red and blue hair with his palms. Even though we have been sharing the same bed for so long and have been served many times. But facing the 2 women, he couldn't help but drink and enjoyed it very much. 6 days later, Liu Chengsheng found that Shui'er was pregnant successfully, and there was a new breath of life in his belly. Then, with his unremitting efforts every night, Zhor became pregnant successfully 1 month later. Including the children in the bellies of these 2 beloved concubines, Liu Chengsheng calculated that the total number of his children was exactly 30. His 24th child was born not long ago. In other words, if the remaining 6 children are born, the system may follow the money. He is still looking forward to the system's money. After all, at this stage, children cannot be relied upon at all, and they can only rely on the system to support themselves. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. It has been more than 2 months since I refined the peach blossom GU. At first, Liu Chengsheng was still looking forward to peach blossom GU. But more than 2 months have passed, and he feels that he has not changed much, and there is no so-called romantic luck. This made the expectations in his heart almost disappear, and he no longer cared about the peach blossom Gu. After all, he is already so handsome in appearance, and the improvement of peach blossom Gu is just the icing on the cake for him. As for love luck, this kind of thing is mysterious, and there is no expectation at all. This day, in the practice room, Lu Changsheng, who was meditating and practicing qi, suddenly felt a throbbing. I was on the 3rd level of qi refining, and the bottleneck that had been stuck for a year finally started to loosen up. Normally, the 4th elder would also provide him with guidance on cultivation knowledge, letting him know that this loose feeling was an opportunity for the 3rd level of qi refining to break through to the 4th level. He immediately took out a yellow dragon pill from his storage bag and swallowed it, then held several spiritual stones, closed his eyes and concentrated, and quickly returned to Yuan Gong. The elixir melts immediately after entering the body and is consumed quickly by the movement of spiritual power. The spiritual energy in the spiritual stone in his hand quickly flows into the body, causing Lu Chengsheng's spiritual power to circulate faster and faster, and his spiritual pressure becomes larger and larger, even with a few points. Irresistible meaning. After a long time, boom, Lu Chengsheng's whole body shook violently, his hair and robes danced, and wisps of dirt secreted from his pores, making his whole body feel light and airy. The spiritual energy in Dantian Qihai is no longer just wisps. Instead, the strands are intertwined with each other, like streams. The 4th level of qi refining, the spiritual energy is like a stream, and the body exudes mortal dirt. I finally broke through to the middle stage of qi refining. Lu Chengsheng opened his eyes and felt the spiritual power flowing in his body like a stream, and a joy came over him spontaneously. A year ago, he reached the peak of the 3rd level of qi refining. But it took a full year to get stuck, and it wasn't until today that I was able to make a breakthrough. He felt that if he had not promoted the 9th grade spiritual route to the 8th grade more than 2 months ago, he would have been stuck for a while. No wonder Hong Yi stayed at the 3rd level of qi refining for 3 or 4 years and has not yet broken through to the 4th level. Lu Chengsheng also understood why Hong Yi stayed in this realm for so long. In Qingzhou Valley, he enjoys the 2nd level spiritual pulse. The food he usually eats is jade bamboo rice, monster meat, and spiritual vegetables. The tea I drink is spiritual tea, and I drink some spiritual wine when I have nothing to do. I also get a bottle of Wonglong pill every month to assist in my practice. In this case, we have been trapped by the bottleneck for so long. Although Hong Yi has 8th level spiritual roots, in the secular world, his spiritual energy is poor, his resources are limited, and he is busy running around. It is even more difficult to break through the bottleneck. This also reminded him of Xiao Shui, who broke through the 4th level of qi refining within 3 years. Thinking about it now, I can only say that the 4th grade spiritual route is simply terrifying. If this were a high-grade spiritual route, or the legendary earth spiritual route or heavenly spiritual route, it would be so terrifying. Lu Chengsheng didn't think much, stood up, and used a cleaning technique to clean away the impurities and dirt discharged from his body after the breakthrough. Then he walked out of the practice room with some excitement. It was winter at this time, snowflakes were falling outside, and there was a layer of white snow on the ground. Although the green bamboo robe on his body had the effect of protecting him from the cold and heat, the sudden opening of the door and the cold wind blowing made Lu Chengsheng feel a bit chilly. However, the coldness immediately dissipated due to the spiritual power in his body and the robes on his body. Unknowingly, it has been 5 years since I came to the Lu family. Lu Chengsheng looked at the green and vigorous Qingling bamboo among the snowflakes. Thinking back to the time when he awakened his past life memories on the heart-asking stage, and after being eliminated from the Qingyan sect's assessment, he chose to become the son-in-law of the Lu family and came to the Lu family. In the past 5 years, he relied on his unremitting efforts to cultivate from immortal to the 4th level of qi refining. He also bred a son-in-law from the Lu family, worked hard to become the son-in-law of the Lu family, and married the elder's granddaughter. Lu Chengsheng walked slowly to the front yard and saw several little children wearing cotton-padded jackets running around and playing in the snow, with a faint smile on his face. This is the result of his 5 years of hard work. In the yard, a group of children were playing. Daddy. A little girl wearing a red cotton-padded fur coat, sitting on a swing, eating candied haws, saw Lu Chengsheng and called out loudly. Then he jumped down from the swing, ran up to Lu Changsheng with his short legs, handed the candied haws in his hand to Lu Changsheng, and said with a smile, "Daddy, it's so sweet." Lu Changsheng's face was filled with a smile unconsciously as he tasted a candied haws. "It is indeed very sweet, sweet to the bottom of my heart." Turning away from Lu Ping'an's sons who were having fun with the 9 nether mastiff, Lu Changsheng snorted angrily and picked up his daughter. He shook her cold little hand and said warmly, "Let's go, it's cold outside, let's go play inside." As expected, my daughter is considerate. Lu Changsheng walked into the lobby holding his daughter Lu Zile. There were several braziers on both sides of the hall, with charcoal fires burning to dispel the chill. A group of wives and concubines were chatting happily. But there are always a few little ones who have just learned to walk, walking around. Not only does he look like he's about to fall down at any moment, but he also likes to pick up whatever he sees and stuff it into his mouth, making people have to stare at him the whole time. Da da da. At this time, Shaoqi Lu Shenji rode a Trojan horse and came to Lu Changsheng and asked him to get out of the way. When Lu Changsheng saw this, he stood and refused to give in. Then Lu Shenji hit Lu Changsheng with a Trojan horse. As a result, the whole person turned over with the machine and the Trojan horse, fell to the ground, and started to cry as soon as his mouth dropped. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but smile when he saw this, and immediately used the object control technique to control the wooden horse, which moved around his son. Lu Shenji, who was about to cry, stopped crying immediately when he saw this scene. Climbing back onto the machine Trojan, he started running under the control of Lu Changsheng, looking very happy. Although this child has spiritual roots, he is not precocious and sensible at all, just like a normal child. "Daddy, give me a hug." Shaoqi, who was playing on the sidelines, saw Lu Changsheng, staggering over with his short legs, and said with his chubby hands open. Lu Changsheng held Lu Zile with one hand and Shaoqi with the other. Seeing a white jade steamed bun in her hand, she said, "Give Daddy a bite." Shaoqi thought for a while, then raised the steamed bun in his hand to him. "Daddy will show you how to eat a big steamed bun in one bite." As Lu Changsheng spoke, he ate all the white jade steamed buns in Shaoqi's hand that were as big as an adult's fist. He looked at Lu Zile, Shaoqi and the other little ones beside him with their eyes wide open. But the next moment, Xiao Tan looked down at his empty hands. Where is my steamed bun?" Looking at Lu Changsheng's chewing mouth, her aggrieved little mouth deflated, looking like she was about to cry. It seems to be saying, "You ate all this big steamed bun and didn't even leave any left for me." "Husband, why do you always like to tease children?" Lu Miaoyun came over with a puffy belly and said angrily. Every time Lu Changsheng came over, he would make the child cry and then comfort him, which seemed to her like he was really busy. As he spoke, he took out a white jade steamed bun from the steamer on the side and handed it to Shaoqi. He showed a motherly smile and said, "Come on, be good and don't cry." "Children, aren't you just teasing me?" Lu Changsheng said indifferently, and also took a white jade steamed bun to eat. This steamed bun tastes very good and is made from white jade wheat ground into flour. Now that he has the conditions, in addition to his daily diet, Lu Changsheng also buys a lot of spiritual materials and food to keep at home, and asks Zhao King to make some desserts for his wife, concubines, and children. Eating like this every day and living in Qingzhou Mountain have made the wives, concubines and little ones in better and better health. If nothing else, children raised like this will definitely become martial arts wizards when they practice martial arts in the future. "Husband, your breath, have you broken through the middle stage of qi refining?" At this time, Lu Miaoyun looked at Lu Changsheng and said with a bit of surprise on her face. She had lived with Lu Changsheng for a long time, so she could naturally see that the spiritual aura on Lu Changsheng's body had changed and was much thicker than usual. "Yes, after grinding for so long, I finally broke through this hurdle." Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded. "Congratulations, husband, for breaking through to the middle stage of qi refining." A smile appeared on Lu Miaoyun's face. She hugged Lu Changsheng and shook her arms, her watery eyes showing admiration. "Congratulations, husband. Congratulations, husband, for breaking through to the middle stage of qi refining. Congratulations to my husband for taking another step forward in his path to immortality." A group of wives and concubines congratulated Lu Changsheng. "Wow, Daddy is so awesome. Congratulations, Daddy. Congratulations, Daddy. Seeing the mothers like this, several children also surrounded Lu Changsheng, jumping up and down and shouting. Lu Changsheng laughed loudly. Then he waved his hands with a smile on his face and said, "It's just the 4th level of Qi training. I have to say, this feeling of being liked, admired, and watched with admiration by one's wives, concubines, and children is very good. Very satisfying to the male chauvinist mentality. Every time, a sense of pride, happiness, and satisfaction will arise in his heart." Afterwards, Lu Changsheng chatted with his wife and concubines while teasing the children. This is how he relaxes in his spare time every day. Otherwise, if you don't go out every day, you will live a boring life with no other entertainment except cultivation and other entertainment. It's okay if the time is short, but it will be a bit annoying if the time is long. The next day, Lu Changsheng rubbed his waist. Yesterday, in order to celebrate his breakthrough to the middle stage of Qi refining, his wives and concubines shyly and timidly fulfilled some of his requests and served him. He was given basically no rest last night. The body is the capital of revolution. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly. Then he went out and came to the residence of the 4th elder. Today is not the day at the end of the month when the 4 elders teach how to make talismans and practice. But before, the 4th elder told him to inform her after breaking through the 4th level of Qi refining. Although he didn't know what was going on, his grandmother told him that Lu Changsheng would naturally come over. After all, there is nothing to hide in this kind of thing. "Uncle, the old lady is making talismans, you may need to wait for a while." The steward in the 4th elder's mansion saw Lu Changsheng coming and offered tea respectfully and said, "Grandma Zizhu, I'm not in a hurry, just go and do your work." Lu Changsheng took the tea and said to the housekeeper. Almost half an hour passed. The 4th elder came to the hall. She dressed differently today than in the past. She wore a lotus crown on her head and a blue-brown flowing cloud robe, just like a female Taoist. It looks a little less elegant and noble, and a little more elegant. Lu Changsheng knew that although his grandmother was a first-level top talisman master, her success rate in drawing top-level talismans was not very high. If she wants to draw the best talismans, she will choose a time and an auspicious day. Then perform ritual procedures such as body cleansing, face cleansing, and hand cleansing to adjust the state to improve the success rate of making talismans. This female Taoist dress is also one of her talisman-making rituals. Lu Changsheng stood up and saluted. "Grandma. Chongsheng, come here to see Grandma." "What's the matter?" The 4th elder looked at Lu Changsheng with a friendly smile on his face. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyun have been married for more than half a year. She has watched Lu Changsheng's performance in the past 6 months. Diligence in work, neither arrogance nor impatience, and excellent talent in making talismans. This made her more and more satisfied with this grandson-in-law. She believed that she was absolutely right in marrying Lu Miaoyun to Lu Changsheng. He didn't even care much about Lu Changsheng's wives and concubines. Because she also discovered that Lu Changsheng was not as obsessed with women as she knew. In the past 6 months, not only has there been no delay in making talismans, but my performance has also gotten better and better. Changsheng, have you broken through the 4th level of Qi refining?" At this time, the 4th elder saw the change in the spiritual aura on Lu Changsheng's body, and his face showed a bit of surprise and joy. Although Lu Changsheng used the Qi condensation technique to consolidate the spiritual power in his body, his Qi condensation technique was not very advanced and he was only in the entry-level proficiency stage. After all, he didn't spend much time thinking about these basic spells after he started practicing them. The 4th elder has the strength of the 9th level of Qi refining. If you look closely, you can easily see the changes in Lu Changsheng's cultivation aura. Yes, Changsheng just broke through the 4th level of Qi refining yesterday, so he came to inform Grandma today. Lu Changsheng nodded and replied, That's right, that's right. I didn't expect you to break through the 4th level of Qi refining so quickly. It's much faster than Grandma thought." The 4th elder sat down next to the chair and said with a smile, "Now that you have broken through to the 4th level of Qi refining, Grandma also has something she wants to hand over to you." "Grandma, tell me." Lu Changsheng was a little confused. "What can I do if I am on the 4th level of Qi training?" Our Lu family has a talisman shop in Julongfang City, and Grandma wants you to take care of it. The fourth elder spoke and said so. Manage the talisman shop. Lu Chengsheng was a little surprised when he heard this. As a cultivating immortal family, the Lu family naturally has multiple sources of income. Like the green bamboos that cover the mountains, the jade bamboos are one of the main incomes of the Lu family. The spiritual rice, spiritual vegetables, and spiritual medicines that are usually grown are not only provided for their own use, but the excess will also be sold in the market. Therefore, the Lu family also opened its own stores in some markets. He knew that Julongfang City was a Defang city relatively close to Qingzhou Mountain. It was established by the Qingyan sect, the dominant force in this area. After spending so many years in the Lu family and entering the inner circle of the Lu family, he also has a better understanding of the Lu family's situation. Although a family that cultivates immortality like the Lu family of Qingzhushan is said to be self-reliant and an independent force. But in fact, it can be regarded as under the jurisdiction of Qingyan sect. A certain amount must be turned over to the Qingyan sect every year. This is also why Lu Yuanding was able to go to the Qingyan sect mountain range to recruit eliminated disciples as his son-in-law. If this were a force that had nothing to do with the Qingyan sect, would you try this? Back then, the Lu family of Qingzhou Mountain and the Chen family of Hongye Valley were fighting over the ownership of the Spirit Stone Mine, and the foundation-building ancestors of both sides took action. In the end, it was the elders of the Qingyan sect who came forward to mediate and stop the two families. Of course, in the end, the adjudicator Qingyan sect also took away 40% of the profits from this spiritual stone mine. The remaining 60% is divided equally between the Lu family and the Chen family, with 30% each. When Lu Chengsheng heard this, he couldn't help but sigh, indeed strength is king. The Lu family and the Chen family fought to death for a few percent of the profits from this spiritual stone mine. As a result, when the Qingyan sect came, they took 40% of it directly, and the two clans did not dare to say anything. The fact that this talisman shop can be opened in Julongfang City also shows that this shop is considered a very good shop among the shops of the Lu family. Unexpectedly, the fourth elder actually said that he would take care of such a shop. That's right, I left this talisman shop to Miao Zhe to take care of before. But you also know that Miao Zhe has been promoted to a high-level talisman master and is preparing to attack the 7th level of qi refining, so he doesn't have so much time to think about it. So I just thought, let you learn to take care of it. Grandma was a little worried about you before, but now that you have broken through the 4th level of qi refining, Grandma is more at ease, so just go and practice. When you get familiar with it later, Grandma will hand over the management of this talisman shop directly to you. What I usually have to do is very simple, which is to keep an eye on the store's situation, replenish the goods every month, and occasionally take care of apprentices. During this period, Grandma will also give you another salary. The fourth elder picked up the tea, took a sip, and said slowly. In the Lu family, excluding Lu Chengsheng, there are 3 talisman masters in total. She, Lu Miaozh, and a young member of the Lu family who had just been promoted to a first-class talisman master not long ago. Now Lu Miaozh has to concentrate on making talismans and spend time practicing, so he doesn't have much free time to take care of the shop. That kid from the Lu family had just become a first-class talisman master, so he was obviously not suitable. And Lu Chengsheng was not only a middle-grade talisman master, but also her grandson-in-law. She has been very satisfied with her performance in the past 6 months. She basically agrees with Lu Chengsheng and treats him as one of her own. Then I thought of leaving it to Lu Chengsheng to take care of it. Not only does it save you having to go outside and hire a talisman master to sit in the store, it also allowed Lu Chengsheng to get in touch with the Lu family's business and go out to experience it. After hearing what the fourth elder said, Lu Chengsheng immediately thought of refusing. He just wanted to live peacefully in the Lu family. But the fourth elder said that it was difficult for him to refuse because he had no reason to refuse. After all, in a family that cultivates immortality like the Lu family, the children of the family enjoy the benefits brought by the family. At about the same age and strength, you have to contribute to the family. Someone like Lu Miaozh was talented in making talismans. She was the daughter of the head of the family, so it was the same. He married Lu Miaoyun and was now considered a member of the Lu family, so naturally this kind of thing couldn't happen. And the fourth elder wants to leave this talisman shop to him as a kind gesture and for his own good. Not only will it give him an extra income and salary, he will be responsible for some business and be able to access more things, but his status and weight in the Lu family will also increase a lot. Immortality depends on grandma's arrangements. After Lu Chengsheng thought for a moment, he cupped his hands and answered. He also understood that it was unrealistic for him to stay in the Lu family without going out and doing nothing, even to the point of building a foundation. In this case, I simply agreed. This Julongfang city was established by the Qingyan sect. It is a large city with great foundation building monks in charge. No one dares to make mistakes in the city. If you go and take care of the talisman shop yourself, you don't have to worry too much about danger. Moreover, taking care of the store in the past not only provided me with an extra income. He has thousands of talismans on his body, which he can easily use when he has the opportunity. At that time, it will be much more convenient to purchase the materials for practicing the 100 refining treasure body technique. In the past 6 months, when he was trading talismans with people sent by Hong Yi, he also asked Hong Yi to help buy some materials. But not only does it take time to go back and forth, many of the required materials may not be available, and the back and forth communication is very troublesome. If you go to Julongfang City by yourself, it will be very convenient if you want to buy any materials. The only bad thing is that when I went to Julongfang City, life was not as comfortable as it is now. Without the enjoyment of second-level spiritual veins, wives and concubines are not around, and children will fall behind. However, if you go to Fangxi, you can also see if you can recruit a few fairies with spiritual roots. After all, if you want to have children and have more children with spiritual roots, you have to take concubines. By then, my trash peach blossom GU might be able to have some effect. At present, Lu Chengsheng feels that he has no luck in finding a romantic partner. Even if he doesn't leave the door every day, he won't be able to gain a romantic partner. Okay, then it's settled. When Miao Zhe comes back in a few days, you can go there with her. The fourth elder nodded and smiled. Yes, Grandma. Lu Chengsheng nodded in response. Then he took 2 boxes of spiritual fruit cakes home from the fourth elder's house. After returning home, Lu Chengsheng, Lu Miaoyun, Ku Junjun and other wives and concubines talked about his plans to go to Julongfang City in a while. When the wives and concubines heard this, they felt mixed joy and sorrow. I am glad that Lu Chengsheng can take charge of the family business, which is a good thing and is valued by the Lu family. What worries me is that Lu Chengsheng will be away from home for a long time and is very reluctant to leave. This Julongfang city is not far from Qingzhou Mountain. I will be able to come back once a month like a young lady. When your husband gets to know you there, I will take you out to play. Lu Chengsheng said to the wives and concubines. He had always felt a little bored in Qingzhou Valley. Naturally, the same goes for a group of wives and concubines. So I thought, if it is more stable in Julongfang City, I can pick up a few wives and concubines to live there, have fun, and relax. Thank you, husband. Thank you, husband. The girls were also very happy when they heard this. Husband, please take Zhao King there with you when the time comes. This way there is someone around to take care of you. At this time, Lu Miaoyun spoke to Lu Chengsheng. I am such a big person, how can I need someone to take care of me? Besides, you also need Zhao King to take care of you now. Lu Chengsheng waved his hand and said no. Well, husband, just take Zhao King with you. I can't be with you, so let Zhao King be with you, okay? Lu Miaoyun immediately bit her pink lips with her teeth and looked at Lu Chengsheng with a pair of big watery eyes. At the same time, he held Lu Chengsheng's arm and shook it gently, speaking coquettishly in a soft and sweet voice. Okay, take it, I'll listen to you Yuner. Lu Chengsheng has always been a soft-spoken man, so when faced with his wife's coquettish behavior, he immediately responded with doting. He estimated that Lu Miaoyun asked him to take Zhao King with him. In addition to letting Zhao King accompany him, there was also someone watching. Prevent yourself from messing around with women outside, and bring a bunch of women back when the time comes. But Lu Chengsheng didn't care, he thought it would be good to take Zhao King with him. There is a saying that it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. He has been used to being served by others over the years, and it would indeed be a bit uncomfortable to be in a different place without anyone to serve him. It is also much more convenient to have someone of your own by your side. Moreover, if he really wants to take a concubine, it won't matter whether Zhao King is around or not. But let's wait until my husband goes over there to see what's going on over there. We don't know what's going on over there right now. Lu Changsheng pinched his beloved wife's cheek and said, "After all, I am here to do things. I didn't know anything about the situation, so I just brought a little maid there." It felt a bit like I was going to enjoy a blessing, which didn't leave a good impression. Yeah, when Lu Miaoyun saw that her husband agreed, she immediately showed a sweet smile, which was a bit charming. She also knew that it was impossible to completely prevent her husband from taking concubines and finding new people. But as a woman, a wife, it is impossible to just watch and do nothing. That night, all the wives and concubines knew that Lu Changsheng would be leaving home in a while, and they all treated him with tenderness. After practicing the 100 refining treasure body art for the past 6 months, nourishing himself with meals, spiritual wine, and breaking through the 4th level of qi refining, Lu Changsheng's combat power has also been greatly improved. However, Lu Changsheng still couldn't resist the obsession of wives and concubines taking turns. He even suspected that his wives and concubines were trying to tell him in this way not to mess around with women outside after going to Julongfang City. After going to Julongfang City, I have to put more effort into practicing the 100 refining treasure body technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I go home once a month from now on, I won't be able to withstand it, and I won't have the shame to take a concubine or bring someone new back. Lu Changsheng was lying on the bed and said secretly in his heart. The next day, Lu Changsheng suddenly remembered that he and Hong Yi traded talismans. Every 3 months, Hong Yi would send someone to trade talismans, and there was still 1 month until the next transaction. If he goes to Kowloon City, he will probably not be home by then. Immediately, Lu Changsheng informed Lu Miaoyun about the transaction of talismans, and gave her 30 talismans that had already been drawn. Tell her that if the people sent by Hong Yi arrive, she can go over and make a deal. He was just selling some low-grade talismans to his friends. There was nothing to hide. The Lu family knew about it. Moreover, Lu Changsheng felt that the Lu family might have known about him for a long time. Regarding this matter, Lu Miaoyun naturally responded very obediently, which reassured Lu Changsheng. Later, Lu Changsheng came to Qingzhou Villa, wanting to chat with Li Feiyu and see what Li Feiyu was doing recently. But when he came to Li Feiyu's house, Li Feiyu was not at home. Li Feiyu's wives and concubines told Lu Changsheng that Li Feiyu had gone to farm. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng was very surprised. He didn't know until he chatted with Li Feiyu's wife and concubines later. A few months ago, after Li Feiyu got started with the Ling butcher profession, he also mastered the Ling Jiafu skills, the small magic technique and the Zheng metal technique, and asked Uncle Fu to get a job as a spiritual farmer. Not only that, sometimes Li Feiyu would also do the work of cleaning and refining materials. Many low-level spiritual materials cannot be used directly because they contain too many impurities. Therefore, a job was created, allowing the immortal cultivators to continuously refine the impurities in the materials with their spiritual power. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng didn't know what to say for a while. I can't help but sigh. It's hard to become an immortal, but even harder to survive. However, he also vaguely understood in his heart that Li Feiyu worked so hard not only to support his family. He was also preparing to leave the Lu family in the future. Otherwise, a job as a spiritual butcher would be enough for Li Feiyu to support his family. It was almost noon when Li Feiyu came back covered in dust. Although he was a little tired, his eyes were bright and clear. Before, in the Lu family, every day was just about giving birth to a baby. Now I am no longer bound by having a baby. Although it is hard, there is at least a glimmer of hope in my life. After all, what people fear most is not seeing hope. Chong Sheng, why are you here? Li Feiyu was a little surprised when he saw Lu Changsheng coming to his home. Didn't I come here to see how you are doing? Lu Changsheng smiled. He immediately told Li Feiyu that he would leave the Lu family in a while and go to Julongfang City. If Li Feiyu needs to buy anything in the future, he can buy it for himself. Although Qingzhou Villa has a Beibao pavilion, from Lu Chengsheng's current perspective, the things that can be purchased there are very limited. In the Lu family, everything that is cherished needs to be applied for and spent on family contributions. Li Feiyu naturally had nothing to buy. Just ask Lu Chengsheng to be careful outside. Tell him about some experiences of walking outside. Although Li Feiyu was talking about the secular world, these things are also applicable to the world of immortality. Afterwards, Lu Chengsheng also told Li Feiyu that if there was anything he needed help with, just ask and don't be embarrassed. Otherwise, if you work hard like this on your own, your body will collapse in the Lu family, and that would be a real loss. Hearing this, Li Feiyu felt a little embarrassed and asked to borrow the spirit stone. He explained that when he was working as a spiritual butcher, he knew that the Lu family raised a kind of spiritual pig called the black pig. This kind of black pig can be put on the market in 3 years, and can be sold for almost 50 spiritual stones. In the past 6 months, he has also understood the process and methods of raising this kind of black pig, and he wants to raise 2 of them himself. But a black pig cub requires 6 spirit stones. He currently has insufficient starting funds, so he can only temporarily take out 4 spare spirit stones. Hearing this, Lu Chengsheng couldn't help but shake his head, thinking that Li Feiyu was really hardworking. Not only is he a spiritual butcher and spiritual planter, he is also preparing to raise 2 more spiritual pigs. However, he also knew that in Li Feiyu's current situation, if he wanted to become an immortal, he had no choice but to work hard. Immediately, he took out 20 spirit stones and lent them to Li Feiyu. Now that he is in the Lu family, he basically gets 10 spirit stones every month. Every month he completes the talisman making task, he will get 10 spiritual stones, and then each time he will hand in an additional 3 or 5 talismans, which is almost 10 spiritual stones. Hong Yi can also bring him more than 40 spiritual stones every 3 months. Therefore, his current apparent income can be said to be very considerable. He can also take out some spiritual stones to help Li Feiyu. But Li Feiyu only borrowed 10. He said that 10 spiritual stones are enough, and when the spiritual rice in Lingtian is ripe, he can return it to him. Lu Chengsheng didn't say much about this. He knew Li Feiyu's character. Afterwards, we had a meal at Li Feiyu's place, and the 2 drank some spiritual wine and chatted before leaving. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. On this day, the housekeeper of the 4th elder's family came and asked Lu Chengsheng to come over. Upon hearing this, Lu Chengsheng immediately followed the housekeeper to the residence of the 4th elder. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the 4th elder talking to Lu Miaozh. He stepped forward and cupped his hands slightly. "Grandma, Sister Miaozh." After studying talisman making with the 4th elder for so long, he and Lu Miaozh also changed their names, making them look much closer. Although this closeness is not the closeness he wants. "Chongsheng, you are here. It seems that Lu Chengsheng has come." The 4th elder smiled and nodded, saying, "I have already explained to Miao Zhe about the matter of you following Miao Zhe to Julongfang City to manage the talisman shop. At that time, you will listen to Miao Zhe's arrangements. She will still be in Julongfang City in the next period of time. You should ask Miao Zhe for advice more often." The 4th elder said so. "Yes, Grandma." Lu Chengsheng nodded, then cupped his hands towards Lu Miaozh and said, "I'll have to trouble Sister Miaozh from now on." "No trouble." Lu Miaozh shook his head gently and said, his voice always so soft-spoken and as gentle as water. "Chongsheng, you rarely go out, so Grandma has prepared some gifts for you this time." The 4th elder said to Lu Chengsheng. As he spoke, he took out 3 brocade boxes of different sizes from the storage bag and placed them on the table. Thank you, Grandma." When Lu Chengsheng heard this, his eyes lit up and he was a little curious about the 4th elder's gift. "My grandma is an elder of the Lu family, a first-level top talisman master, and she will never be stingy in her actions. Open it and take a look," the 4th elder said with a smile. When Lu Miaozh heard this, he couldn't help but look at it, a little curious about the gift his aunt had prepared for Lu Chengsheng. Lu Chengsheng opened the first long brocade box. But inside, there was a 3-foot-long green sheath sword with silky green tassels. This magical sword is called Qingyan, and it is a medium-grade magical weapon. But with the addition of a touch of lapis lazuli, it is much sharper than the same level. It is very suitable for your current use. The fourth elder spoke up and introduced. When Lu Chengsheng heard this, he was a little surprised when he looked at the Qingyan sword in front of him. I didn't expect that my fourth grandma would use a middle-grade magical sword. Generally, the price of a low-grade magic weapon is around 50 spirit stones. The price of a medium-grade magic weapon is around 150 spirit stones. Although after breaking through the middle stage of qi refining, one can control the middle-grade flying sword. However, many immortal cultivators in the later stages of qi refining may not be able to afford it, or are willing to buy a medium-grade magic weapon. Just like the 3 robbery cultivators he killed in Niatushan. He has the 6th or 7th level of qi refining, but he uses low-grade magic weapons. And this Qingyan sword is obviously not an ordinary middle-grade magic weapon. The price is estimated to be 200 spirit stones. Thank you, Grandma. Lu Chengsheng thanked him and picked up the magic sword. It feels heavy and cold in the hand, and the scabbard is all blue, like sapphire. The scabbard is engraved with gilt patterns and the sword tassel is lapis lazuli, which is obviously a decoration added later. Most of the magic weapons like magic swords can change in size according to the mind. With this magic sword made in this style, you know it is not on the same level as the flying swords you harvested from Niatushan before. It is obviously a high-end flying sword, because the most common thing about flying swords is that they are sharp and practical. Only high-end flying swords will put effort into their appearance. Lu Chengsheng pulled out the magic sword from the scabbard. The sword was silver-white in color, but there was a faint green-gold halo flowing on the surface, and the cold light shone. The fourth elder smiled and opened the second brocade box directly. Inside the second brocade box is an exquisite and luxurious azure gold-rimmed embroidered robe with flowing light. When you go out to take care of the store, you should also dress well to reflect your status. This is a medium-grade magical robe. It has the same size as you wish. It can avoid dust, be like spring, turn into wind, self-obscuring, gather spirits, and protect the body. It has the effect of 7 *** rays. There is no need for Grandma to explain the first 3 effects. They are almost the same as the green bamboo robe you are wearing now. The transforming wind can turn a strong wind into a gentle breeze. Grandma has applied for an iron-feathered eagle from the family for you, so that it will be much more convenient for you to travel back and forth to Kowloon City in the future. The wind-transforming effect of this robe allows you to not be affected by the strong wind when riding the iron-feathered eagle, and there is no need to spend mana to block the strong wind. Grandma knows that you usually don't like to show off. This self-obscuration can make the robe's precious light restrained, making it look like ordinary clothes and not attracting attention. And this spirit gathering effect can bring together a small-scale spirit gathering place, which will be of certain help to your cultivation. This protective effect can passively trigger a protective spell when you are in danger to withstand a blow from the 7th level of qi refining. The fourth elder spoke slowly and introduced this robe to Lu Chengsheng. Hearing this, Lu Chengsheng looked surprised. A medium-grade magic weapon and robe. The clothes he is wearing now are the green bamboo robes that Lu Yuanding was rewarded for giving birth to his first child when he first came to the Lu family. It's not even considered a low-grade magic weapon. There are only 3 basic effects, big and small, like spring, and dustproof. And this medium-grade magic weapon robe has a total of 7 effects. It has 4 more effects than the original: gathering spirits, transforming wind, self-obscuration, and protecting body. Especially this bodyguard, being able to passively trigger a protective technique when in danger to withstand a blow during the middle stage of qi refining made Lu Chengsheng extremely happy. With this robe, he no longer has to worry about being attacked at close range by other warriors and monks. Thank you, Grandma. Lu Chengsheng expressed his joy and thanked him again. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire his grandmother's generosity. The middle-grade magic weapon contains 150 spirit stones. That generally refers to magic weapons such as flying swords. The price of the robe will be much more expensive. This medium-grade magical robe is estimated to cost 200 spirit stones. The Qingyan sword plus this middle-grade robe would cost more than 400 spirit stones. Moreover, this gift is not only valuable, but my grandma has also put a lot of thought into it and considered every aspect. Lu Chengsheng thought that when he went to Julongfang City, he was riding a spirit horse again. Unexpectedly, the fourth elder actually got him a flying mount. You know, there are not many flying mounts in the Lu family, they are very rare. The fourth elder smiled, opened the third brocade box, and said with a smile, "These are the talismans that Grandma drew herself. You should take them with you for self-defense. There are 3 talismans in total." Lu Chengsheng recognized these 3 kinds of talismans at a glance. High-grade talisman, thunder talisman. High-grade talisman, Biley escape talisman. The best talisman, the thunder talisman. Both the thunder drawing talisman and the 1,000-mile escape talisman are relatively difficult high-grade talismans. If they are sold, they can be sold for 40 or 50 spirit stones. The top quality talisman, the thunder light talisman, is even more valuable, worth at least 200 spirit stones. The Qingyan sword, the middle grade robe, and these 3 talismans are worth at least 700 spiritual stones in total. Back when Lu Chengsheng killed 3 robbery cultivators in Niatushan, the total harvest amounted to almost 500 spirit stones, which was already a huge sum of money. But at this time, the fourth elder directly sent a gift worth more than 700 spirit stones, which was not a big deal. "Thank you, Grandma." This gift made Lu Chengsheng feel a little moved. He bowed his hands and said seriously, "Although he is valuable, that's why the fourth elder of the Lu family in front of him is so kind to him. But many things are based on deeds but not on heart. At least the kindness of the 4 elders in front of me is true." Lu Chengsheng kept these in mind. "We are all one family. As a grandma, I give my grandson something, so there is no need to thank him," the fourth elder said to Lu Chengsheng with a gentle expression. When Lu Chengsheng heard this, he looked at the fourth elder in front of him, showed a sincere smile, nodded and said, "Yes, Grandma." "Chengsheng, do you recognize these 3 talismans?" The fourth elder pointed at the 3 talismans in the brocade box and said, "Grandma, Chengsheng will naturally recognize these 3 talismans. This is a top-grade talisman, a thunder talisman. It can inspire a lightning strike that is comparable to a strike from the 9th level of Qi refining. This is a top-grade talisman, a 100-mile earth escape talisman. After use, it can escape into the earth and escape dozens of miles away. This is a top-quality talisman, a lightning talisman. When activated, a bolt of lightning bursts out, which is equivalent to a full-strength strike at the peak of Qi refining." Lu Chengsheng said seriously. He could naturally tell that these 3 talismans were specially prepared for him by the fourth elder. To prevent yourself from any dangerous accidents. With these 3 talismans close by, as long as you don't encounter a foundation-building monk, you can basically protect yourself. That's right. It seems that Chongsheng, you also study hard in your daily life. These things are not difficult for you. Put your things away and put on this robe for Grandma to see." The fourth elder smiled, stretched out his palm and touched Lu Chengsheng's head, speaking in a kind tone. "Yes." Lu Chengsheng nodded, put away the 3 brocade boxes, and went to a side hall to change clothes. Lu Miaozh on the side also showed some surprise when he saw these 3 gifts. "I was surprised by the generosity of my great aunt. Although my aunt is a talisman master and is much richer than ordinary monks. But the more immortal cultivators make, the more they use. There is no habit of saving money, it is all about converting resources into one's own cultivation and strength. Therefore, this gift worth more than 700 spirit stones can be said to be a generous sum." Moreover, the fourth elder had also put a lot of thought into these 3 things, and they were all given according to Lu Chengsheng's current situation. Even in her heart, she couldn't help but envy her fourth aunt's grandma's love for Lu Chengsheng. However, she also knew the general reason in her heart. On the one hand, she, the fourth aunt, wanted Lu Chengsheng to fully integrate into the Lu family. On the other hand, Lu Chengsheng's performance in the past 6 months has won the favor of the 4 elders. He is almost treated as his own grandson by the fourth elder. That's why I'm so doting and generous. Lu Chengsheng came to the side hall. He changed out of the green bamboo robe that he had worn for 5 years. Put on this medium-grade magic weapon robe given by the fourth elder. I don't know if it's because the color of the Lu family in Qingzu Mountain is cyan. It was the fourth elder who saw him wearing a green robe every day. So the sword and the robe given are both blue. However, After living in the Lu family for so many years and always wearing green bamboo robes, Lu Chengsheng was used to this color and found it pleasing to his eyes. The style of this robe is similar to that of the Qingzu robe. But it looks obviously a few grades higher, much more refined and luxurious. The sky blue brocade robe is embroidered with vivid and natural bamboo leaves with dark blue silk thread, and there is a layer of elegant and sophisticated gold piping embroidery at the neck of the collar. With the blessing of the formation, the robe is worn on the body, and a faint aura emerges. As the saying goes, a man relies on his clothes and a horse relies on his saddle. Lu Chengsheng, who was already handsome, looked even more outstanding with this robe. It is indeed a mid-grade magical robe. The experience of wearing it is obviously different. At this time, Lu Chengsheng felt as if he had changed into new clothes for the new year when he was a child in his previous life, and his whole body was filled with joy. He caressed the silky robe on his body happily, and it felt very wonderful. It felt as light as nothing on his body, making him feel that there was a significant difference from the previous green bamboo robe. As a mid-grade magic weapon, the robe not only has the effect of the 7-dimensional array, but the fabric is also very strong, made of woven monster fur and other spiritual materials. Invulnerability to water and fire, invulnerability to swords and guns are all basic effects, no need to mention them. Lu Chengsheng tried to sense the self-obscuring array in the robe. Suddenly, the spiritual light on the robe dimmed and dissipated, becoming restrained, and the fabric looked ordinary. It looks like a relatively exquisite brocade dress. It looks much more normal this way, otherwise it would be too conspicuous. It would completely tell others that I am a fat sheep. Lu Chengsheng looked at the appearance of Ziwei's robe and said, I feel that the effect of this magic circle is very good and it suits me very well. When buying clothes in the future, it is best to have this effect. Then he closed the door again, let the light flow through his robe again, hung the Qingyan sword on his waist, and walked out of the side hall calmly. In the hall, the fourth elder's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Chengsheng, who had a handsome face, a tall and slender figure, wearing a sky blue bamboo leaf robe embroidered with gold, and a sapphire sword at his waist. The kind smile of an elder appeared on his plump and soft face, and he praised loudly, Yes, it seems that my parents were born to wear such robes. They look good. Lu Chengsheng has been practicing the immortal posture technique for so many years, and he has acquired the peach blossom GU. His appearance is absolutely outstanding, and his temperament is also outstanding. In the words of Shanzi Ju, it means being at the pinnacle of excellence, half a step beyond the ordinary. The face is handsome, the temperament is gentle, and the profound facial features are put together just right, making people feel very comfortable and feel like a spring breeze. Now that he is wearing this robe, spiritual light is flowing around his body, adding a touch of immortality to his gentle, elegant, calm and indifferent temperament, like a banished immortal. Grandma's clothes are all well chosen. Lu Chengsheng said with a generous expression, his temperament was as gentle as jade and like spring breeze. Grandma is telling the truth. Chengshengqin is indeed very suitable for this kind of robe. It has an immortal aura. The fourth elder said with a smile. Then he looked at Lu Miaozh. Really, Miaozh? Lu Miaozh on the side looked at Lu Chengsheng in front of him. I have to admit that Lu Chengsheng in front of me does look very handsome. It's not like she has never seen a man with better appearance than Lu Chengsheng. But I have never seen anyone like Lu Chengsheng. Face, skin, figure, posture, temperament, all integrated into one. There is an indescribable harmony and comfort that makes people feel very comfortable just looking at it, and they can't help but feel good about it. Especially at this time, the aura of the robe was flowing, perfectly setting off Lu Chengsheng's figure, body, and temperament. Quite a bit like an immortal. The longevity brother-in-law is indeed very suitable for this kind of robe. My aunt is also very discerning and knows what kind of clothes are suitable for the longevity brother-in-law. Lu Miaozh said with a slight smile, his voice as soft as a cloud. Lu Chengsheng smiled. Unexpectedly, this young lady had quite a high emotional intelligence. Chong Sheng, please remember to go to Alu to get the iron-feathered eagle later. I have already said hello to Alu. 2 days later, you and Miao Zhe will set off for Julongfang City, and spend these 2 days at home with Miao Yun and the others. The fourth elder smiled and stepped forward, straightened his collar and stroked the folds of his robe. This gesture of care and affection from an elder moved Lu Chengsheng quite a bit. The human heart is made of flesh. In the past 6 months, the fourth elder in front of me really had nothing to say about him. He nodded and said, "Grandma, don't worry." Afterwards, the fourth elder taught Lu Chengsheng and Lu Miaosh how to make the talisman for a while. Now, Lu Chengsheng's talent for making talismans is on the right track. The fourth elder and Lu Miaosh have almost accepted that Lu Chengsheng is the unique genius of Fu Dao. Lu Chengsheng estimated that if he practiced for another 2.5 years, he would be able to show himself as a top-grade talisman master. By then, living standards will also improve further. He also had some expectations. If he becomes a top-grade talisman master, will the Lu family marry a few more girls to him to win over him and deepen his bond with the Lu family? At noon, the two left the fourth elder's residence. Lu Chengsheng turned off his magic robe and came to Lu Bo's residence to receive the iron-feathered eagle. "Lu Chengsheng, are you here to lead the iron-feathered eagle?" When Lu Bo saw Lu Chengsheng coming, he knew the purpose of his visit. He glanced at the robe on Lu Chengsheng's body. Although the aura of the Dharma robe has dimmed, it looks like ordinary brocade clothes. But if you look carefully, you can still see some differences from ordinary clothes in terms of fabric craftsmanship. "Yes, Lu Bo, I am going to Julongfang City in 2 days, so the fourth elder asked me to come to you to collect an iron-feathered eagle." Lu Chengsheng smiled and nodded. "Julongfang City is good. It's a good place. It's not far from our Qingzu mountain and the public security is good. When you are young, you should also go out more and experience more." Lu Bo smiled and nodded. He took out a yellow leather bag and a yellow copper token, handed it to Lu Chengsheng and said, "This is your iron-feathered eagle. The spirit pet bag is used in the same way as the storage bag. This beast control card allows you to simply communicate with the iron-feathered eagle and issue orders. You have never ridden this kind of iron-feathered eagle, so you are probably not familiar with it. You need to get used to it in advance. I'll take you outside to get used to it." Lu Bo continued. "Sorry for bothering you, Lu Bo." Lu Chengsheng nodded, took the spiritual pet bag and the beast control card, and looked at them twice. This was his first time coming into contact with this kind of thing. He had thought about buying a spiritual pet bag for the 9 nether mastiff before. Later, I thought that I wouldn't go out and wouldn't use it for the time being, so I didn't waste the money and planned to buy it later. Moreover, Lu Chengsheng did not plan to bring the Juyu Mastiff with him on this trip to Julongfang City. Now the 9 nether mastiff is still an early-stage first-order monster, so taking it out won't be of much use. It's better to leave it at home and continue to be your child's playmate. Immediately, Lu Bo led Lu Chengsheng out of Qingzu Valley and came to a spacious venue. There are several Lu family disciples here who are practicing magic and even trying to fly with swords. After the immortal cultivator is able to control the flying sword at the 3rd level of Qi training, he can try to fly with the sword. But just experience and play. If you really want to fly with a sword, you must reach the later stage of Qi refining. At that time, the spiritual power in the body can support short-distance flights. Moreover, special flying instruments must be purchased, otherwise the spiritual power consumption will still be very high. Lu Bo, brother Chengsheng. Brother-in-law, Lu Bo. When these Lu family disciples saw Lu Chengsheng and Lu Bo, they all said hello. "Haha, you continue, I will bring Chengsheng over to get acquainted with the iron-feathered eagle." Lu Bo nodded and smiled at a few people. When several Lu family disciples heard this, they looked at Lu Chengsheng with some surprise and envy. One of them asked aloud, "Brother Chengsheng, are you going out to practice?" For example, the iron-feathered eagle is a flying mount of the Lu family. Only a few family members and clan elders can apply for it. "Yes, I'm going to Julongfang City in a few days." Lu Chengsheng smiled and nodded without hiding anything. "It's not a secret after all." Hiss, hiss, hiss. When several Lu family disciples heard this, they looked at Lu Chengsheng with even more envy. A family that cultivates immortality like the Lu family will arrange for their children to go out to practice if they support their children until they reach a certain age and have sufficient strength. Not only can't afford it, but also contribute to the family. Only by going out to experience and looking for opportunities can we have a glimmer of hope of building a foundation. Otherwise, most of the disciples will have average talents and will have no hope of building a foundation in this life. The experience arranged by the clan is to work in various places. These markets naturally have good and bad qualities. For example, Julongfang City not only has a good environment, but is also close to Qingzhou Mountain, making it a top-notch place. But only a few outstanding disciples will arrange to go to Julongfang City for training. Some bad ones will even arrange to go to certain spiritual places to open up wasteland. They did not expect that Lu Changsheng would be arranged to go out for training. Not only would he have an iron-feathered eagle as his mount, but he would also go to Julongfang City. This kind of treatment is simply enviable. But when I think about Lu Changsheng being a first-level mid-level talisman master, I know that I can't envy him. Even if they become low-level talisman masters, let alone middle-level talisman masters, their treatment will not be bad. Oh, I have to go out for training next year. I don't know where I will be arranged to go for training. In my opinion, as long as it's not land reclamation, it's pretty much the same anywhere. The worse the environment and the more dangerous the place, the more opportunities there are. We are talented. If we want to build a foundation, we can only work hard. Yes, although Kowloon City has a good environment, it is too comfortable and has few opportunities. But how many of them can be spelled out? I am only an 8th grade spiritual root. I don't want to build foundations or anything like that. From now on, just like Lu Changsheng, I will be satisfied with a few more wives and concubines. Several children of the Lu family couldn't help but talk about the future. Although they are dedicated to cultivating immortals, they are also a little confused about the future. Lu Bo took Lu Changsheng to a deserted place and said, "Lu Changsheng, just get used to it here." Lu Changsheng nodded, looked at the spiritual pet bag, and immediately sensed a goshawk with black feathers inside, like black iron. He moved slightly and opened the spiritual pet bag. Inside, the iron-feathered eagle turned into a black light and flew out, landing in front of it. It was more than 1 meter high. Its feathers sparkled in the sun, making it very powerful. Lu Changsheng could vaguely feel the emotion of this iron-feathered eagle from the beast control card in his hand, and he was somewhat afraid of him. This iron-feathered eagle has been tamed so much that it loses its animalistic nature and is very gentle. You can just ride on it and then use the beast control card to issue orders with your mind. Be careful, don't fly too fast, too high, or too far at the beginning. Lu Bo reminded him loudly from the side. Good. Lu Changsheng nodded, cast a light body technique on himself, jumped up, and landed firmly on the eagle's back. He first squatted on the iron-feathered eagle, grabbing its black iron feathers with both hands, and then used the beast control card to convey orders to the iron-feathered eagle. Take off. Immediately, the iron-feathered eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky quickly. The strong wind roared around Lu Changsheng, making him unable to open his eyes. But the next moment, the wind transformation array on his robe was activated, emitting a faint fluorescence, turning the surrounding wind into a gentle breeze. Several Lu family disciples on the side heard the noise and looked over. Looking at Lu Changsheng sitting on the iron-feathered eagle, his eyes were full of envy. After all, this is a flying mount. For low-level monks, if they can own a flying mount, it will not only be convenient for traveling but also very attractive. Is this what flying feels like? Lu Changsheng held on to the iron-feather eagle tightly, feeling a little uneasy and a little excited. This feeling is completely different from flying in my previous life. He did not let the iron-feathered eagle fly too high. Otherwise, if he fell, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at the 4th level of Qi refining. There is a reason why the iron-feathered eagle can be used as a flying mount by the Lu family. It flies very steadily. Coupled with the wind-changing effect of the robe, Lu Changsheng felt extremely stable. After riding for a while, Lu Changsheng gradually relaxed and adapted. He loosened his grip and sat cross-legged on the eagle's back, letting the iron-feathered eagle fly with him in the air. After flying around for a few times, Lu Changsheng let the iron-feathered eagle fall down. After all, Lu Bo is still waiting below. That's right, Lu Changsheng, you adapted quite quickly. Some people are afraid of heights. It takes several days to get used to flying for the first time. Lu Bo said with a smile after seeing Lu Changsheng fall. Lu Bo, I wonder if this iron-feathered eagle can fly with 2 people. Lu Changsheng asked Lu Bo. He felt that there was no problem with the Iron Feather Eagle taking 2 people with him, but he still asked for confirmation. After all, I plan to take Zhao King to Fangxi in a few months. This iron-feathered eagle is an early-stage first-order monster. It can take 3 people, not to mention 2 people. But when there are more people, speed and endurance will decrease, especially when traveling long distances. Lu Bo said so. He added, remember to take good care of this iron-feathered eagle. Feed it once every morning and evening. Just feed it ordinary raw meat. A meal is about 30 kilograms. This is a bottle of spirit-feeding pills. If you are in a hurry and don't have time to feed me, just give me a spirit-feeding pill. Okay, I'm going back first. You can continue to practice here and get used to it more. From our Qingzhou mountain to Julongfang city, it will take 2 days for the iron-feathered eagle to fly at full speed. As Lu Bo spoke, he took out a porcelain bottle and said, Thank you Lu Bo, then I will continue to get familiar with you here. Lu Chengsheng nodded, took the spirit-feeding pill, and after Lu Bo left, he jumped onto the iron-feathered eagle to familiarize himself with flying. The first flight was quite new to him and he found it very fun. An hour later, Lu Chengsheng had almost adapted to this iron-feathered eagle. Able to stand directly on the eagle's back with his hands behind his back. Under the wind-changing effect of the robe, the strong wind turned into a gentle breeze, making his hair and robe dance gently, making him look very chic. Lu Chengsheng felt that he was almost done, so he let the iron-feathered eagle fall and jumped off his back. It would look much better if it were replaced by a white crane. Looking at the iron-feathered eagle in front of him, Lu Chengsheng felt that given his appearance and temperament, it would look better if the iron-feathered eagle was replaced by a crane. But it would be nice to have a flying mount, and a bicycle is also needed. Practicality is king. Good-looking things are only pursued after conditions are met. Putting the iron-feathered eagle back into his spiritual pet bag, Lu Chengsheng thought of the Qingyan sword given to him by the 4th elder. Try taking it out and playing with it. However, there was no reference for him to attack, and he could not experience the sharpness of the Qingyan sword. The middle-grade magic weapon is still a bit difficult for me to use now. I can't use it for too long. After playing for a while, Lu Chengsheng took back the Qingyan sword. The higher the quality of the magic weapon, the more spiritual power it consumes. For example, he is currently at the 4th level of Qi refining, and can wield at most middle-grade flying swords. Give him a high-grade flying sword, and his spiritual power won't be able to support it at all. But this is normal, after all, the higher the quality of the flying sword, the more powerful it will be. Lu Chengsheng did not continue the experience, put the Qingyan sword in his storage bag, and walked home. I thought about selling the flying sword and flying knives obtained from Niatushan for money after going to Julongfang city. Now that we have Qingyan sword, these are no longer needed. When he walked to the door of his house, Lu Chengsheng turned on the aura effect of his robe. Although this effect is very impressive, Lu Chengsheng also has to admit that this aura effect is indeed beautiful and attractive. This time at home, naturally I have to show it to my wives and concubines. Really, when all the wives and concubines saw Lu Chengsheng's appearance, their eyes lit up and they praised him loudly. Lu Chengsheng's machismo mentality was once again satisfied. I couldn't help but think that during this trip to Julongfang city, I could also buy a cassock for my wife, concubines, and children. This way you don't have to worry about spring, summer, autumn and winter. But when he thought about his many wives, concubines, and children, even if each of them was just a cassock, he couldn't bear it. I can only give up this idea for the time being. Wait until you have money and sell all the talismans on your body before you think about it again. That night, a group of wives and concubines came to serve him tenderly, and all told Lu Chengsheng not to take off his clothes. This made Lu Chengsheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems that men and women are the same. However, the robe was not afraid of being ruined. He was about to go to Julongfang city. After some time apart, Lu Chengsheng also responded to the small request of his wives and concubines and had fun with them. 2 days later. Okay, my husband is gone. Miaoyun, if something happens at home, you can just send me a message directly. Lu Chengsheng rubbed his sore waist and said goodbye to his wife and concubines. Don't worry, husband, I will take care of the family affairs. Lu Miaoyun reluctantly hugged Lu Chengsheng and said softly. Have a nice trip, husband. Husband, you must take care of yourself when you are out alone. Husband, why don't I let you go with me? Someone will take care of you. Husband. Other wives and concubines also spoke out, looking reluctant to leave. After so many years of getting along, they have given birth to several children, so they naturally have deep feelings for Lu Changsheng. After all, Lu Changsheng has not only married several times, but also likes to have children. He is indeed a good man when it comes to how he treats his wives, concubines, and children. Taking wives and concubines is a very normal thing in this world. What's more, Lu Changsheng only has about 10 people, which can't be said to be many. Okay, I'm not going far away. I usually come back when I have time. Please be happy. After Lu Changsheng said goodbye to his wife, concubines and children, he came to the hall. Facing the hall, Lu Miaozh, who was dressed in white as snow, with black hair like a waterfall shawl, and a temperament as elegant as a fairy, who was drinking tea and waiting, said, "Sister Miaozh, let's go." Lu Miaozh nodded, stood up and walked out with Lu Changsheng side by side. My husband and the eldest lady are walking together, they look so well matched. Both of them seem to have a fairy spirit. My husband is going to Fangxi and working with the eldest lady, so he won't. What are you thinking, girl? My husband is already married to Sister Miaoyun, how can he still have a relationship with the eldest lady? Several wives and concubines couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis in their hearts when they saw Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaozh walking side by side, like a pair of lovers. When Lu Miaoyun saw the two people's backs, she was also slightly in a daze. Are you a little reluctant to leave? Lu Miaozh could see the reluctance on Lu Changsheng's face and said softly. There's something about it that makes Sister Miaozh laugh. Lu Changsheng nodded. Although he could come back every month, he did feel a bit reluctant to leave this time. Maybe, this is the taste of home. It makes people feel worried all the time. I also mentioned this to my aunt, saying that I don't have much time to take care of this talisman shop, so I troubled you. Lu Miaozh said with a bit of apology on her beautiful face. It's okay, I want to go out and take a look myself. I can't stay at home all the time. Lu Changsheng smiled and said. Although he was a little reluctant, it was just a little sadness of parting. It's not that hard to say how much. A man's ambition should be like the Yangtze River running east to the sea, how can he miss the gentle land in front of him? In addition to taking care of the talisman shop, he also had other things to do when he went to Julongfang City. There is no need to say much about the fairy-taking concubines, and this 100 refinements treasure body technique must be practiced. Otherwise, if it happens again in these 2 days, the waist will really be unable to bear it. Moreover, Lu Changsheng felt it necessary to get a book on the art of bedroom and the secret art of dual cultivation. Not to mention what it is used to increase cultivation, at least learn to improve combat power and reduce deficits. The business of the talisman shop is not busy. If you miss home, you can come back often. And I will be in Kowloon Market for some time. If you have something to do, you can come back at any time. Lu Miaozh said with a gentle temperament. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded and said nothing more. It is almost 8,000 miles from Qingzhou Mountain to Kowloon Market. But if we ride the iron-feathered eagle and fly straight north, we can reach Kowloon Market in 2 days. Just let the iron-feathered eagle follow my iron-feathered eagle. The two walked out of Qingzhou Mountain, and Lu Miaozh released an iron-feathered eagle from the pet bag and said softly. This iron-feathered eagle should be a flying mount purchased or raised by the Lu family. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded, and also released the iron-feathered eagle in the pet bag and rode on it. Afterwards, the two iron-feathered eagles flapped their wings, flew quickly into the sky, and flew towards the direction of Kowloon Market. There shouldn't be any unexpected dangers on the way, right? Lu Changsheng looked at the increasingly dwindling Qingzhou Mountain, and some thoughts came to his mind. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. Miss has nothing to do every month when she goes back and forth. And I have a talisman and so many talismans. As long as I don't meet a great cultivator who has established a foundation, there will be basically no problem. He shook his head, not thinking about it or worrying about it. 2 days later, 2 iron-feathered eagles shuttled through the clouds and mist like sharp swords. Chongsheng, Julongfang City is ahead, be prepared to descend. Be careful, don't hit Fengshi's formation, otherwise you will be attacked by the formation. Lu Miaozh was dressed in a long white dress, with long black hair falling like a waterfall on her fragrant shoulders. She sat cross-legged on an iron-feathered eagle with an elegant posture and said to Lu Changsheng, "Okay, Sister Miaozh." Lu Changsheng nodded. He had already seen Julongfang City in front of him. Looking down from a high altitude, the entire city looks larger than Qingzhou Mountain, covering an estimated area of 5,000 to 6,000 acres. It is surrounded and arched by 9 towering peaks that reach straight into the sky. This is also the origin of the name of Kowloon Fong City. On the 9 peaks, you can see layers of terraced fields filled with spiritual plants. There are also spiritual fields cultivated around Fangshi. However, the city was obscured by formations and was hazy. Only a general outline could be seen, but the specific situation inside could not be seen clearly. Along the way, as we approach Julongfang City, more and more immortal cultivators are coming and going. Some ride spiritual birds, some fly with weapons, and some drive flying boats. There are also many riding monster spirit horses, galloping on the land, or escorting goods. Lu Changsheng felt a strong aura of cultivating immortals. He stayed in Qingzhou Mountain all day long, and it was his first time to come to Shushanfang City like this. At the beginning, Niatushan was just a small gathering place for casual cultivators, not even a city, and it had no atmosphere of cultivating immortals. A moment later, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaozh rode iron-feathered eagles and landed safely beside the entrance of Julongfang City. It is said to be a city, but it looks similar to a city. The buildings were much more majestic and grander than the Rui County towns he had visited before. The city wall, which is nearly 100 meters high, is like a lying dragon, surrounding the 9 peaks guarding it. There are faint spiritual energy fluctuations on the city wall, and formations are clearly engraved on them. Lu Changsheng felt that the formations and defenses in Julongfang City were on a higher level than those in Qingzhou Mountain. But this is normal. Chapter 81. There is a second-level mid-grade spiritual vein under Qingzhou Mountain. Below Julongfang City, there is also a second-level mid-grade spiritual vein. It's no worse than Qingzhou Mountain. Moreover, this Julongfang City was established by the Qingyan sect, so naturally there were formation masters to arrange the formations. The two came to the entrance gate tower. The city gate tower is dozens of feet high. It is so majestic and magnificent that it makes people look very small standing in front of it. There are 2 Qingyan sect monks standing guard at the door, and there is a small pavilion next to it. Every monk who enters Fang City must show an identity token. If you don't have an identity token, you have to go to the kiosk to register your information and pay the spirit stone for it. Lu Miaozh told Lu Changsheng that this identity card is divided into temporary and long-term. It is a temporary spiritual stone and can only stay in it for half a month. The long-term fee is 10 spirit stones and is valid for 2 years. Only by buying a house or owning a shop in the city can you get a free living quota. If the identity card is expired and is not reissued on time, and the person is still in Fang City, he will be arrested by the Qingyan sect's law enforcement team and fined with spiritual stones. If there are no spiritual stones to be punished, they will be arrested and worked as coolies to pay the penalty. This is also one of the main profits of establishing Fangshi. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh to himself, no wonder there are many immortal cultivators who don't come to this kind of Defang City. Although it is safer and more convenient than outside. But for low-level immortal cultivators, the entry fee is not a small amount. Moreover, after entering the city, you still have to eat, drink, and live, and then you have to spend money. As for buying a house or owning a shop in Fangshi, you don't need to think about it to know that it will definitely be difficult. As expected, it is difficult to become an immortal, and even harder to survive. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng followed the flow of people and paid 10 spiritual stones to apply for a long-term identity card. These 10 spirit stones can be reimbursed by the Lu family when the time comes. After holding the identity card, Lu Changsheng followed Lu Miaozh into Julongfang City. Entering the city, you will immediately see a bustling street in front of you. Pedestrians come and go on the street, including men, women, old and young, almost all of whom are cultivators of immortality. There are pavilions, and palaces on both sides. Qingyan sect has regulations that in the city, you are not allowed to fight and cause trouble, set up stalls at will, or sleep on the streets at night. Once discovered or reported, the law enforcement team will come to punish them. And except for the law enforcement officers of the Qingyan sect and the Great Foundation building monks, ordinary qi refining monks are not allowed to fly with weapons or ride monster beasts in Fang City. Lu Miao sent a message to Lu Changsheng and said. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded. No wonder I didn't see anyone flying or riding a horse, they were all walking. I feel more reassured about the public security environment in Julongfang City. Kowloon Fang City is divided into 5 regions: East, West, South, North and Center. The middle area is also the core area of the second-level spiritual veins. It is for Qingyan sect disciples to live and practice. Only a small part of the cave is open to the public. The East District is where some wealthy families who cultivate immortality live. Our Lu family has a compound in the East District. You can also live there when the time comes. The spiritual energy is between low-grade spiritual veins and medium-grade spiritual veins. The Western District is where casual cultivators live. The conditions there are relatively poor, but there are still first-level spiritual veins. The South District and the North District are business and entertainment areas. All kinds of hotels, restaurants and shops such as clothing, food, housing and transportation are located in these 2 areas. We are in the North District now, and our Lu family's talisman shop is right in front. Lu Miaozh led Lu Changsheng towards the city, constantly introducing Lu Changsheng to the situation in Julongfang City. Lu Changsheng nodded and listened. This was the first time he heard Lu Miaozh say so many words. But he also knew that Lu Miaozh just had a cold temperament and didn't like to talk. He seemed aloof from the world, but he was actually quite good-natured. This is because I brought myself to Julongfang City. I know that I am not familiar with the place, so I have said so much and introduced it in more detail. While walking on the road, Lu Changsheng kept looking at the pavilions and lofts on both sides of the street. Zaixian Tower, Juxian Tower, Wanbao Pavilion, Danding Pavilion, Bai Lian Fang, Jingxiu Fang. Through the signature names of these attic palaces, we can also vaguely know what they are for. Seeing the Zaixian Tower, red lanterns were hung high, and waves of faint sounds could be heard faintly in the building, which made Lu Changsheng feel that it did not look like a serious restaurant. Chongsheng, you are also a married woman. It is better not to go to this kind of place. It not only wastes money, but also affects your cultivation. Lu Miaozh saw Lu Changsheng staring at Zaixian Tower and spoke out, his soft voice a little shy. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng's mouth twitched. He instantly determined where this Zaixian Tower was. No wonder I faintly heard Ji's cry. It turns out I heard it right. Sure enough, the fairy is not only in the human world, but also in the private room. Sister Miao Zhe, I just thought this restaurant was weird, so I took a second look. I never go to a place like this. Lu Changsheng supported his waist and said seriously. He really has no interest in this kind of place. After all, he has 5 wives, 6 concubines, 2 doting concubines, and a maid in the same room. Why does he need to go to a place like this? Even if he has always thought about having a concubine and a fairy to give him a baby. It's impossible to come here to persuade Xianji to be a good person. Isn't that a trick on the brain? But this eldest lady actually knows this kind of place. Also, this eldest lady looks otherworldly, but she is 6 years older than herself. She has been coming to Fangxi to take care of the shop all these years. How could she be a simple little girl who doesn't understand anything at all? That's good. Lu Miaozh pursed her lips lightly and replied lightly without saying much in this regard. Then he continued to introduce some situations to Lu Changsheng. In this way, the 2 of them walked and talked. After walking for almost a quarter of an hour, Lu Miaozh stopped in front of a shop. He said to Lu Changsheng, "This is our Lu family's talisman shop." Lu Changsheng looked at the store in front of him. The shop is a mainstream 3-story structure on the street, about 6 feet high, with carved beams and painted pillars, magnificent and flashy. There is a plaque saying, "Qingzu Lu's Spirit Talisman Shop," hanging on it. Master. At the door of the shop, there was a woman of 17 or 18 years old with a pretty face, wearing a work uniform with the words, "Qingzu Lu's Spirit Talisman Shop," printed on it. When she saw Lu Miaozh, she immediately bowed. Then his eyes involuntarily fell on Lu Changsheng, who was standing aside. She was attracted by Lu Changsheng's handsome face and gentle and jade-like temperament. Lu Miaozh nodded coldly. The voice transmission to Lu Changsheng introduced that this was the reception sales of the store. Currently, this talisman shop has 1 shopkeeper, 2 apprentices, and 2 receptionists. The shopkeeper's name is Zhang Shan, a cultivator at the 6th level of qi refining. He has been working at the Lu family Ling talisman shop for more than 10 years. 2 apprentices named Li Shi and Wang Wu have also been coming to the shop for 5 or 6 years. He is a descendant of an immortal cultivator from Julongfang City. He only has a 9th grade spiritual root, but he has some talent in making talismans. He was sent by his family to be an apprentice in a talisman shop. The daily work is to draw talismans and make talisman paper and spiritual ink. The 4 elders mentioned earlier that they were the apprentices. This kind of apprentice signed a long-term contract, which only required food and accommodation, and occasional instruction and guidance on how to make talismans. They didn't even need monthly money. That's what learning is like. Whether making talismans, refining elixirs, refining weapons, or other skills that have a certain threshold, they are all the same, they are acquired bit by bit. Even if you don't succeed in learning in the end, there's nothing to blame. As for the 2 reception salesmen, they are just mortals. Although Julongfang City is said to be a Shushanfang city, not all of them are cultivators, there are also many mortals. Some of them once came here with the immortal cultivators. There are also descendants of immortal cultivators who work and live here. Although it is said that living in a small city is not easy. But as long as you can find a job, even a mortal can survive. You can even save 1 or 2 spirit stones. After all, in the secular world, you earn gold and silver, but in this Julongfang city, you earn spiritual stones. He Lu, come in. I have something to tell you. Lu Miaozh glanced at this woman. Take Lu Changsheng into the store. The store is about 200 square feet. The decoration is very simple, with exquisite counters on both sides and in the center. Various talismans are displayed, as well as talisman paper, spiritual ink, talisman pens, and other talisman-related items. Master, there was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s with a thin face and a young woman in work clothes. When they saw Lu Miaozh and Lu Changsheng, they all bowed their hands. Uncle Zhang, go and call Li Shi and Wang Wu. I have something to tell you. Lu Miaozh nodded and said to the middle-aged man with a thin face. Yes. Zhang Shan heard this and went to the inner room. After a while, 2 women in their 20s, with beautiful faces, wearing work clothes from the Qingzu Lu family Lingfu shop, came to the hall. Although the 2 of them are immortal cultivators, their cultivation levels are not high, and they only have the 2nd or 3rd level of qi refining. This is Lu Changsheng, a middle-level talisman master of my Lu family. I won't have time to take care of the store in the future, so in the future, I will hand over the store to Changsheng. Now he is the 2nd owner of the store. Uncle Zhang, if there are any matters related to the store in the future, you can just report them directly to Changsheng. Li Shi, Wang Wu, if anything happens to you in the future, please report directly to the 2nd boss's house. After seeing that everyone had arrived, Lu Miaozh said to several people. The tone was cold and somewhat resolute. This allowed Lu Changsheng to see a different side of this young lady. When I usually interact with Lu Miaozh, the latter always looks elegant and has a watery temperament. He has never been like this. When the 5 people heard this, they were all a little surprised and looked at Lu Changsheng in astonishment. Unexpectedly, the handsome young man in front of me was actually a middle-grade talisman master. Their future new owner. Zhang Shan, I have met the 2nd boss's family. Li Shi, I met my 2nd boss. Wang Wu, I've met the 2nd boss's family. He Lu, I have met the 2nd boss's family. Sun Qi, I have met the 2nd boss's family. The 5 people didn't think much and immediately bowed their hands. The surprise and astonishment in his eyes turned into envy, adoration, admiration, and admiration. A mid-level talisman master can live a good life no matter where he is. Especially when they heard Lu Changsheng's name, his surname was Lu. Subconsciously I thought he was a descendant of the Qingzu Lu family. Coming here to take over the store is just a matter of experience in life. He is handsome, talented, and has a good family background, which makes him even more enviable. Especially Li Shi, Wang Wu and the two receptionists looked at Lu Chengsheng with different eyes. I'll trouble you all from now on. Lu Chengsheng smiled at everyone and slightly cupped his hands. Before coming, Lu Miaozhi also told him something about the store. The shopkeeper Zhang Shan can basically handle the situation in the store, so he doesn't have to worry about it at all. In addition to instructing Li Shi and Wang Wu to make talismans, he mainly wanted to keep an eye on cargo issues. The talisman shop needs to restock every month. Naturally, it is impossible for the Lu family to provide all these goods themselves. Most of the top-grade and even top-grade talismans were drawn by the four elders. Most of the basic talismans and low-grade and mid-grade talismans were purchased from some casual talisman masters. Although these casual cultivators have cooperated with the Lu family for many years, they still need him as a talisman master to keep an eye on and control their quality, in order to avoid the situation of shoddy and poor quality. After all, the items sold in this kind of shop are generally more expensive than those sold at casual repair stalls. The reason why it is expensive is because of the quality assurance. The same is true for things like talisman paper, spiritual ink, and talisman pens. Furthermore, sometimes a certain talisman is out of stock in the store, and a customer happens to be in a hurry to get it. If he, the talisman master, can draw it, he will try his best to draw it. After introducing Lu Chengsheng to the staff, Lu Miaozhi didn't say anything more and let everyone disperse. From the storage bag, he took out a stack of talismans and handed them to Zhang Shan. They are all first-level mid-grade and top-grade talismans. When she goes back every month, in addition to giving instructions on how to make talismans, the fourth elder will also bring over a batch of talismans from the fourth elder. Lu Miaozhi told Lu Chengsheng that in addition to some middle-grade and high-grade talismans, the fourth elder would also draw 3 first-grade top-grade talismans every month. This is also the treasure of Lingfu shop and the foundation of its foundation. However, she would not give these 3 top-quality talismans to Zhang Shan, but would keep them on herself. If someone wants it, the transaction will be done in person. Later, she took Lu Chengsheng to visit the store and introduced the store's conditions. This store is on the 3rd floor. In addition to the sales hall on the 1st floor, there is also a reception room and a small yard at the back. The 2nd floor is where Li Shi and Wang Wu work, rest and sleep. The 3rd floor is where the owner, Lu Miaozhi, rests and sleeps. It has a living room, bedroom, lounge, talisman room and storage room. There are restrictions on the 3rd floor, and you must hold a token to enter. Later, Lu Miaozhi told Lu Chengsheng that she rarely lived here. If Lu Chengsheng finds it troublesome and doesn't want to live in the Lu family compound in the East District, he can always live here. Lu Chengsheng didn't care. He said that he would go and live in the Lu family courtyard first. He has already come to Julongfang City, so he has to go there anyway. Before he came, the 4th elder told him that Julongfang City was not just a magic talisman shop, but also other businesses of the Lu family. The 2nd elder of the Lu family manages the business in Lujiafang City and is usually stationed in Julongfang City. If he has anything to do, he can go directly to the 2nd elder. So when others come, they naturally have to go and pay a visit. This is family, with many human connections and sophistication. Otherwise, it will appear too withdrawn and unsociable. Sister Miaozhi, it's getting late. Can I treat you to a meal? I will keep bothering you in the next time, otherwise I will feel sorry for myself. After Lu Miaozhi took Lu Chengsheng around the store and handed over everything, Lu Chengsheng spoke to Lu Miaozhi. Okay, just eat some next it. Lu Miaozhi didn't refuse and nodded. I haven't eaten anything in the past 2 days. I feel like there is no taste in my mouth. I am just waiting for a good meal today. How can I just eat something casually? Sister Miaozhi, is there anything delicious around here? Lu Chengsheng said directly. Then let's go to Yushan Pavilion next door. I've eaten there several times and it tastes good. Lu Miaozhi pondered slightly. Then let's go. Lu Chengsheng nodded. Immediately, the two of them went downstairs. At this time, a customer was looking at the talisman pens in the store, and a clerk was introducing them to him. Although the clerks are ordinary people, they have been trained and know these things well. Lu Chengsheng and Lu Miaozhi didn't look much, nodded slightly with shopkeeper Zhang Shan, and left the store. Not far away, we came to the Yushan Pavilion that Lu Miaozhi mentioned. The facade of Yushan Pavilion looks ordinary, and the decoration is relatively simple and elegant, not as good as the Lu family's Lingfu shop. But the business inside is also very good. It's not even meal time yet, and most of the people are already seated. After the two found a seat and sat down, Lu Miaozhi ordered 2 dishes and 2 portions of rice from the waiter. Seeing this, Lu Chengsheng couldn't help but smile and said, "Sister Miaozhi, there is no need to save for me. I have saved some spiritual stones over the years. His conditions have improved in the past 6 months. So there are still a lot of spiritual stones left." Before going out, he counted 306 coins in total. 30 spirit stones were kept at home as household expenses, and the rest were carried with him. So if you invite Lu Miaozhi to dinner, you won't have to worry about it. 2 dishes are enough for us. Any more would be a waste. Lu Miaozhi said with a smile. In the past 6 months, we have been learning how to make talismans together at the 4th elder's office, and the two have become quite familiar with each other. This smile was no longer as distant as before, it was just a polite smile, looking much more natural. Okay. When Lu Chengsheng heard this, he didn't say much. Not long after, the waiter brought a water lily the size of a basin and placed it on the table. The water lily buds opened automatically, revealing 2 dishes and 2 bowls of crystal clear rice inside, steaming hot and overflowing with fragrance. This, carp soup, is the signature here. It uses red blood carp from the Baihushan Yujia. I order it every time I come here. You can try it. Lu Miaozhi pointed to a fish soup that was full of color, flavor and flavor. The red-blooded carp of the Yu family in Bihu Mountain. Is this restaurant opened by the Yu family in Bihu Mountain? Lu Chengsheng asked in surprise when he heard this. The Yu family of Baihushan is also a large immortal cultivating family under the Qingyan sect. There are 3 great foundation building monks in the clan, who are 1 level stronger than the Lu family in Qingzu Mountain. And this red-blooded carp is a specialty of Bihu Mountain. It is somewhat similar to Qingzu Mountain's jasper bamboo wine and jade spirit rice. The owner of this restaurant is married to a daughter of the Yu family in Bihu Mountain, so he can steadily purchase a batch of red blood carp from the Yu family every month. Lu Miaozhi said softly. I see. Lu Chengsheng nodded and took a mouthful of carp soup without asking any questions. Suddenly he felt a rich but not greasy delicious taste, which spread from his mouth to his stomach, then to his belly, and then to his brain, leaving him with a long aftertaste. Tasty. Lu Chengsheng couldn't help but admire. He thought that he was used to tasting delicacies from the mountains and seas in the Lu family, but this carp soup was really fresh. The chef here is also a spiritual chef, right? Lu Chengsheng asked. Although this red blood carp is a kind of spiritual fish, if you are not a spiritual chef, you will not be able to make this kind of taste. Yes, the chef here is the owner of this store and is a spiritual chef. The prices here are also more favorable than elsewhere, so business has been very good. Lu Miaozhi said softly. He pointed to another dish and said, "This is mole meat. It tastes very good. It is also one of the signature dishes here." Lu Chengsheng picked up a piece of meat and tasted it. The skin was crispy and the meat was tender. The juice was overflowing and it was smooth and refreshing. He couldn't help but pick up another piece. Nodding and praising, "It's delicious." At this time, he saw that Lu Miaozhi did not move his chopsticks and just watched himself enjoying the food. She couldn't help but said, "Sister Miaozhi, why don't you eat? Let's eat together." Good. Lu Miaozhi nodded lightly, then picked up the chopsticks and picked up the meat. She eats very gracefully, but she eats very quickly. Lu Chengsheng had only taken 2 or 3 bites, and she had already eaten 7 or 8 bites. When Lu Chengsheng had only eaten half of his bowl of rice, Lu Miaozhi had already finished it. Forehead. Lu Chengsheng was a little surprised when he saw this scene. I can't believe that Lu Miaozhi, a woman as elegant as a fairy, behaves like this when eating. I usually eat relatively quickly. Lu Miaozhi also felt that he was a little rude and a little embarrassed, and a blush appeared on his beautiful face. It's okay, I was eating too slowly. Lu Chengsheng smiled and felt that the eldest lady in front of him suddenly became much cuter and closer to her. Sure enough, there are not so many in the world. You can only look at them from a distance and do not blaspheme the fairies and goddesses. It's just that the gap between the two is too big, making the other person seem unattainable, and that's why they have such a feeling and illusion. If you really want to get close to each other, it will be like that. He immediately waved to the waiter and asked the waiter to add 2 more dishes and rice. No, I'm full. Seeing this, Lu Miage spoke out, took out a handkerchief and gently wiped his mouth. Okay. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he didn't force himself, and then finished the remaining food and went to pay. 2 dishes and 2 servings of spiritual rice, a total of 4 spiritual stones. No wonder Lu Miao only ordered 2 dishes, because the price was indeed a bit expensive. For example, when he first came to the Lu family, he only had 2 spiritual stones in a month. Now I have eaten 4 spiritual stones in 1 meal. But Lu Changsheng didn't feel too distressed. I think the price is pretty good. The carp soup and mole meat are both spiritual food, and the rice is also spiritual rice. After eating, it can nourish the body. He can still feel the spiritual energy flowing slowly in his meridians in his lower abdomen. Moreover, the process of tasting delicious food satisfies both body and mind and is very enjoyable. It was just that he had just seen Lu Miao being so cute while eating, and thought that if everything was fine in the future, he could treat Lu Miage to dinner more often to make the relationship closer. But now that I think about it, I might as well forget it. With his current financial resources, he is not allowed to do so. Once all the talismans on the body are gone, it will be almost enough to replace them with spiritual stones. Sister Miao Zhe, is there a place in Julongfang City where casual cultivators can set up stalls and trade? Lu Changsheng asked Lu Miao. When he came here, he also wanted to sell talismans and buy heavenly materials and earthly treasures for practicing the 100 refining treasure body art. So I thought I would go to the place where casual cultivators set up their stalls first. At the junction of the West District and the South District, there are several streets specially opened for people to set up stalls and trade freely. Although things there are cheaper than in stores, there are a lot of scams, so there's no chance of missing something. If you want to buy something, try to buy it from a regular store. Hearing this, Lu Miao guessed Lu Changsheng's intention and reminded him aloud. I'm just curious about this kind of stall and want to see it and gain some knowledge. Lu Changsheng smiled and said. He didn't have the idea of picking up leaks or taking advantage of others. After all, these casual cultivators are all crawling around at the bottom, and they are all very shrewd. How can you pick something out from their hands without any means? As they spoke, the two walked back to the talisman shop. Sister Lu. At this time, a milky sound sounded. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miao went out after hearing the news. I saw in front of me, a young woman with dignified appearance, graceful figure and plump figure, holding a 3 or 4-year-old girl in her arms, walking towards here carrying a food box. It was the little girl in the young woman's arms who waved and shouted to Lu Miao. My boss. This young woman was wearing a simple and elegant goose yellow dress, with her black hair tied into a woman's bun, and an ebony hairpin inserted at an angle. She looked dignified and elegant. Seeing Lu Miao, he also walked quickly, bent slightly and shouted softly. Her face cannot be said to be beautiful, it can only be said to be pretty, with curved eyebrows, peach lips and almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, and the charm of a mature and charming young woman. But her skin is very white. Whether it is her fair face or the skin on her neck and neck, they are all white, delicate, and pink. This creamy white skin and plump, round and proud figure make the young woman look like a ripe peach, giving people a plump and juicy feeling. And by, Nanan, come and deliver food to Uncle Zhang. Lu Miao obviously knew the two of them and nodded with a slight smile. A message was sent to Lu Changsheng. This is Zhongshan's wife and daughter. They come here every day to deliver meals to Zhongshan. Zhongshan, who was in the talisman shop, also saw his wife and daughter coming. He immediately stood up and walked out of the door quickly. First, he slightly bowed his hands to Lu Miao and Lu Changsheng on the side, and then explained, Second boss, this is Zhuaojing, come to deliver food to me. Fine. Lu Changsheng smiled. I know that the latter explained this because he was worried that his new owner would have objections. He naturally doesn't care about this kind of thing and won't say anything. I just didn't expect that Zhongshan looked 50 years old. My wife is not only an immortal cultivator, but she is also so young, and my child is only 3 or 4 years old. But think about it, this kind of thing is quite normal. Most immortal cultivators choose to get married and have children when they are older. Moreover, this woman looks mature and charming, only 26 years old, but the reality is not necessarily true. After all, most female monks buy beauty pills and beauty pills. Like Lu Miaozhi, he had obviously taken Zuyan Dan. She looked similar to Lu Chengsheng when he first met her 5 years ago, and she still looked 20 years old. This made Lu Chengsheng think about it and buy a beauty pill for his wives and concubines. By practicing the immortal posture technique, he can not only enhance his charm, but also keep his youthful appearance forever. But his wives and concubines can't, and except for Lu Miaoyun and Ku Junjun who can practice, the others are mortals and will gradually grow old. However, when he thought about the price of the Zuyan pill and the fact that he had to give away more than 10 gifts at once, Lu Chengsheng could only give up the idea for the time being. Lu Miaozhi didn't chat with Zhongshan and said anything. He just nodded slightly and led Lu Chengsheng to the 3rd floor with a cold face. She usually spends her time on the 3rd floor, either practicing and resting or drawing talismans, and rarely on the 1st floor. Now there is another Lu Chengsheng on the 3rd floor. However, Lu Miaozhi was quite familiar with Lu Chengsheng, and there was no taboo against being in the same room with him. At this time, Lu Miaozhi also told Lu Chengsheng that although Zhongshan was an old man in the shop, he couldn't be too close to him. If you are too close, it will be difficult to manage in the future. Lu Chengsheng naturally understood this truth and nodded in agreement. Later, Lu Miaozhi talked to Lu Chengsheng about some store matters and management experience. They are all simple and easy to understand experiences, and Lu Chengsheng understands most of them. After all, I have never eaten pork and seen pigs running away. After being baptized by Big Data in his previous life, Lu Chengsheng still knew a lot about the art of controlling people. Of course, if you know it, you will know it, and it will definitely be another thing when the time comes. Sister Miaozhi, I thought you were the kind of fairy who doesn't eat fireworks from the world. I didn't expect you to know so much. It makes me feel like I know you again. After listening to Lu Miaozhi's words, Lu Chengsheng smiled and joked. Today it can be said that he has seen another side of Lu Miaozhi, so chatting will not be as restrictive as before. When Lu Miaozhi heard this, he couldn't help but smile, blooming like a fairy flower, extremely touching. I don't know if you are praising me or hurting me with what you said. But I'll just take it as your compliment. Lu Miaozhi's eyebrows were picturesque and he said with a slight smile, okay, I'm going to make the talisman. You can go to the lounge to rest or practice. On weekdays, there is nothing going on in the shop. If something happens, Zhongshan and the others will come and notify him. Lu Miaozhi said this, then got up and went to the talisman room to meditate on making talismans. Lu Chengsheng nodded and came to the lounge to rest. After all, I was on the road for the past 2 days and didn't get much rest. Although it is not too sleepy or tired, it is still necessary to recover from mental fatigue through sleep. After a short while, Lu Chengsheng saw that Lu Miaozhi was still in the Fu room. He was a little bored, so he found something to do and went to the 2nd floor. Take a look at the talisman making skills of Li Shi and Wang Wu, and prepare to give some guidance on their talisman making skills. He possesses the 2nd level talisman making skills provided by the system, and his basic knowledge of talismans is extremely solid. It's not like that at all, it can be compared to those who learn and figure it out on their own. Not to mention mentoring 2 talisman making apprentices. Even his own grandmother, the 4th elder of the Lu family, and the 1st level top talisman master, he can give some advice. Second owner. In the work hall on the 2nd floor, Li Shi and Wang Wu were making talisman paper. When they saw Lu Chengsheng coming, their eyes immediately lit up, they stopped their work, and Ying Ying shouted. His voice was involuntarily a little softer than usual. I'm here to see how your talisman making skills are and give you some guidance on how to make talismans. Lu Chengsheng said aloud. The 2 women in front of me are pretty good looking, not to mention how beautiful they are, but they are still beautiful. After all, he is also the descendant of immortal cultivators, so his genes are generally not bad. But he didn't have any thoughts about the 2 women in front of him. Although he wants to find a woman with spiritual roots to have a baby. But he wouldn't let someone give him a baby when he sees a woman. What's more, you just came to the shop, and you didn't do anything, but you attacked the apprentice yourself. What does it look like? It not only affects Lu Miaozh, but also the fourth elder's perception of him. His reputation in the Lu family, which had just gotten better, was about to get bad again. It's not necessary, it's not worth the loss. Thank you, second boss. Second master, please take a seat. The two women looked at Lu Changsheng and said quietly, setting up the chairs and making tea. What talismans have you learned now? Lu Changsheng waved his hand and asked. Immediately, the two women revealed the talismans they knew. They have been coming to the Lingfu shop for 5 or 6 years, and they all know 10 or 20 kinds of basic talismans. This is also because, as an apprentice, in order to create benefits for the store, you have to learn many different talismans. Although basic talismans don't make much money, as a talisman shop, you must have enough types of talismans. Okay, show me the talisman you have recently practiced. Lu Changsheng nodded. Immediately, both women took out their talisman pens, talisman paper, and spiritual ink and began to make talismans. PFF. At this time, Li Shi was halfway through drawing, but failed, and smoke came out of the talisman paper. Suddenly he was a little embarrassed and stuttered and said to Lu Changsheng, "Second boss, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous." She was usually very cheerful, but in front of Lu Changsheng, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Why are you nervous? I'm not a savage beast, and I can't eat people. Just continue to fail. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but smile and waved his hands. Hearing Lu Changsheng's comfort and smile, a blush suddenly appeared on Li Shi's pretty face. It was hard to breathe, and my heartbeat was racing. There are many handsome men in the world. But how many men are there who are handsome, have a good family, and are middle-grade talisman masters? At least Li Shi was basically out of reach, so Lu Changsheng's smile made Li Shifang's heart flutter and she seemed even more nervous. You're blushing like a bubble teapot. Lu Changsheng was speechless for a moment when he saw the other party's blushing face and the hopeful look on his face. I haven't done anything yet and you're like this. Unknowingly, my charm has become so great. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I also suddenly realized that I was no longer the person I used to be. Not only is he handsome, but he is also young and rich, and he is promising at a young age. Humph, vulgar woman. Lu Changsheng suppressed his smile, looked indifferent, and said in a calm tone, continue. At this moment, he vaguely understood why Lu Miaozh didn't like to smile and looked indifferent all day long. This is the trouble with looking good. Yes, second boss. Hearing this, Li Shi nodded quickly, immediately meditated, not daring to look at Lu Changsheng, and started drawing the talisman again. Lu Changsheng could see that the two women were quite solid in basic talismans. It's almost time to try to learn how to draw lower-grade talismans. However, he has no intention of teaching the two women how to draw low-grade talismans for the time being. Once the two women start learning to draw low-grade talismans, most of their time and energy will be spent on low-grade talismans. The current work will be delayed. It is better to let the two women continue to lay the foundation, and then try the next level talisman after they are completely solid. Immediately, Lu Changsheng gave instructions to the two women on how to make the talisman with a calm expression. The two apprentices felt that the second master's explanation was more thorough than that of the first master, making it easy for people to understand and benefiting a lot. Okay, you guys should practice more often. After a while, if you behave well, I will teach you low-level talismans. After Lu Changsheng drew a cake, he left the second floor. He could clearly feel that even if he showed indifference, he could not persuade the two women to retreat at all. He estimated that as long as he waved, the two apprentices would come forward. But he still had no idea. As the saying goes, it's not necessary and the gain outweighs the loss. Speaking of which, is this good luck? Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of it. Thank you, second boss. Thank you, second boss. When the two women heard this, they were both extremely happy, and their eyes seemed to be dripping when they looked at Lu Changsheng. He is handsome, has a good family, and is a middle-grade talisman master. He is simply the man of his dreams. It would be great if I could marry the second boss. After seeing Lu Changsheng's back disappear, Li Shi whispered. Little girl is a nymphomaniac, are you in love with her? Wang Wu on the side joked. Dong is so handsome, speaks softly, and is a middle-grade talisman master. Don't you like it? Li Shi joked to Wang Wu and said confidently. I like it, but it doesn't matter if I like it. We are not worthy of this second master. Even if we marry him as a concubine, I will be satisfied. Wang Wu also said confidently. Li Shi was also a little discouraged when she heard this. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are more men than women, so young female cultivators are very popular. Like the two of them, they naturally have suitors on weekdays, and many people come to propose marriage. However, they are somewhat talented in making talismans and are expected to become first-class talisman masters in the future. As long as you become a talisman master, even if you are just a first-class talisman master, you will be able to marry into a good family when the time comes. But at this time, in front of Lu Changsheng, he couldn't help but feel inferior when he thought about talking about marriage. After Lu Changsheng came down from the second floor, he went to the first floor and looked at the items for sale in the store. See if there is anything you want. When he came out this time, he also wanted to buy a magic weapon, a talisman pen, some top-quality talisman paper, and top-quality spiritual ink. When he was at the third level of qi refining, Lu Changsheng tried to draw a high-grade talisman. However, due to limitations of cultivation and talisman-making tools, the success rate of talisman creation is very low. I only drew about 10 pictures and put them on my body to deal with accidents. After breaking through the fourth level of qi refining not long ago, he tried drawing a high-grade talisman again, but it was still a bit difficult. Only a few relatively simple high-grade talismans can be drawn. And the success rate is only about 40 to 50%. For other talisman masters, this talisman success rate is already quite good. But in Lu Changsheng's opinion, it was still a little bit worse. So I thought about buying a better magic weapon and talisman pen, and then some top-quality talisman paper and spiritual ink. In this way, not only can the success rate of talismans be improved, but he can also draw some relatively difficult high-grade talismans with confidence. Whether or not the talisman will be sold is one thing. At least put more high-grade talismans on your body, which will give you a sense of security. Otherwise, what should we do if we encounter an accident while traveling between Julongfang City and Qingzhushan? Lu Changsheng looked at the items sold in the store. Most of the talismans for sale are of the following grades. Then there are basic talismans, middle-grade talismans, and a small number of high-grade talismans. In addition to talismans, the store not only has talisman pens, talisman paper, and spiritual ink, but also some related raw materials and books related to talismans. Then, he looked at the prices of the magic weapon pens, top-grade talisman paper and top-grade spiritual ink in the counter of talisman making tools. A low-grade magic weapon, a talisman pen, and 70 spirit stones. A medium-grade magic weapon, a talisman pen, and 200 spirit stones. A top-grade magic weapon, a talisman pen, and 600 spirit stones. The best talisman paper has different qualities, divided into high quality and high quality. Excellent product, a stack of 50 spiritual stones, 10 pieces. Good quality, a stack of 30 spiritual stones, 10 pieces. The best spiritual ink also has different qualities, divided into fine quality and good quality. Excellent product, a box of 50 spiritual stones. Good quality, a box of 30 spirit stones. It's so expensive. Lu Changsheng looked at the price tag and couldn't help but clicked his tongue slightly. He felt before that he was quite rich. But looking at the prices above, I suddenly realized that I was very poor, very poor. After buying a medium-grade magic weapon and a talisman pen, I don't have much left of the spiritual stones on my body. For me right now, a mid-grade magic weapon and a talisman pen is enough. And the magical talisman pen is not like ordinary talisman pens. It is very durable and can be used thousands of times. You don't have to worry too much about damage. Lu Changsheng touched his chin and planned to buy a medium-grade magic weapon and talisman pen. After all, if you buy this thing, you can use it for a long time. As for the price of the talisman paper and spiritual ink, he thought it was okay and not too expensive. After all, a high-grade talisman can be sold for 30 to 50 spirit stones. And the best talismans can be sold for more than 200 spiritual stones. But being able to sell it at this price is also because of the difficulty. For example, the fourth elder, as a first-level top talisman master, only sells 3 top-quality talismans every month because the failure rate is too high. After deducting the cost of time and materials, there is a limit to what can be earned. Not everyone is like Lu Changsheng, who has a talisman and makes talismans just like eating and drinking. Don't worry, my spirit stones are mainly used to buy the materials for the 100 refining treasure body technique. Let's go to Southwest Street tomorrow to have a look. Let's see if there are any suitable materials for the 100 refining treasure body technique, and also see if we can sell some talismans for money. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Immediately, I asked the shopkeeper Zhang Shan, what is the cost price of these magic tools, talisman pens, top quality talisman paper, and spiritual ink? Zhang Shan did not hide this and told the truth. The purchase price of the low-grade magic weapon talisman pen is 43 spiritual stones. The purchase price of a mid-grade magic weapon and talisman pen is 139 spirit stones, and the purchase price of a high-grade magic weapon and talisman pen is 500 spirit stones. Since the Lu family has no weapon refiners, this is purchased from other places to sell. As for the talisman paper and spiritual ink, the high-quality products are made by the Lu family. Some of the good ones are made in-house, or they can be made by providing materials and looking for someone to make them. Zhang Shan is not sure about the cost. After hearing what he said, Lu Changsheng nodded. He planned to buy a magic weapon and talisman pen at that time, and he could just buy one at the cost price in the store. Later, he asked some questions about the store's daily revenue and sales, which talismans sold well as the price and quantity of talismans purchased from other places, etc. Because Lu Changsheng had an idea in his mind. If I am solely responsible for managing the store in the future, can I get rid of all the talismans on my body through this store? Regarding these questions, Zhang Shan answered truthfully, which gave Lu Changsheng a certain understanding of this magic talisman shop. I know that the business of this spiritual talisman shop is considered to be good in Julongfang City, with a monthly revenue of several thousand spiritual stones. It seems that the business of the Lu family's magic talisman shop is better than I thought. After Lu Changsheng heard this information, he couldn't help but secretly thought. After chatting with Zhang Shan for a while, Lu Changsheng did not ask any more questions. Returning to the lounge on the 3rd floor, seeing Lu Miaozh still in the Fu room, he began to meditate. It was almost dusk when Lu Miaozh came out of the Fu room. Tell Lu Changsheng that he can usually go back at this time. Although there is no curfew in Kowloon Fong City, people will be much deserted at night. After all, immortal cultivators also need to practice and rest. Li Shi and Wang Wu also live in the shop and can help watch. Later, Lu Miaozh took Lu Changsheng to the Lu family compound in the East District. It's also a long way from here to the Lu family courtyard in the East District. The two of them walked relatively quickly, and they walked for almost half an hour. The compound of the Lu family covers an area of almost 2,000 square meters. Compared to the residents in Qingzhou Valley, it is naturally very small. But in Julongfang City, where every inch of land is precious, this yard is already considered big. Lu Changsheng curiously asked Lu Miaozh how many spiritual stones would be needed for such a compound. Lu Miaozh didn't know the specific price either. Let's just say that the rent for a compound like this basically starts from 3 to 5 years. As for the price, it ranges from dozens to hundreds of spirit stones a year. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but click his tongue. A year's rent costs dozens or hundreds of spiritual stones, so if you buy it, wouldn't it cost several thousand more spiritual stones? Sure enough, buying a house is not easy no matter where you are. Arriving at the compound, Lu Miaozh asked the housekeeper if the second elder was at home. Now that I brought Lu Changsheng here, I naturally wanted to meet the second elder of the Lu family. The housekeeper said that the second elder was resting in the backyard and brought the two of them to visit the second elder. After a while, Lu Changsheng saw the second elder of the Lu family. Although he had white hair, his complexion was very rosy and as shiny as a baby's. The tall body is wearing a blue robe, and holds a jade bamboo staff in his hand, giving people a sense of oppression without anger or authority. This second elder is in charge of the Lu family's business and has been away from home for a long time. This is the first time Lu Changsheng has seen him. Second elder, second grandpa. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaozh both raised their hands towards the second elder. The second elder nodded, stood up, looked at Lu Changsheng, showed a slight smile and said, "You must be Changsheng. At such an age, you are already a middle-grade talisman master, which is very good. From now on, if you have anything to do in Julongfang City, you can come to me directly." The second elder patted Lu Changsheng's shoulder with his generous palm and said so. "Yes, second elder," Lu Changsheng responded respectfully. Then the second elder asked the housekeeper to arrange a room for Lu Changsheng. At the same time, he said that a banquet would be held in the evening to cleanse him from the wind and dust, so that he could get to know other Lu family children and have more contact and communication. Lu Changsheng naturally responded respectfully to these words. Knowing that he is now integrated into the Lu family, it is difficult to avoid these interpersonal interactions and the sophistication of people. Immediately, the housekeeper arranged a side courtyard for him. The yard is not big, only more than 100 square meters, which is smaller than his yard at Qingzhou Villa. With simple formation effects of sound insulation and spirit gathering, the aura is worse than that of Qingzhou Valley, but much better than that of Qingzhou Villa. At night, a servant came to inform Lu Changsheng to attend the dinner. Lu Changsheng nodded and came to the lobby. Lu Changsheng had just arrived at the lobby and saw that in addition to the second elder, Lu Miaozh, there were 2 Lu family stewards who were of the same generation as Lu Yuanding and 5 Lu family children. However, his eyes immediately fell on a beautiful woman standing with Lu Miaozh. The woman was wearing a long white crane embroidered dress. The tight-fitting dress perfectly outlined her forward and backward curves, and her graceful figure was clearly visible through the dress. But seeing her skirt cut open, you can see that she is wearing a pair of white silk stockings as thin as cicada wings on her straight and slender legs, which makes the originally white, smooth and round breasts look a little more noble and holy. Lure. The small feet wrapped in white stockings are wearing a pair of light silver high heels with flowing moire patterns, making the graceful figure even taller and more graceful. This woman is none other than the second young lady, Lu Miaohuan, who had a blind date with Lu Changsheng once. Lu Changsheng didn't expect that this second lady was actually in Julongfang City. And the second lady actually changed from black silk stockings to white silk stockings. I have to say that the second lady has a really good figure. Especially the legs, the proportions are perfect, 1 point more is fatter, 1 point less is thinner, straight and round. Whether it's black silk or white silk, she gives people a stunning and alluring look. Snort. Lu Miaohuan also saw Lu Changsheng. Seeing the latter's eyes falling on her, she snorted coldly and turned her head to look away. Lu Changsheng just smiled and pretended not to see it. I know that this second lady still holds a grudge. This is also normal. It had only been half a year since their blind date. He rejected the second young lady and married Lu Miaoyun. With the proud temperament of this second young lady, how could he forget and not hold grudges? If the second elder hadn't hosted a banquet to welcome the wind, the second young lady would probably never even see her, so she wouldn't have a good face. However, seeing Lu Miaozh and Lu Miaohuan, sisters with similar looks and figures standing side by side, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think about what would happen if the eldest lady dressed like this. Or maybe the 2 sisters are white and black. Lu Changsheng didn't dare to think too much and immediately suppressed his thoughts. This stuff is too exciting to think about too much. If the head of the family, Lu Yuanding, knew that he wanted to beat his 2 daughters, he would probably kill him with a sword. Second elder. He bowed his hands towards the second elder. Changsheng, let me introduce it to you. The second elder naturally saw Lu Miaohuan's little behavior, but didn't say anything. I know about the little grudge between Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaohuan. This was exactly what happened at the beginning. Lu Yuanding saw that his daughter was irritable at home, so he asked her to come to Julongfang City to find something to do and relax. Immediately, under the introduction of the second elder, Lu Changsheng got acquainted with the 2 Lu family stewards, as well as 4 other Lu family children. These people are able to work in Julongfang City, and their status is not low in the Lu family, and they belong to the future high-level people. Except for Lu Miaohuan, who didn't look good on Lu Changsheng because of his grudge, the others all seemed very enthusiastic. After all, there is no such thing as love and hate without reason. Lu Changsheng has an easygoing personality and never offends others. He is also a middle-level talisman master, so they are naturally willing to be friends. Especially these people, they all know about Lu Chengsheng's talent for making talismans. The family has been trying to let Lu Chengsheng completely integrate into the Lu family. Naturally, they will want to befriend Lu Chengsheng even more and will not do anything like a sinner. In this way, Lu Chengsheng became acquainted with several people. After drinking and eating, everyone left. A young man named Lu Miaocheng put his arm on Lu Chengsheng's shoulder and said familiarly, "Chengsheng, this is your first time going out. As the host, Brother Cheng, I will take you to read books and drink tea tomorrow." Quote. Reading a book and drinking tea. Lu Chengsheng was stunned. Yes, this tea house is very good. There are many famous teas and various types of books. Especially yesterday, a batch of new teas and new books just arrived. You will definitely not be disappointed. Lu Miaocheng said meaningfully. Brother Cheng, are you reading and drinking tea serious? Lu Chengsheng faintly sensed something was wrong and asked in a strange tone. Lu Miaocheng glanced at the side and lowered his voice. Don't worry, I can take you to a serious place. Let's go together tomorrow and I'll take you to gain some knowledge. Lu Chengsheng was slightly silent. Sure enough, I didn't guess that this was not serious reading or tea tasting. I am your brother-in-law after all. How can any uncle take his brother-in-law to gain knowledge in this field? Moreover, you told me this when I first came to Julongfang City. Isn't it not good to take me to a place like this? Or am I just such a person in your heart? Lu Chengsheng couldn't help but thought to himself, and then said, Brother Cheng, I'm not that kind of person, and I don't want to go to this kind of place. I haven't seen much of the world since I came out, so how can I increase my experience? This is also a kind of experience. There is a saying that beauties are like tea, which must be tasted slowly, and beauties are like books, which must be read carefully. Reading books and tasting tea is to see the various situations in the world and to taste the various flavors of life. It is the best way to increase the experience of life. Don't worry, I will never tell Sister Miaoyun about this. Lu Miaocheng said this. Lu Chengsheng, I went to visit a brothel and it was said to be so fresh and refined. Lu Chengsheng did not expect that the Lu family actually had such talents. However, he actually felt that what the other party said was correct and reasonable. This was also a way to see the world and increase his experience. When you go out alone, you have to see the market, right? Next time, Lu Chengsheng pondered for a moment and said. Although he wanted to experience the rise and fall, he felt a little guilty for doing such a thing when he first came to Julongfang City. And since business is important, he plans to go shopping at the street selling stalls tomorrow. Okay, if you want to go there someday, you can ask me, Brother Cheng. I'm familiar with this area of Julongfang City. Seeing Lu Chengsheng like this, Lu Miaocheng patted Lu Chengsheng on the shoulder and said, feeling a little bored. He had heard about Lu Chengsheng's reputation and thought that he could find a close friend and someone with the same path. Unexpectedly, the latter actually refused. Okay, thank you, Brother Cheng. Lu Chengsheng nodded and returned to his room. After meditating for 2 hours, he lay down to sleep. But lying in bed, I couldn't sleep no matter what, and I always felt like something was missing. Oh, I'm not used to being alone all of a sudden. Lu Chengsheng sighed slightly. He was used to sleeping with his wife and concubines in his arms every night, but suddenly sleeping alone made him a little uncomfortable and felt uneasy. Immediately he stood up, took out the talisman-making tools from his storage bag, and began to draw talismans. After drawing 3 middle-grade talismans, I felt a little more tired. I took out the white jade Baihua wine and took a sip, then lay on the bed and gradually fell asleep. The next day, Lu Chengsheng got up. After a simple meal in the morning, he went to find Lu Miaosh to accompany him to the Lingfu shop. In the process, I saw Lu Miaohuan again. But the latter didn't have a good look on him at all. She was originally chatting with her sister Lu Miaosh, but when she saw him coming, she immediately snorted coldly, with a look of disgust on her face. Wanwan has this kind of temperament. In fact, she doesn't have any ill intentions. Don't worry about it. Lu Miaosh said aloud with a hint of apology on his face. Lu Miaohuan came to her last night to ask why Lu Chengsheng came to Julongfang City. She did not hide it and told her sister Lu Miaohuan that the 4th elder wanted to hand over the store to Lu Chengsheng. After hearing this, Lu Miaohuan, although there were all kinds of sarcastic remarks about Lu Chengsheng in his words, she felt that he would also be able to take care of the shop, so he must be able to do so. But she knew her sister's character clearly. The more this happens, the more her sister cares about Lu Chengsheng. If Lu Miaohuan didn't care about Lu Chengsheng, he wouldn't act like this at all. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh slightly. If Lu Chengsheng was just an ordinary immortal cultivator, his sister might gradually forget about this kind of thing after a while and not take it to heart. But the problem is that Lu Chengsheng is not an ordinary immortal cultivator. Not only is he handsome, but he is also extremely talented in the talisman path and is unparalleled. As time goes by, he will become a first-level high-grade talisman master, a first-level top talisman master, and even a second-level talisman master. Now, Lu Chengsheng came to Julongfang City again to meet his sister. In this case, his sister will always be thinking about this matter. Remembering Lu Chengsheng, a subtle and dangerous emotion will gradually form. But faced with this kind of thing, she didn't know how to persuade her younger sister. Because Lu Miaohuan doesn't like to listen to her preaching, and may even have a rebellious mentality. It's okay, the second lady has a straightforward personality, why should I care? Besides, it's really my fault. Lu Chengsheng shook his head slightly and said. He didn't care much about Lu Miaohuan's attitude. After all, when we first went on a blind date, I did coax the other person into saying a lot of nice things. In the end, they agreed, but I refused, and anyone else would be unhappy. What's more, Lu Miaohuan's arrogant temperament. Moreover, Lu Chengsheng felt that he also had a tendency to be a bit of a loser. They are relatively tolerant of good-looking women. The two chatted while walking. When they arrived at the entrance of the Lingfu shop, Lu Chengsheng told Lu Miaohuan that if there was nothing else to do today, he would go out for a walk. After hearing this, Lu Miaohuan was silent for a moment and then said, "You should stay with Miaocheng less often, and don't follow him to some inappropriate places." When Lu Chengsheng heard this, he was stunned for a moment, a little confused, and then he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How bad is this brother Cheng's reputation? Yesterday, Lu Miaocheng patted his shoulders and said a few words to himself. As a result, he said that he wanted to go out for a walk today, so Lu Miaohuan thought that he and Lu Miaocheng were going to read a book and have tea. This left Lu Chengsheng at a loss as to what to say. I even had the illusion that I was going to go to the hook to listen and was caught by my wife. Sister Miao Zhe, Brother Cheng asked me to read a book and drink tea yesterday, but I refused directly. I just want to take a stroll and go to Southwest Street to see the casual cultivator market. Lu Chengsheng spoke immediately and directly disowned Lu Miaocheng. He really didn't expect that the latter's reputation could be so bad. Okay, I'm in the store, you go ahead. Why don't you let Li Shi or Wang Wu take you around? They are very familiar with Fang City. Lu Miaohuan didn't say much, nodded slightly and said this. No, I'll just take a walk. Lu Chengsheng waved his hand and said no. He still clearly remembered the way Li Shi and Wang Wu looked at him yesterday. So I don't want to have too much contact with them, otherwise the employees will be distracted from their work. Okay, remember to come back before dark. Do you have a messenger charm on you? If you get lost, you can send me a message. There are also many guides in the city who are dedicated to introducing people to the city and guiding the shops. If you want to buy something, you can find a guide. Lu Miaohuan's voice was soft, like an elder's, as she gave instructions to Lu Chengsheng. Lu Chengsheng felt that Lu Miaohuan in front of him suddenly became a bit like a fourth elder. Treat yourself like a child who has never experienced anything in the world. You know, he is the father of 30 children. But he also knew that Lu Miaohuan regarded him as a younger brother or something. Okay, Sister Miaohuan, don't worry. Lu Chengsheng smiled and waved his hand. I felt in my heart that if Lu Miaohuan really regarded him as his younger brother, it would be a little more difficult to let this relationship deteriorate. After parting ways with Lu Miaohuan, Lu Chengsheng wandered around the street twice before walking into an uninhabited alley. He took out the human leather mask strap from the storage bag, put on a gray-brown robe, took out the potion that had been prepared, poured it into the palm of his hand, and wiped it on his neck to make his skin no longer so fair. In an instant, he changed from a handsome and unrestrained appearance to a dark-skinned young man with an ordinary face. His figure is still tall and slender. This is a disguise method he learned from Li Feiyu before. It's not very advanced, but it can be used. Afterwards, Lu Chengsheng took out another talisman from his storage bag and used it on himself. His spiritual aura was restrained. A middle-grade qi condensing talisman. The effect is the same as qi condensation. But it was several times more effective than the qi condensation technique that Lu Chengsheng had just started using. If he is not a cultivator in the late stage of qi refining, if he observes his spiritual power cultivation with the spiritual eye technique, he will not be able to tell his cultivation at all. This is also the reason why Lu Chengsheng does not spend much time and energy on practicing magic. One is a waste of time and energy. On the other hand, in many cases, talismans can be used instead. Well, sometimes being handsome is also a worry. Lu Chengsheng sighed and walked out of the alley. He is handsome and has an outstanding temperament. He is very easy to remember and influential. If he went to sell talismans and was later recognized as the owner of Lu's talisman shop, it would be difficult to explain. Simply change your appearance, hide your aura, and look ordinary. Although this method of disguise is very ordinary, even a little crude, some people can see that it is disguise. But as long as he doesn't see his true face and isn't remembered, that's fine. After walking out of the alley, Lu Chengsheng walked to a street entrance. I saw several teenagers squatting there, looking around, holding a guide sign. Before he could step forward, a young man immediately stepped forward and said enthusiastically, "Senior needs a guide. I grew up in Kowloon City and am very familiar with all areas. No matter what you want to know or buy, I know everything." The young man said enthusiastically. Although Lu Chengsheng disguised himself and hid his aura, he looked like an ordinary person. But they have been living in Kowloon City for a long time and working as guides, so they naturally have a certain level of vision. It was obvious at a glance that Lu Chengsheng wanted to find a guide. Even if there is no intention, it is just a question in vain, and nothing is lost. "How do you charge for this?" Lu Chengsheng nodded and asked. "Senior, I only need 1 or 2 spiritual stones a day." The boy said immediately. A spiritual stone weighs 12 taels. After the spiritual energy inside is consumed, this weight will become lighter. During the mining of the spirit stone mine, some broken spirit stones will also appear. This kind of spiritual stone calculation unit is generally rarely used by immortal cultivators. It is relatively common in this kind of market. "Okay, then you can take me for a walk. Do you have some spirit stones to make change?" When Lu Chengsheng heard this, he took out a spirit stone that he had used before, about 4 or 5 weights. There was a bit of regret in the young man's eyes, but he immediately responded enthusiastically, "Yes, yes." He took the spirit stone, looked at it twice, waited for a moment, and then took out 2 broken spirit stones from his body and gave them to Lu Chengsheng. Then he said, "Senior, I don't know what you want to buy or what you know. Take me to the place where the stalls are set up to have a look." Lu Chengsheng said, "The stalls are set up on Southwest Street. Senior, please go this way. It takes about half an hour to go to Southwest Street from here. Senior, if you have anything you want to buy, you can also tell me. I know many shops and the quality of the items in them is guaranteed." The young man said aloud. They serve as guides, and the real money they make is taking cultivators to shops for consumption. "Is there any store selling Tiansai Dabao in this city?" Lu Chengsheng asked. "Senior, if you want to buy Tiansai Dabao, you can go to Qingyan Chamber of Commerce and Wanbao Pavilion. These two are not only affordable, but also have a lot of stuff, and the quality is guaranteed. Senior, if you want to spend less money, I also know a lot of shops that sell heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the quality is guaranteed. I can take you there, Senior." The boy said immediately. Although he wanted to make money by taking people to the store to spend money, he couldn't just talk nonsense and trick others into spending money. After all, he is only a mortal. If you dare to deceive an immortal cultivator, you will basically die if you are discovered. "If I want to sell some talismans, can I also find a store to sell them?" Lu Chengsheng asked in a calm tone. When he heard Lu Chengsheng talking about selling talismans, the young man immediately realized that the Lu Chengsheng in front of him might be a talisman master. But as a guide, he naturally won't ask too many questions, only answers. He immediately said respectfully, Senior, most of the talisman shops in Julongfang City will buy talismans. Is there any talisman shop with a good reputation in this city? Lu Chengsheng continued. Actually, being able to open a shop in Fang City has a good reputation, but if you want to say that the reputation for talismans is the best, it is Tianfu Pavilion of the Shen family. The quality of their talismans is not only guaranteed, but they also often offer discounts, but they don't buy talismans from outside very much. The second place is the shops of the Shushan family such as Baihushan Yujia, Qingzushan Lujia, Hongyegu Chenjia, and Centipede Ridge Zhengya. Their reputation for quality is guaranteed. If seniors want to buy talisman papers, I recommend the talisman papers from the Lu family in Qingzhou Mountain and the Chen family from Hongye Valley. Their talisman papers are all made of self-produced materials, which is much better than ordinary talisman papers. The young man said eloquently. Lu Chengsheng nodded slightly when he heard, Qingzhou Lu's spirit talisman shop. I know what this young man said is more to the point, and it is similar to what he learned about the store situation from Zhang Shenko yesterday. Well, Baiyulo. At this time, Lu Chengsheng saw an antique painted pavilion and red tower not far away. The 3 words, Baiyulo, written on the signboard of the attic reminded him of when Hong Yi gave away his 2 beloved concubines, saying that he bought them from Baiyulo at a great cost. When the young man saw Lu Chengsheng looking towards the White Jade Tower, he immediately said, Senior, this, White Jade Tower, is a place where marriages are arranged, wives and concubines are introduced, and maids are sold. Senior, if you have the idea of marrying a wife, taking concubines, or buying a maid, you can come to Baiyu Tower. This White Jade building is also a time-honored brand. I heard that it has branches not only in Julong City, but also in many cities and even fairy cities. The young man spoke up and said so. Oh, when Lu Chengsheng heard this, he raised his eyebrows. I couldn't help but secretly wonder, could it be that Hong Yi bought Jor and Shui's Baiyulo, and this Baiyulo is really the same store? Just different buildings. Then the business of Baiyulo is indeed quite extensive. The next time Hong Yi writes, you can ask if it is a Baiyulo. Or any of the wives, concubines, and maids introduced by Baiyulo any fairies with spiritual roots. Lu Chengsheng asked. Naturally, he will not forget about finding the fairy. After all, everything is cloudy, and the only way is to marry a wife, take concubines, and have children. He was quite satisfied with the Jor and Shuir given by Hong Yi before. If you can spend money to buy a concubine who has spiritual roots and is well-behaved and sensible, that would be the best. Of course there are such people, but they are only a minority. Most of them are mortals with outstanding beauty and pleasant temperament, descendants of immortal cultivators. I heard that in this White Jade building, there are not only human women, but also foreign and demon women. However, I don't know the specific situation and price. If you are interested, Senior, you can go in and find out. The young man said aloud. There are not only human races, but also alien races and demon race women. Lu Chengsheng knew that the 2 Jor and Shuir sent by Hong Yi were women from a foreign race. At this time, when he heard that there were demon women, Lu Chengsheng immediately thought of cat girls, fox girls, and snake girls. Lu Chengsheng nodded, without asking any more questions, and kept this, White Jade Tower, in his heart. I plan to come back later to have a look and find out more. After all, women in a place like this are likely to be miserable. If you have the ability, you can help and save one by one. It can be considered as saving a life, which is better than building a 7-level pagoda. In this way, Lu Chengsheng chatted with the boy all the way and learned about various situations in the city. The 2 of them also arrived at Lu Chengsheng's destination, Southwest Street, where casual cultivators set up stalls and trade. Senior, ahead is Southwest Street, where casual cultivators trade freely. If you want to set up a stall, you need to go to the toll booth in front and pay a spiritual stone as a management fee. The young man said to Lu Chengsheng. Lu Chengsheng nodded, thinking that everything in Julongfang City really had to be charged. To set up a stall, you have to pay a spiritual stone as a management fee. He came to the intersection of Southwest Street. Suddenly I saw a street lined with lanterns, with stalls planned one by one on both sides. The crowds of people in the middle were surging, like a secular bustling market, and the sounds of hawking were endless. It was much more lively than the previous streets. Okay, your mission is completed. You don't need to follow me anymore. I'll go shopping by myself. Lu Chengsheng looked at the crowded street in front of him, waved his hand to the young man and said, "Yes, I will take my leave. I wish my seniors good luck, all the best, blessings from heaven, and good fortune." When the young man heard this, he bowed and said a bunch of blessings. When Lu Chengsheng heard these blessings, his heart did not waver. Without any thought of tipping, I walked into the street. When the young man saw this, he was not disappointed. After all, rich brothers are only in the minority. It is rare to encounter a few in a year. Lu Chengsheng was not in a hurry to sell the talismans and planned to go shopping first. See if there is anything you need or are interested in. Also check out the prices here. Second-hand cassocks are sold at a cheap price. They are 90% new cassocks without patches. Red striped tiger meat, the meat is fresh and tender. It was just killed last night. It's still fresh. 10 years of black truffles, 3 spiritual stones for 1 pound, 10 spiritual stones for 3 pounds. Brother, do you want a pill? Just take one of the elixirs that have just been released, and all your worries in the world will disappear. At each stall, someone was shouting and selling. Lu Chengsheng followed the flow of people and looked at each stall. There are all kinds of things for sale at the stalls here. It's a lot higher quality than the stalls at the Neotushan gathering. The items sold are basically spiritual items used by immortal cultivators. Think about it, you have to pay a spiritual stone to set up a stall. If you sell some garbage, you may not be able to make back the stall fee. Lu Chengsheng also looked at it in more detail. When I saw materials suitable for practicing the 100 Refinements Treasure Body technique, I bought them directly. Since he practiced the 100 Refinements Treasure Body technique, he could roughly feel the effect of the spiritual materials, so he would not be fooled. As for picking up leaks, they don't exist at all. Not to mention that the chance is too small. He uses the 100 Refining Treasure Body technique to sense the quality of spiritual materials, which requires touch. If you just look at it, you can't see anything at all, and he doesn't have the eyesight. Not even halfway through this street, Lu Chengsheng had spent half of his spiritual stones, all of which were used to buy spiritual materials for practicing the 100 Refining Treasure Body art. This made him sigh that money is useless. Afterwards, Lu Chengsheng also restrained himself a little and focused on watching. If you really want to buy it, wait until you have a closer look and then come back to buy it. During this process, Lu Chengsheng heard people bargaining and chatting next to him. He would stand aside and listen when he heard something interesting. Not to mention, Lu Chengsheng really learned a lot of knowledge and gained a lot of knowledge while walking around and listening to it. Fellow Taoist, I will use this fragment of the magic weapon to exchange for this thing of yours, shall I? The fragments of the magic weapon. Let me take a look. What fragment of a magic weapon is this? It's just a piece of waste. It won't be replaced. At this time, Lu Chengsheng heard the conversation coming from a stall next to him. He couldn't help but pause in his heart and turned his head to look over. I saw an elegant middle-aged man standing in front of a stall, taking back an egg-sized, uneven black iron block from the table. Fellow Taoist, you said this is a fragment of a magic weapon. What effect does this fragment have? A woman in blue stepped forward and asked politely in front of the elegant man. Apparently, he also heard about the fragments of the magic weapon and wanted to see if he could pick them up. There's no special effect, it's just hard. I used a mid-grade magic weapon flying sword to hit it, but there was a gap in my flying sword. The elegant man spoke with a look of pain on his face. As soon as these words came out, other people who were paying attention immediately became curious. The fact that the flying sword artifact can be used to cut it shows that it is not an ordinary waste material. Even if it is not a magic weapon fragment, it is still a very rare material. Brother, I'm willing to pay 20 spirit stones for this fragment of yours. Do you want to sell it? Someone said. If you don't want to sell it, you can sell it, at least 100 spirit stones. The elegant man waved his hand directly and said, 100 spirit stones are too expensive, fellow Taoist, I am willing to give you 30 spirit stones. Fellow Taoist, can you use the flying sword to cut it down in front of me and show it to me? If a gap can really be made, I am willing to give you 40 spiritual stones. Someone spoke up again. However, when the elegant man heard this, his face suddenly darkened and he yelled, Get out! Fellow Taoist, can you show me the fragments of this magic weapon? At this moment, Lu Changsheng on the side also stepped forward and said with his hands in hand. His 100 refining treasure body technique requires heavenly materials and earthly treasures to practice. If the piece of iron in front of me is really a magic weapon fragment, I can condense it into my body and use it to practice the 100 refining treasure body art, let alone 100 spiritual stones. Even 200 spirit stones or 300 spirit stones are still worth it in his opinion. Even if it's not a fragment of a magic weapon, but some kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure, it's not bad for him. 100 spirit stones, even one less spirit stone will not come out. The elegant man handed the pitted black iron block to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng took the iron block and it was cold in his hands. It sank slightly. It weighed at least 20 or 30 kilograms. The weight of such a large piece of iron shows that it is very unusual. Lu Changsheng slowly ran the 100 refining treasure body art, his fingers turned slightly red, sensing the essence of heaven and earth in the iron block. You can immediately feel the essence contained in it is very powerful. Far better than the materials I purchased before. Although I don't know if it is a magic weapon fragment. But Lu Changsheng can be sure that this is a good thing, and you shouldn't lose money if you buy it. Fellow Taoist, I don't have enough spiritual stones. Can I use these 2 talismans to exchange for some of the spiritual stones? Lu Changsheng said calmly, and took out 2 high-grade talismans from his sleeves. He only has 140 spirit stones left on his body. If you buy this fragment, there is no need to buy other spiritual stones. So I tried to exchange things for things, and digested a few talismans on my body. As he walked along the way, he saw a lot of things being exchanged for things. After all, most casual cultivators don't have that many spiritual stones to trade with them. Flying talisman, golden light mask talisman. The elegant man looked at the 2 talismans and recognized them immediately. His eyes lit up and he said, I won't take advantage of you either. These 2 talismans are worth 70 spiritual stones. Just give me 30 more spirit stones. The elegant man said simply. He only guessed that this piece of iron was a magic weapon fragment, but he was not sure. I sold it several times and had it appraised, but no one was willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. Otherwise, they wouldn't just offer 100 spirit stones. Seeing that Lu Changsheng was interested, he was naturally very willing. Okay, but I also want to see the gap made by the flying sword on the iron block that fellow Taoist said. If it's true, I'll trade it immediately. Lu Changsheng said. These 2 talismans cost almost 30 spiritual stones each, and the other party was also sincere. However, although he knew that the iron piece was a good thing, he couldn't act like he had earned it, as it would easily make people suspicious. Okay. When the elegant man heard this, he took out a blue flying sword from his storage bag. Pointing to a small gap in the top, he sighed and said, Look, this gap was made by my stupid hands at that time. Lu Changsheng could see that there was a finger-wide gap in the middle of the flying sword. He nodded immediately, handed the 2 talismans to the man, took out 30 spiritual stones and said, Okay, in that case, I want these fragments. Okay, fellow Taoist, feel free. The elegant man accepted the talisman and spirit stone, looked happy, and cupped his hands. Lu Changsheng also slightly raised his hand, put away the iron piece, and continued to wander. Tisk, 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 someone actually spent 100 spirit stones to buy this so-called magic weapon fragment. This piece of iron can allow the flying sword to cut a gap. It is indeed a good piece of material, but it is too small. If it was really worth this money, he would have gone to Wanbao Pavilion to appraise and sell it. Would he only offer 100 spiritual stones? Even if it is really a fragment of a magic weapon, it is still a fragment of a large magic weapon, otherwise it would be impossible not to have some prohibitive effect. That's right, magic weapon fragments are so easy to smelt. This thing is something that is useful but not useful. What is valuable cannot be used. Indeed, it is completely useless to us qi refining monks. Maybe they have other wonderful uses. Several people nearby saw this scene and commented loudly. Chapter 91. Lu Changsheng also heard the discussion, but didn't pay attention. After all, one person was right, he did have another wonderful use for it, he bought it back and used it for practice. I don't know if this thing is a fragment of a magic weapon. If it is really a fragment of a magic weapon that can be condensed into the body and used to practice the 100 refinements treasure body technique, I would have missed it. As long as I master the first level of the 100 refining treasure body technique, my physical body will be comparable to a low-grade magic weapon. By then, my physical body will be qualitatively improved. Lu Chengsheng thought to himself. After the past 6 months of warming up, his physical body has become much stronger than before. But there is still a long way to go before the first level of the 100 refining treasure body technique can be used to refine the physical body into a low-grade magic weapon. There is no way. Body refining is inherently time-consuming and costly. And the 100 refining treasure body technique is far better than ordinary body refining techniques. He has only been practicing it for more than half a year. He spent more than 100 spirit stones to buy the materials before, and now he spent another 100 spirit stones to buy this magic weapon fragment. Lu Chengsheng was also worried that he was being targeted, so he couldn't help but leave Southwest Street directly. Although the Qingyan sect is in charge of Julongfang City and the security is very good, you still have to be careful in everything. After leaving Southwest Street, Lu Chengsheng did not go back directly. Instead, he found an inn on the side street and spent a spirit stone to get a room. After arriving in the room, Lu Chengsheng took out Zhang Zongpin purification talisman from his storage bag and used it on himself. Immortal cultivators have many magic methods, many of which are methods of leaving marks on others for tracking. This purification talisman can dispel and purify the marks on the body. Lu Chengsheng also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the purification talisman had no effect on him. Know that you are not being followed. After all, the last time I sold something in Niatushan, I was targeted as soon as I came down the mountain. It's better to be cautious. Lu Chengsheng himself can also feel that the comfortable life in the Lu family for the past 2 years has made him feel a little less like he was walking on thin ice when he first came to the Lu family. Therefore, I always remind myself to be prepared for danger in times of peace and have a vigilant heart. Otherwise, you might encounter a dangerous accident at some point. After resting in the room for half a quarter of an hour, Lu Chengsheng changed into a leather mask and went out. He still had a dark complexion and an ordinary appearance. After all, it's not easy to be remembered if it looks ordinary. After walking out of the inn, Lu Chengsheng came to Southwest Street again. He had used so many spirit stones today, but had not earned a single spirit stone. Naturally, he would not go back so soon, and was planning to sell some things in exchange for spirit stones. He continued walking along the same street. He had bought so much of the spiritual materials for the 100 refining treasure body technique just now, which was enough for him to practice for a while, so he didn't buy any more. After all, you have to have some spiritual stones with you in case of emergencies. I saw a stall selling books. I spent 2 spirit stones to buy Secret Technique of Locking the Dragon, and Secrets of the Jade Room. Teach how to enhance abilities in that area, and lock in yang qi and qi and blood during pleasure to reduce deficiencies. It's just an ordinary technique in the house, not a secret technique for cultivating immortals. Otherwise, this price would not be possible. In Lu Chengsheng's opinion, this thing was just for fun. If you really want to practice both secret arts and exercises, you still have to look at the system. After shopping around for a while, Lu Chengsheng went to the stall toll booth at the corner of the street, paid a spirit stone, and prepared to start setting up a stall. The monk at the toll booth gave him a wooden sign. There are numbers on the wooden sign, which correspond to a stall and can be set up for 3 days. After Lu Chengsheng took the wooden sign, he found the corresponding street stall and sat down. Take out a stack of talismans. There are a total of 30 low-grade talismans and 5 medium-grade talismans. When he was just wandering around, he also observed other stalls selling talismans. Know not to take too much, otherwise it will attract other people's attention. Then, he laid out the flying swords, flying knives, and bells that were harvested from the hands of the 3 robbery cultivators in Niatushan. He had the Qingyan sword and a large number of talismans at his side, but he had no use for these 3 magical weapons, so he naturally chose to sell them for money. As for the 3 storage bags he harvested before, one was used by him to store sundries and the other was used to store talismans, so he will not sell them for the time being. Maybe he will use them in the future. After marking all the items with prices, Lu Chengsheng waited for business to come in. However, half an hour passed. From time to time, people would take a look at his stall, but most of them had no interest and only sold 5 or 6 talismans. The location of my stall is not good, it's too far back. And in places like Julongfang City, there are too many people selling talismans and magical instruments, and it's too complicated. Most of them rely on the reputation and customers they have accumulated. Although my prices are a little lower than other stalls, they are not yet competitive unless I lower my prices further. But there is no use in lowering the price. The price must be very low. But in this case, it will obviously disrupt the market and make it easy for others to target. After selling for so long without selling a few items, Lu Chengsheng felt a little impatient, so he got up and closed the stall and left. I'm going to go directly and see if there are any talismans and magic weapons. It doesn't matter if the price is lower. Otherwise, if you rely on setting up a stall, you don't know how long it will take to sell. I have 30 low-grade talismans and 5 medium-grade talismans. Can you accept them? No, no, no. What's your price? After asking 4 stalls, a stall owner spoke. You're selling it now at 10% off. Lu Chengsheng said. It's too high, 50% off, I want it all. The stall owner said. Forget it, I might as well set up a stall and sell it myself. Lu Chengsheng turned around and left. There has to be a limit to blackness. I don't know how he could say it. Brother, 60% off. Seeing Lu Chengsheng leaving, the stall owner immediately shouted. 20% off. Lu Chengsheng paused. Let's do this. Each one takes a step back and gets a 30% discount. The stall owner said. Lu Chengsheng looked a little confused, and finally nodded, okay. Take out a stack of talismans and ask the other party to count them. Suddenly, I felt a little guilty towards Hong Yi for selling the talismans here at 30% off. It was sold to Hong Yi at a price of only 20%. According to the market price, there are a total of 80 spirit stones. If you discount it by 30%, it will be 56 spirit stones. The stall owner counted the talismans and quoted a price. Make a deal. After Lu Chengsheng completed the transaction, he immediately left Southwest Street. He also changed his face and attire, and found 4 talisman shops selling talismans. Considering his identity and lack of disguise skills, Lu Chengsheng did not go to a large magic talisman shop. The few I found looked like relatively small talisman shops. The price for purchasing talismans is almost 30% off. In this way, Lu Chengsheng sold 145 low-grade talismans and 60 medium-grade talismans in 5 talisman shops. A total of 366 spirit stones were harvested. After walking out of the last talisman shop, Lu Chengsheng stopped selling. Again, the time is still long, so be careful in everything. He has more than 400 spiritual stones on his body, which is enough for him to use for a long time. Moreover, he only has 5 human skin masks in total. This wave has all been used up. After walking out of the last magic talisman shop, Lu Chengsheng did not change his clothes. He went to a nearby magic weapon shop and asked if he could accept magic weapons. After hearing the other party's words, Lu Chengsheng took out the 3 magic weapons. Although these 3 magic weapons are in good condition, they have obviously been used for a long time and have obvious flaws. They may be damaged after use. If fellow Taoist offers it, our store is willing to buy it for 30 spiritual stones each. The shopkeeper of the magical artifact shop looked at Lu Chengsheng's 3 magical artifacts and then quoted a price. It's so dark. When Lu Chengsheng heard this, he couldn't help but secretly thought. He has played with all 3 magic weapons. It can only be said that the 3 tribulation cultivators in Niatushan at that time all took great care of the magical artifacts and there was no damage to them. It is not an exaggeration to say that 90% knew. In the end, the opponent only opened 30 spiritual stones. Forget it, the minimum for 3 pieces is 120 spiritual stones. Lu Chengsheng shook his head, made a psychological offer, and left. It's high. 120 spiritual stones are high. 100 spiritual stones. I'll take 3 pieces and 100. The shopkeeper of the magic weapon shop saw this and said aloud. 1 step, 2 steps, take a walk. Seeing Lu Chengsheng about to walk out, he added, 110 pieces, it is really the lowest price. If you go to other places and ask, the price is also the same. But seeing that Lu Chengsheng was really gone, he immediately went out and shouted, 115 spiritual stones. Okay. Hearing this, Lu Chengsheng felt similar and could accept it, so he stopped. 3 magic weapons were exchanged for 115 spiritual stones. At this time, Lu Chengsheng saw a pair of cyan boots in the store, which matched his robe. He couldn't help but point to the boots and asked aloud, "Shopkeeper, what level of magic boots are these boots? What effect do they have?" "This pair of boots is a medium-grade magic weapon. It is made from the fur of the demonic beast Qingfeng wolf. It has 6 effects: good size, dust avoidance, self-obstruction, lightness, riding waves, and wind control." The shopkeeper immediately introduced, "Mid-grade magic weapon." Lu Chengsheng nodded slightly and asked, "Can I try?" "Sure," the shopkeeper said with a smile. He took out the French boots from the cabinet and asked Lu Chengsheng to try them on. The boots are not heavy, very thin, soft, and have fine plush inside. After putting it on his feet, Lu Chengsheng's first feeling was that it was very comfortable and soft, as if it were nothing, and his whole body seemed to be much lighter. This is the effect of the boots being lightweight. It is equivalent to always having the effect of lightening your body. As for wave riding and wind control, when activated, they can walk quickly on water and are equivalent to blessing a wind control skill respectively. "How much do these French boots cost?" Lu Chengsheng asked. He was quite satisfied with these boots. Not only is the style effective, it is also very comfortable to wear. If something happens in the future and you have to run away, you will be able to run away much faster. This is also our first order of business today. The original price was 210 spirit stones, but I just did business with you, fellow Taoist, so you can just give me 200. The shopkeeper said, "It's too expensive. A normal medium-grade magic weapon only costs 150 spirit stones. Can you get 140 spirit stones?" Lu Chengsheng made a direct counteroffer. Just now he had 3 magic weapons, and the other party said 30 spiritual stones each. There's obviously a lot of room for bargaining. Moreover, let's not talk about buying things in the previous life. Just after shopping all the way, he also knew that when buying something, he had to be able to negotiate the price. No matter how much they say, if you readily agree, they might still blame you later. It's too low. Not only are these magic boots made of Qingfeng wolf skin, but they also have spiritual silk inside. The weaving, printing and dyeing, and embroidery and engraving of magic circles are all very fine. If my fellow Taoist wants it, the minimum is 195 spiritual stones. The shopkeeper said a lot and re-quoted. In the end, Lu Chengsheng bargained and won the pair of magic boots for 160 spirit stones. After buying the French boots, Lu Chengsheng looked around in the store again. See if there is any magic weapon suitable for your own use. He felt that he still had too few means now and needed more self-defense means. Later, in the store, he spent 63 spirit stones and 210 spirit stones to buy a low-grade magic weapon, variety mask, and a medium-grade magic weapon, cold jade spirit pendant. The ever-changing mask fits on the face and can be transformed into another face at will. As long as the monks who are not in the late stage of qi refining use spiritual eye techniques, they will not be able to see the situation. With this magic weapon mask, he no longer has to buy ordinary human skin masks. The cold jade spirit pendant, when worn on the body, has the effect of clearing the mind and refreshing the mind, condensing spiritual power, concealing the aura, and blocking the detection of spiritual consciousness. And when encountering danger, he can passively generate a protective technique to resist a blow in the middle stage of qi refining. Fellow Taoist, walk slowly. When sending Lu Chengsheng out of the store, the shopkeeper was all smiles. Oh, this money is useless. After walking out of the store, Lu Chengsheng sighed. Just now, he felt that he had a huge sum of money that could be used for a long time. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the money from selling the talisman and magic weapon was almost spent, and there were only more than 100 spiritual stones left on him. There is no money left to buy magic tools, talismans and pens. Isn't money just for spending? You can't save money for updating equipment. In 10 days and a half, I'll come over and sell some talismans, and I'll be rich again. Lu Changsheng let out a breath and ran to an inn to get a room. Use the purification talisman to see if you are being followed. After confirming that he was not being followed, Lu Changsheng put the variety mask on his face, his mind moved slightly, and his face turned into that of Li Feiyu. As expected of a magic weapon, you don't have to disguise yourself. Lu Changsheng looked at himself in the mirror, his face constantly changing, and he couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. It's a pity that this mask is only a low-grade magic weapon. The monks in the late stage of qi refining can see some clues about the changes by using the spiritual eye technique. But it doesn't matter, he will just wear a human skin mask when the time comes. Anyway, as long as people can't see their true colors. After all, what kind of bicycle is needed for a low-grade magic weapon? Lu Changsheng used his ever-changing mask to transform into a public face and walked out of the inn. Then he turned left and right and regained his appearance in an alley. Wearing a green bamboo embroidered robe and blue wind boots, he has a handsome face, which can be said to be like a jade tree facing the wind. Just when Lu Changsheng was about to walk out of the alley, in a small courtyard nearby, an enchanting woman wearing only a pink tulle singlet, with her front and back tilted up, exposed her pink and white shoulders, just walked out. When she saw Lu Changsheng, her eyes couldn't help but light up, she couldn't help but smile sweetly, and said, "Yingying, young master, are you here to have fun?" Lu Changsheng's face was full of questions. Since the young master is here, why not come in and experience it? With only 5 spiritual stones, the slave family can let the young master enjoy the ultimate happiness. The woman said softly, her eyes as charming as silk, and she stretched out her white jade to pull Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng felt a slight numbness, like an electric shock. Especially the woman's body is filled with an alluring fragrance like orchid and musk, which is full of charm, making people feel hot and ecstatic, making them want to fall into the land of beauty in front of them. At the same time, the cold jade pendant that Lu Changsheng wore on his chest gave off a refreshing energy, which slightly suppressed his heat. Charm. Lu Changsheng immediately became wary, knowing that the woman in front of him was using a charm technique on him. He hurriedly took a step back, shook his head and said, "Sorry, I was just passing by. Today I met the young master and I'm very fond of him. I only need 2 spiritual stones to follow him." The woman continued to speak, her beautiful and charming face looking pitiful. People can't help but feel pity, love and ravage them. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he repeatedly chanted Namo Amitabha in his heart, cupped his hands, and left quickly. "Sir, at worst, the slave family won't accept your spirit stone today." The woman continued to shout softly. However, Lu Changsheng didn't even look back and walked out of the alley quickly, making the woman look a little ugly. He cursed bitterly. "Humph, you don't know what's good and what's good, you're so handsome and amazing." Then he turned back to the yard. Call. Lu Changsheng walked out of the alley and took a long breath. There was no charm in my heart, I just felt dangerous. I thought that I had experienced hundreds of battles and sailed through thousands of sails, and that I had a strong will and would not be easily influenced by women's love. I didn't expect that my charm skills would be so powerful. The female cultivator just now should not have a very high level of cultivation. She is only in the middle and late stages of qi refining. But in this case, I was actually charmed by the influence. If this is a monk who has advanced cultivation or is proficient in the art of charm, it will be difficult for people to guard against him. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but secretly thought. Although the woman just now was good-looking and had a very enchanting figure, she still didn't let him do anything. But as soon as the other party came closer, his words and actions made his heart feel hot and he wanted to sink into it. Strength, improving strength is the way to go. Lu Changsheng took out a breath and thought to himself. If this really happens, if you encounter a powerful charm technique or other unpreventable means, even if you have a talisman, you may not be able to use it. You can't just wander around in this kind of alley in the future, you might run into danger at some point. Lu Changsheng shook his head and walked towards the talisman shop. I plan to stay away from such small alleys with no people in the future. The public security in Kowloon Fong City is good, but it is not without some dangers. Usually something will happen more or less, maybe there is some evil cultivator or robbery cultivator in this deserted alley. On the way back to Lingfu shop, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but pause when he passed by the White Jade Tower. Then he looked at the Bayou Tower in front of him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and strode in. After all, taking wives, concubines, and having children cannot stop. This is the foundation for your own survival in this world. If you can buy a concubine with spiritual roots by spending money, then naturally it would be the best. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find it on your own. This difficulty does not just refer to the difficulty of wives taking concubines. Lu Changsheng knew that with his current conditions, it would not be a problem to marry more fairies with spiritual roots. But after marrying a wife and taking in concubines, it also takes time, energy, and affection to let someone give you a baby. With so many wives and concubines now, Lu Changsheng could already feel that his time and energy were limited and he could not take care of them all. If it can be solved with money, relatively speaking, there is no need to invest so much emotional energy in it. The White Jade building is very spacious and elegantly decorated. There are only simple seats set up, and there are 7 or 8 young women wearing uniform red dresses standing there. In the hall, there were 2 young women in red dresses, explaining and introducing something to 2 immortal cultivators who looked like guests. What does this young master want to know? Do you want to marry a wife and have a concubine, or buy a maid? How about I introduce it to you? At this time, a woman in a red dress saw Lu Changsheng and stepped forward with a smile on her face. Do you have any concubines or maids here who have spiritual roots? Lu Changsheng said directly. The woman in the red dress was slightly startled when she heard this. Then he took a closer look at Lu Changsheng's appearance and temperament, and after making sure that he was not joking, the smile on his face became deeper and deeper. Knowing that Lu Changsheng was a big customer, he quickly invited Lu Changsheng to the second floor. The furnishings on the second floor were different from those in the hall downstairs. It was divided into many small rooms. The woman in the red dress took Lu Changsheng to a room and knocked on the door. Enter. A lazy and charming voice came from inside, which was so captivating that people couldn't help but tremble when they heard it. The woman in red dress opened the door and led Lu Changsheng into the room. The room is very simple, with a set of antique tables, chairs and a bookshelf, which looks very elegant and comfortable. There is also a purple incense burner next to the window of the room, and wisps of incense are burning in the burner, filling the room with a faint scent of sandalwood. A beautiful woman in her 30s was sitting by the window holding an ancient book. Her black hair was lightly pulled into a dark bun, with a golden phoenix hairpin inserted sideways. Wearing a black phoenix mist gauze dress, the lapel neckline is slightly open, revealing a slender neck, delicate collarbones and a proud touch of snow white on the chest. Wearing a pair of long tube black gauze sleeves with both hands, holding an ancient scroll in one hand and strong tea in the other, she is dignified and elegant and full of charm. A pair of slender legs are stacked up under the gauze skirt. Through the black gauze skirt, one can faintly see a pair of plump long legs wrapped in black silk stockings. One of the beautiful legs is crossed, and a black phoenix is hooked on the tip of the toe. The gold-patterned high heels seem to fall off but are very tempting. When Lu Changsheng saw this beautiful woman, he couldn't help but take a second look. This woman is so charming. Different from the enchanting woman I met in the alley just now. Not the kind of charm through charm. Instead, his whole body exuded a charming and alluring look. Just sitting like this can give people unlimited temptation and make men feel angry. All I can say is that it deserves to be the White Jade Tower. He understands men so well. When the beautiful woman saw Lu Changsheng coming in, she put down the book in her hand calmly. The bright red lips took a sip of the teacup in her hand, leaving a red mark on the rim of the white porcelain cup, and then smiled softly at Lu Changsheng. This smile can be described as charming and charming. At this time, the woman in red dress who came with Lu Changsheng quickly stepped forward and whispered a few words in the beautiful woman's ear. After hearing this, the beautiful woman also stood up. The slender tapered high heels stepped lightly on the ground, and the figure swayed, making a crisp, ta-da-da sound, and laughed out loud. I am the steward of Bayou Tower, Feng Junyang. I don't know how to call the young master. Han Li. Lu Changsheng had no intention of hiding his name. After all, he came here with his true colors. But seeing the woman in front of him so charming and alluring, he felt a little inappropriate and subconsciously gave her a false name. It turns out to be Mr. Han. Mr. Han, Please sit down. After the beautiful woman led Lu Changsheng to sit down, she bent over and poured tea for Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng could not only smell a fragrant fragrance, but also see a hint of Snow White in the beautiful woman's plump and proud figure. Goblin, Lu Changsheng thought to himself. You don't need to think about it, you also know that this is the beautiful woman's intention to seduce herself. Sure enough, there are many tricks in the city. He originally came in to understand and see what was going on in the White Jade building. Buy something before you even plan to come in, take a concubine and buy a maid. But when the other party came to do this, he felt a little embarrassed that he didn't buy anything in the end. This must be Mr. Han's first time coming to this building. After pouring the tea in a leisurely manner, the beautiful woman also sat down, with a smile on her face and a soft and seductive voice. Yes, this is indeed the first time for Han to visit your building. Lu Changsheng nodded. Master Han's visit to our White Jade Tower is a sign of love for our White Jade Tower. Our aim at Baiulo is to make every customer return satisfied. Feng Junyang said calmly. I wonder if Mr. Han has any requirements for taking concubines and purchasing maids. I can put them forward so that I can be selected and recommended to Mr. Han. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he pondered slightly and said, he has spiritual roots, a well-behaved and sensible personality, not too old in terms of age, and in terms of appearance and body, he should be above average. His requirements for concubines and maids were not high. As long as you have spiritual roots, quality doesn't matter. We are not considering this aspect yet. Then just have good conduct, be well-behaved and sensible. Secondly, the appearance and figure are about the same. Of course, it would be best to be alone like Ku Junjun, without any worries. He was just thinking about taking a concubine, and was afraid that it would involve too much, so he might as well come to the White Jade Tower to save himself from the trouble. Master Han only wants to take concubines and buy maids, not a wife, right? Feng Junyang always kept a smile on her face and her voice was charming and soft. That's right, Lu Changsheng nodded. Now that everyone has come to Baiyu Tower, they definitely won't take a wife. Although he now tries to treat his wives and concubines equally. But from the moment he stepped into the White Jade Tower, all he thought about was utilitarianism and did not want to get involved with any emotions. As time goes by, Lu Changsheng also feels that he is gradually adapting to the world and his morality is becoming more and more flexible. I think back then, he would worry and think a lot about his wife, concubines, and children all day long. But now it is relatively indifferent. I don't know if this is true or not, but my mentality began to give rise to a condescending arrogance. Okay, I understand Mr. Han's request. Please wait a moment, Mr. Han, and I will come back as soon as possible. Hearing this, Feng Junyang chuckled, stood up and left the room with light steps, leaving Lu Changsheng alone. After a while, a seductive high-heeled sound came. Following a scent of fragrance, Feng Junyang returned to the room, sat down at the table, and placed 5 jade slips on the table. I just took a look, and there happened to be 5 women who met Mr. Han's requirements. These 3 are maids, and these 2 are concubines. Mr. Han can see if there is anyone he likes. Feng Junyang wore a pair of black gauze sleeves on her hands, revealing only half of her green-white jade fingers, which looked slender and charming. Lu Changsheng nodded, picked up a jade slip and placed it between his eyebrows, sensing it with his mind. Immediately I saw a lifelike and vivid woman in a yellow dress. This woman was 10 years old, with a classy face and figure, but there was a bit of numbness and death in her eyes. Although there was a smile on his face, it could be seen that it was a forced smile. He shook his head slightly and picked up the second jade slip. Inside was a beautiful woman in her 20s, dressed in white, similar to the last one, with numb eyes and a forced smile. Inside the third jade slip is a young woman in her 20s. She has a beautiful face, plump figure, and the air of a dignified and skillful young woman. Although his eyes were not numb like the last 2, he could still see some reluctance. After looking at the jade slips of the 3 maids, Lu Changsheng frowned and picked up the 4th jade slip. Compared to the previous 3 women, this woman looks very normal. She is in her 20s, has a beautiful face, wears a purple dress, has a very sweet smile on her face, and has 2 shallow dimples. Lu Changsheng picked up the 5th jade slip and looked at it. She is a girl with a cute face and a petite but exquisite figure. What surprised Lu Changsheng was that this girl actually had a pair of fluffy fox ears on her head and a fluffy fox tail behind her. It doesn't look like decoration, but natural. Is this a demon woman, or a half-demon? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he saw the fox-tailed woman in this jade slip. He had read so many books, and he also knew that some monsters could refine their horizontal bones and transform after breaking through to the foundation building stage. Although it is difficult for a great demon in disguise to combine with a human race, there is a chance of giving birth to an heir. Although the offspring born in this way are in human form, they will also have some characteristics of monsters. He put down the jade slip and said to Feng Junyang in front of him, "Guanxi Feng, I think the girl in this jade slip looks like a demon woman." That's right, this woman is a half-demon with a 7th level Qi refining level. Not only does she possess a 6th grade spiritual root, but she also has the bloodline of a high-level demon beast, a white fox with golden eyes. Although this woman is willing to be a concubine, her requirements are relatively high. Not only does she have requirements for the Taoist couple's appearance and age, but she also requires 38 middle-grade spiritual stones as a gift. But with Mr. Han's appearance, I think a little girl would like it. Feng Junyang said with a smile, looking at Lu Changsheng with her charming eyes as if looking at a lover. There are requirements for age and appearance, and 38 middle-grade spiritual stones as a betrothal gift. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Spiritual stones are divided into low-grade spiritual stones, medium-grade spiritual stones, high-grade spiritual stones, and top-grade spiritual stones. The spiritual stones he usually uses are all low-grade spiritual stones. 38 middle-grade spiritual stones are equivalent to 3,800 low-grade spiritual stones. He just thought this beast-eared girl was pretty good. But when I heard the price, I immediately gave it up. This is only the betrothal gift for taking the concubine, and does not include future consumption and agency fees for Baiulo. What about the name? Lu Changsheng pointed to the jade slip of another woman in purple and asked. This woman is at the 6th level of Qi refining and has a 7th grade spiritual root. She has no requirements for Taoist companions. She only needs 18 middle grade spiritual stones as a gift. Feng Junyang said aloud. Seeing Lu Changsheng's brows slightly frowning, Feng Junyang lightly opened her red lips and said, "Mr. Han, there are always very few women with spiritual root qualifications who are willing to serve as concubines, and the supply is always in short supply. The requirements for these 2 women are not very high. Maybe someone will take a fancy to them in a few days. If Mr. Han thinks it's too expensive, you can look at these 3 maids." Feng Junyang said so. These 3 people, I think they all seem a bit reluctant. Lu Changsheng said in a tactful tone. "Mr. Han, you can rest assured. All 3 of them came to our White Jade Tower for various reasons. Mr. Han bought them back as maids. There will definitely be no cause and effect involving you, Mr. Han. We, Baiulo, are engaged in long-term business, and our main focus is on word of mouth. The maids purchased from our Baiulo have a 3-year after-sales guarantee period. Within 3 years, if the maids purchased from our Baiulo are involved in any trouble or problems arise, our Baiulo will be responsible for handling them and provide customers with a satisfactory solution." Feng Junyang picked up the tea, took a sip, her red lips raised into a soft smile, and said in a confident voice. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. The fact that the other party dared to say this means that the problem shouldn't be big. But he still felt that this kind of maid was not reliable. I couldn't help but ask, in the White Jade Tower, are there no maids with spiritual roots who have been raised since childhood? He had already determined with a high probability that this Baiulo was the Baiulo where Hong Yi purchased Juer and Shuir. I remember Hong Yi said that the 2 girls were orphans adopted by Baiulo and raised them since childhood. It seems that Mr. Han also knows something about the situation in our Baiyu Tower. We in Baiyu Tower naturally have young maids we have trained ourselves, but maids with spiritual roots are always in short supply. Every year, a batch of maids come out of the pavilion, and they are all booked early. If Mr. Han wants to buy this kind of maid, he can only make a reservation in advance. Feng Junyang said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng felt a little disappointed. He originally wanted to buy a few concubines and maids with spiritual roots like Jor and Shuer. Now it seems that maids with spiritual roots are very popular, but they are not easy to buy and the price is not cheap. It's normal to think about it. In the world of immortality, there are already more men than women. Not all monks are pure-minded and devoted to ascetic cultivation. And not only casual cultivators buy maids with spiritual roots. Many cultivating families will also purchase this kind of maid with spiritual roots for their descendants. I wonder what is going on with these 3 maids and what are their prices. Lu Chengsheng sighed, pointed at the 3 maids on the jade slips on the table, and asked. It can be seen that these 3 women must have ended up in the White Jade Tower for some reason and were sold as maids. He can be considered a poor miserable person. If possible, I would just lend a helping hand to save them. Giving birth to a baby for yourself, how could it be better than this? What's more, it's reasonable to repay him with his life and give birth to a child if he has nothing to repay for the kindness of saving his life. This woman is at the 2nd level of chi refining and has a 9th grade spiritual root. The price is 150 spiritual stones. This woman is at the 4th level of chi refining and has a 7th grade spiritual root. The price is 650 spiritual stones. This woman is at the 6th level of chi refining and has a 6th grade spiritual root. The price is 15 middle grade spiritual stones. Feng Junyang pointed to the 3 jade slips and introduced them respectively. Hearing the price, Lu Chengsheng nodded slightly. The price sounded fine to him. The first woman only has 150 spirit stones. But the price of a medium-grade magic weapon. He spent more than 400 spirit stones on several magic weapons today. Are the prices of these 3 people based on their spiritual roots and cultivation? Lu Chengsheng asked curiously. After all, the price difference between the 3 girls is indeed a bit big, but the difference in spiritual root cultivation is also quite large. Spiritual root cultivation and appearance are the main reasons. There are also other aspects. Feng Junyang said softly. Does Mr. Han have someone he likes? That's it. Lu Chengsheng pondered for a moment and pointed at the first woman with 150 spirit stones. Now that he has spiritual stones, he can afford this woman. The main reason is that he is not yet at ease with maids like Bai Yulo. I thought about buying a cheap one to test the water first and see how it goes. If it is indeed possible and there is really no problem, he will be a regular customer of Bai Yulo from now on. If after arriving, people feel that it is not possible, just buy 150 spiritual stones is a lesson. By the way, Guan Shifeng, does this maid have any physical problems? For example, she can't have children or something. Lu Chengsheng suddenly thought of something and asked. When he buys a maid, he has to give birth to a baby, so naturally he has to say hello. Hearing this, Feng Junyang smiled coquettishly and said in an extremely charming voice, You can rest assured, young Master Han. If you are sure you want to buy it, our Baiyu Tower will give you all the maid's information and give her a physical examination to ensure there are no problems. But this woman is not in Julongfang City now. She is in another branch of our Baiyu Tower. If Mr. Han is sure he wants it, he needs to pay a deposit first so that I can have someone send her over. Feng Junyang said this. Okay, how much is the deposit and how long will it take to deliver it? Now that he was sure to buy it, Lu Chengsheng had no hesitation. This maid has 150 spirit stones, and the deposit is 30 spirit stones. As for how long it will take to deliver it, I don't have an accurate time. I will need to wait until later to reply to Mr. Han. But this time will not be longer than a month. Feng Junyang smiled. Okay. Lu Chengsheng took out 30 spirit stones. Then Feng Junyang brought a spiritual contract and a piece of information. Lu Chengsheng picked it up and checked it. The content of the spiritual contract was very simple, that is, Lu Chengsheng had paid a deposit of 30 spiritual stones. If he didn't want it later, the deposit would not be refunded. Bai Yulo had to hand over the person within 1 month. If he couldn't hand over the person, or the person didn't match the introduction at that time, not only would the spiritual stones be returned, but also double compensation would be given. The information was the information of the maid Lu Chengsheng bought. The woman's name was Xiao Yuyao. She was 19 years old this year, and she was a woman from a chi refining family. Because her family was destroyed, she was sold to Bai Yulo. She was very healthy and still a virgin, without any problems. After reading the information, Lu Chengsheng signed the contract. Mr. Han, if you live in Julongfang City, you can tell me the address, so that if the person is delivered, I can also send someone to notify you directly. Feng Junyang handed each person a spiritual contract and smiled softly at Lu Changsheng. Okay, when the person arrives, you can send someone to the Qingzu Lu family's talisman shop to inform me. Lu Changsheng did not hide the address. One is that the reputation of Baiyu Tower is good, so there is no need to worry about it. This is indeed much more convenient. Second, it also shows that he is not a casual cultivator and has the support of the Qingzu Lu family. When Feng Junyang heard Lu Changsheng mention the Qingzu Lu family's talisman shop, her expression did not change. She just put on a seductive smile on her red lips and said, okay, no problem, when this maid arrives, I will send someone to the Qingzu Lu family's talisman shop to inform the young master. Okay, in this case, Han will take his leave first. Lu Changsheng put away the spiritual contract certificate and stood up to say goodbye. Young Master Han, when you come to Baiyu Tower in the future, just tell the maid that you are here to see me. Feng Junyang said with a smile, full of charm, and her words and deeds were full of temptation. Good. After Lu Changsheng walked out of the White Jade Tower, he let out a long breath. I feel that the manager of Baiulo is really a temptress, and every move he makes is a temptation. I don't know if Baiulo will sell its own people. Lu Changsheng suddenly had an idea in his mind. He smiled, shook his head, and walked towards the talisman shop without thinking about it. A quarter of an hour later, when they returned to the Lingfu shop, Lu Changsheng and several employees nodded slightly and went directly to the third floor. When he arrived on the third floor, he saw Lu Miao sitting by the window and reading a book seriously. His waist-length hair was spread out, and his snow-white dress clung to his body, showing off his graceful figure. When she heard the noise, she tilted her beautiful profile and nodded slightly towards Lu Changsheng. Changsheng, you are back. Sister Miao Zhe. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded. The look of Lu Miao's reading in front of him reminded him of Feng Junyang from Baiulo. When she entered the room, Feng Junyang was also sitting by the window reading, but their reading styles were completely different, with different styles. Just as Lu Changsheng sat down beside him, Lu Miao suddenly frowned and looked at Lu Changsheng and sniffed lightly. Lu Changsheng saw Lu Miao's subtle movements. He also sniffed lightly. Immediately, he smelled a faint sandalwood and feminine fragrance from his body. It was left behind while discussing things with Feng Junyang in the White Jade Tower. Miss, you don't think I went to visit a brothel, right? Seeing Lu Miao's expressionless expression, Lu Changsheng felt a slight pause in his heart for some reason. I actually felt a little guilty. But the next moment I thought, I didn't just go to Baiulo to buy a maid, and I didn't go to visit a brothel. Why did I feel guilty? Sister Miao, I just passed by Baiyu Tower on my way back. I wanted to buy a maid, so I went in to find out more. Is this White Jade Tower reliable? Lu Changsheng casually found a topic to explain the scent of his body. As for buying a maid, he didn't have any hidden ideas. After all, this is not a shameful thing, there is something hidden. When the maid delivers it, he will bring it back and keep it with him. Why not reveal it to Lu Miao now? Baiulo. Lu Miao was slightly startled when he heard the words, and he also heard some explanations in Lu Changsheng's words. He said in a soft voice, White Jade Towers are almost everywhere in Zhong State's large and small cities. I have never heard of any problems. They have a good reputation. I have heard that the White Jade Tower has power not only in the Zhong Kingdom, but also in many countries in the southern wilderness cultivation realm. Behind it is the nascent Soul Lord. Lu Miao said so. There are also forces in other countries, and there is true Lord Nascent Soul sitting in charge. Lu Changsheng was surprised when he heard this. As he usually likes reading, he naturally knows that this world is vast and boundless. Zhongguo is just a corner. The area where he is located is called Southern Wilderness. In the Southern Wilderness, there are hundreds of countries like Zhong Country. There is only one nascent soul lord in charge of the Zhong Kingdom, and among these countries, it can only be said to rank in the middle. However, it is definitely not easy for Baiyu Tower to establish its power in multiple countries. It is estimated that there is more than one nascent soul lord sitting behind the scenes. Thinking about it, if you don't have any strength, you wouldn't dare to do this kind of business. Longevity, the cultivation of our monks is the foundation. Although your spiritual root talent is average, you are extremely talented in the talisman path. If you can become a second-level talisman master, there is no hope of building a foundation in the future. Lu Miao said softly. After such long contact, she could also see that Lu Changsheng was not the kind of person who only indulged in female love. He is also very motivated. Taking wives, concubines, and having children like this is also due to poor spiritual roots and knowing that there is no hope for immortality. He continued his pursuit of immortality through his family and bloodline heirs. Sister Miao, I understand. Lu Changsheng naturally knew that Lu Miao had good intentions, and it was impossible for him to refute anything. After all, Lu Miao told the truth. In this world of immortality, only cultivation and strength are the foundation. What kind of family inheritance, bloodline heirs, and names left in history are all inferior to your own cultivation and strength. You can live a long life and live into history. I married a wife, took concubines, and had children. Wasn't it just to become an immortal and an ancestor, to live forever and live to become history? Lu Changsheng's eyes were deep and firm in his ambition. Lu Miao saw the determination in Lu Changsheng's eyes and thought that Lu Changsheng had listened to his words. A slight smile appeared on his face involuntarily. For Lu Changsheng, her senses are quite good. A young man from a secular peasant family had only a 9th grade spiritual root and was eliminated by the immortal sect. In order to seek immortality, he came to the Lu family to become a son-in-law. As a result, he rose up step by step with the help of Fu Dao, and reached this stage as a son-in-law. In her opinion, this is better than many people. After the two chatted for a while, Lu Changsheng came to the lounge. Now the lounge on the 3rd floor can be regarded as his room. In the lounge, Lu Changsheng took out the magic weapon fragments he had purchased from Fengshi before. I don't know if this thing is a fragment of a magic weapon. If so, you will make money this time. Lu Changsheng looked at the uneven black iron block in his hand and murmured in his heart. He didn't think much, and immediately used the refining method of the 100 refining treasure body technique to try to refining the black iron block in front of him. If the sacrifice can be successful, it means that this piece of iron is indeed a fragment of a magic weapon that can be condensed into the body and used to practice the 100 refinements treasure body technique. Scold. Lu Changsheng's spiritual power surged within his body, as if it turned into a ball of flame, and he began to refine the black iron in front of him. Under the sacrifice of the spiritual energy flame, the black iron block in front of his eyes showed a faint black light. Just like that, time passed little by little. After a long time, Lu Changsheng's spiritual power was exhausted and he let out a long breath. This black iron piece is actually a fragment of a magic weapon. However, all the restrictions inside are damaged and there are no special effects. They should just be fragments of a large magic weapon. But it's okay. As long as I refine the fragments of this magic weapon and condense them into my body, my 100 refining treasure body technique will also improve rapidly. Lu Changsheng looked at the black iron block in front of him, with a look of surprise on his tired face. Through the sacrifice just now, he has determined that this black iron block is a fragment of a magic weapon, the kind that can no longer be broken. There is no restriction effect inside, but the material is relatively hard. However, even if he is like this, it is not easy for him, a weak chicken at the 4th level of qi refining, to sacrifice it and condense it into his body. It is estimated that it will take more than half a month to complete. Lu Changsheng took out the jade bamboo wine, took a sip, then took out a spiritual stone, held it in his hand, and began to restore his spiritual power. In this way, he practiced until evening, when Lu Miao knocked on the door, and he walked out of the room. He and Lu Miao left the Lingfu shop and returned to the Lu family courtyard in the East District. In the following time, Lu Changsheng made talismans, practiced and refined black iron every day. There are 2 points and 1 line between the Lu family courtyard and Lingfu shop. If something happens in the store and the owner needs to step in, Lu Miao will tell Lu Changsheng what to do and let him handle it. During this period, Lu Miaocheng also came to see Lu Changsheng several times. Invite him to read a book and enjoy tea. But Lu Changsheng refused. One is that Lu Miao asked him to spend as little time as possible with Lu Miaocheng, so he didn't have much contact with Lu Miaocheng. In addition, I am still a little repelled by this kind of place. Wouldn't it be nice to buy a few maids and have a few concubines? In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. Julongfang City, third floor of Lingfu shop. In the lounge, Lu Chengsheng looked at the black iron block floating in front of his eyes with joy in his eyes. After more than half a month of refining, the fragment of the magic weapon was finally completed by him and can be condensed into the body. Condensation. Lu Chengsheng spread his chest, revealing his flowing muscles. Then he pinched the magic formula with his hand and pointed it at the black iron block. I saw the black iron slowly entering Lu Chengsheng's chest and assimilating with the chest bit by bit. The 100 refining treasure body technique can refine the entire body into a supreme magic weapon at once, or it can be practiced separately and slowly. Therefore, this method of condensation, which is practiced with the help of magic weapons, can also be condensed into different parts of the human body. In the method of condensation, there are 7 parts of the human body where magic weapons can be condensed into the body. They are the skull, sternum, spine, limbs, and 7 parts. Among them, the limbs tend to be practiced on a single part. The sternum, spine, and skull can relate to the entire body. However, it would be much more dangerous to concentrate on these 3 parts. Especially the skull, which is related to the human brain, is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will hurt yourself. Fortunately, Lu Chengsheng has a complete grasp of the 100 refining treasure body technique, and he still has some confidence in condensing it to the sternum. A long time. The black iron block completely entered Lu Chengsheng's chest and condensed into his sternum. A rugged black iron pattern was faintly visible on his chest. How ugly! Lu Chengsheng looked at the pattern on his chest, which looked like a birthmark tattoo, and curled his lips in disgust. But just be ugly. It doesn't hurt for the sake of cultivation. With the help of this magic weapon fragment, it is estimated that it will take at least half a year, no, plus my own daily practice. In 3 or 4 months, I will be able to master the 100 refinements treasure body technique. Lu Chengsheng quietly realized the effects of this magic weapon fragment. At this time, the 100 refining treasure body art, just like the immortal pose art, can be practiced automatically and nourish the whole body after it is built with 5 elements of spiritual materials. This fragment of magic weapon cannot support my practice for too long, at most a year. But 1 year is enough. Maybe by then I will pass the system and draw a magic weapon. If you have a magic weapon and can condense it into your body and use it for practice, my 100 refinements treasure body art will truly make rapid progress. Lu Chengsheng's eyes flickered and he murmured in his heart. After you get started with the 100 refining treasure body technique, you can also practice a treasure bone technique. Use the power of the magic weapon to nourish the sternum, hand bones, leg bones, spine, and skull, turning human bones into precious bones. Once the treasure bone is completed, it is like a talisman. Even if I am in the chi refining stage, I can still exert part of the power of the talisman. Lu Chengsheng licked his lips, full of expectation. As an authentic level skill, this 100 refining treasure body technique is naturally extremely mysterious. There are not only cultivation methods, but also various supporting methods such as the method of condensing the magic weapon, the treasure bone method, etc. After completing the ritual refining of the magic weapon fragments, Lu Chengsheng saw that it was still early today, and it had been more than half a month since he last went to Southwest Street. Then he told Lu Miaozh to go out on his own. In this regard, Lu Miaozh did not ask or say much. After Lu Chengsheng went out, as before, he disguised himself and found 3 magic talisman shops. He sold more than 100 low-grade talismans and more than 30 medium-grade talismans, earning 259 spiritual stones. After each trip, Lu Chengsheng would find an inn and change his appearance and attire. And he did a routine check to see if he was being targeted. Under the effect of the purification talisman, there was no problem with him. But among the pile of spiritual stones received just now, 1 spiritual stone was filled with wisps of black smoke at this moment. I'm just selling a few talismans and I'm being targeted. Xiao Futang, I remember you. Lu Chengsheng looked at the black smoke and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He didn't expect that even if he sold dozens of talismans in his own shop, he would be targeted. It's also possible that I sold talismans in this little Futang before, and this time the shopkeeper of this little Futang saw the clues. Lu Chengsheng made a guess in his mind. After all, his level of disguise cannot be said to be very good. And the people who make a living in this Julongfang city all have their own methods, and it makes sense to be able to see some clues. It seems that we have to slow down for a while. Lu Chengsheng frowned slightly and took out another high-grade purification talisman. Purify and check yourself, your storage bag, and all your spirit stones to avoid any problems. After confirming that there was no problem, Lu Chengsheng also breathed a sigh of relief. I plan to stop selling talismans like this for the next 1 or 2 months. Otherwise, you may be targeted by other interested people. He doesn't read books for free. He knows the rare and secret techniques in the world of immortality and has many methods. There are even spiritual beasts and secret techniques that can detect spiritual stones, elixirs, treasures, etc. on others. So sometimes, for no reason or for no apparent reason, you may be targeted. Although the public security in Julongfang City is good, some people may take risks because they think that their cultivation level is low and they are rich. After Lu Chengsheng changed his appearance, he changed 2 more inns before regaining his appearance and returned to the Lingfu shop. Then he took a medium-grade magic weapon talisman pen from the talisman shop at the cost of 139 spiritual stones. At the same time, I also bought 2 stacks of top-grade talisman paper and 2 copies of top-grade spiritual ink, 1 each of good quality and high quality. Prepare to draw high-quality talismans. Zhang Shan didn't say much about this. After all, it is normal for your employer to buy things at cost price. Lu Miaozh didn't ask much when he saw Lu Chengsheng buying a middle-grade magic weapon and a talisman pen. As a talisman master, isn't it normal to buy a better talisman pen? Just tell Lu Chengsheng that he still doesn't need the best talisman paper or the best spiritual ink. It would be too wasteful to use top-grade talisman paper and spiritual ink to draw mid-grade talismans. In this regard, Lu Chengsheng said that he just bought it to experience it and see the difference between it and high-end talisman paper. He couldn't help but secretly thought, it seems that the talisman paper and spiritual ink will be purchased elsewhere in the future. Night falls. Lu Chengsheng and Lu Miaozh got off work and returned to the Lu family compound in the East District. Lu Chengsheng was still thinking before that if he walked with Lu Miaozh every day, he would be targeted by her admirers and secret admirers and come to cause trouble for him. As a result, he found that he was overthinking. Over the past half-month, many young men have come to chat with Lu Miaozh, get close to him, and even come to the store to look for Lu Miaozh. But those who performed had certain qualities. And after knowing his identity, he did not regard him as a competitor. He was sarcastic and even behaved very politely. After returning to the compound, I met the second lady again. Facing Lu Chengsheng, the second lady snorted again with a look of cold disgust. In response, Lu Chengsheng just smiled and thought that the second young lady was quite cute like this. I know that one day, I will let you moan enough. After a simple meal, Lu Chengsheng returned to his room. On the way, he met Lu Miaocheng, who was walking carelessly and rubbing his waist. The latter patted him on the shoulder and said, Chong Sheng, you were right, you should go to places like that less often. We monks should focus on cultivation and cultivate our character. Lu Chengsheng, if he remembered correctly, Lu Miaocheng told him the same thing 3 days ago. It's only been a few days. Really just be a living Buddha afterward, just put on your pants and be brave. Shaking his head slightly, after returning to the room, Lu Chengsheng took out the magic weapon talisman pen, top-grade talisman paper, and top-grade spiritual ink he just bought today, and placed them on the table. Prepare to draw a few high-quality life-saving talismans. Lu Chengsheng took out a bottle of white jade Baihua wine from his storage bag and took a full sip. Then he took a deep breath, calmed down his mind, picked up the magic weapon and talisman pen, and began to draw the high-grade talisman, the Thunder Talisman. Even if he has second-level talisman making skills, his cultivation level is here, and drawing such high-grade talismans still needs to be taken seriously. The tip of the pen was lightly dipped in spiritual ink, emitting a faint spiritual light. Then Lu Chengsheng started drawing the talismans with a serious look on his face. This process is not fast, but it is not slow either. One stroke after another, it is silky and smooth, with an artistic beauty. If the fourth elder were here and saw Lu Chengsheng's talisman making skills, he would probably be shocked from ear to ear with disbelief on his face. Even if she were to draw the thunder talisman, she was not as smooth as Lu Chengsheng. A long time, Lu Chengsheng clicked the talisman pen, and the light from the pen tip surged, making the entire talisman paper seem to be filled with lightning at this moment. But in an instant, the thunder light dimmed and disappeared. The first level high-quality talisman, the thunder talisman, is done. Call. At this moment, Lu Chengsheng also breathed a long sigh of relief and sat down with a tired look on his face. Sure enough, with the mid-grade magic weapon talisman pen and top-grade talisman paper, spiritual ink, and high-grade talismans, it will no longer be a problem for me. The only problem is that the spiritual energy consumption is too great, and one shot will almost drain me. Lu Chengsheng looked at the thunder talisman on the table and murmured to himself, but his eyes were full of excitement and joy. If the wear and tear of the talisman pen is not included, and only the top-grade talisman paper and spiritual ink are used, the cost of a high-grade talisman is 6 spiritual stones. And a thunder talisman can be sold for 40 or 50 spiritual stones. There is also a stable profit of 7 or 8 times. The most important thing is that if he has a bunch of high-grade talismans on his body, he will feel a sense of security in his heart. After putting away the thunder talisman and putting it in the storage bag, Lu Chengsheng also began to sleep and rest. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. On this day, a boy came to the Lingfu shop. It means that the maid Lu Chengsheng bought at Baiyulo has been delivered. After hearing this, Lu Chengsheng had nothing to do, so he went directly to the White Jade Tower with the boy. Mr. Han, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Lu Chengsheng came to the second floor and immediately saw Feng Junyang, who had received him before. The latter still wore the same clothes as last time. Wearing a black phoenix gauze skirt, the side of the slit black gauze skirt revealed 2 slender black silk legs. On her feet was a pair of black phoenix bird gold pattern high heels with slender heels. Her whole body was simply charming to the core. Fortunately, it's only been more than 20 days, so I'm not in a hurry. Lu Chengsheng then said, glancing at the plump and slender black silk thighs in the gauze skirt. At the hem of the skirt, you can see a faint wisp of white greasy and empty lace patterns. After a while, a woman in a red dress came over with a 10-year-old woman in a yellow dress. Lu Chengsheng's eyes quickly fell on the woman in the yellow dress. The woman is 16 years old, with fair skin, graceful figure, and thick black hair, which is rolled up and scattered behind her. Wearing a goose yellow long skirt with a curly train, the neckline of her neck is exposed low, revealing a piece of snow-white jade skin on her slender neck. Although it is only slightly exposed in spring, it is particularly attractive to the eyes. There was no smile at all on that clear and beautiful oval face, the eyebrows were slightly frowned, there was a sadness between the brows, and the eyes were lifeless and numb. Mr. Han, this is the maid you purchased, Xiao Yuyao. Feng Junyang introduced with a sweet smile, and then said to Xiao Yuyao, Yuyao, I haven't met Mr. Han yet. The words were still so delicate and charming, but they carried a majesty that could not be doubted or disobeyed. At this time, the woman in the yellow skirt lowered her eyes slightly, saluted Lu Chengsheng slightly and said, Yuyao has met young Master Han. When she saw Lu Chengsheng, her dull and beautiful eyes gained a bit of life. After all, after her family was destroyed and she was sold to Baiyulo, she knew her future destiny. Either it was bought and used as a furnace and harvested until death. Either they are bought back and used as reproductive tools to keep having children. Only a small number of them are bought back and used as maids to serve people. At this time, I saw that the person who bought me was such a young and handsome young man, and I was slightly relieved. I feel that I am quite lucky and my fate is not so bad. After all, even if they are reduced to a furnace or a fertility tool, who doesn't want to find someone good-looking and handsome? Mr. Han, are you still satisfied? Feng Junyang made an inviting gesture towards Lu Chengsheng and said. According to the conditions in the previous spiritual contract, when the maid delivers the goods and the buyer receives the goods, if he feels that the actual situation is inconsistent with the previous information, he can raise it. Or even choose not to. However, a certain deposit will be deducted depending on the situation. Miss Xiao, would you like to be my maid? Lu Chengsheng looked at Xiao Yuyao in front of him and asked with a smile. Although it didn't matter whether he asked or not, the woman in front of him had no right to refuse. But it might be hypocrisy, or it might be a flexible moral bottom line, so he still asked. After all, he never forces anyone to do something difficult for him. Xiao Yuyao looked slightly startled. Then he looked at Lu Changsheng, forced out a smile, and said, "This little lady is willing to serve as the young master's maid. Okay, Feng Guanxi, I'm quite satisfied with her." When Lu Changsheng heard this, he didn't say much and nodded towards Feng Junyang. In his opinion, with such a figure and a spiritual root, 150 spiritual stones are not expensive and are worth it. As long as you give birth to a few children with spiritual roots, it will be a huge profit. Immediately, Feng Junyang waved her hand and asked the woman in red dress to take Xiao Yuyao out. Complete subsequent transactions with Lu Changsheng. After Lu Changsheng paid the remaining spiritual stones, he also gave Lu Changsheng a spiritual contract. It's Xiao Yuyao's contract of betrayal. But this spiritual contract is much more overbearing and can decide Xiao Yuyao's life or death. And within 3 years, if there is any problem with Xiao Yuyao or any trouble caused by cause and effect, Lu Changsheng can take this spiritual contract and come to Baiyulo to let Baiyulo solve it. Master Han, please go slowly. If you need it in the future, you can come here often. Feng Junyang enthusiastically sent Lu Changsheng and Xiao Yuyao out of Baiyu Tower. As the manager of Baiyu Building, she could tell from Lu Changsheng's clothes, appearance, and temperament that he was a potential big customer. Otherwise, such a small business would not be so polite. Good. Just like that, Lu Changsheng took Xiao Yuyao back to the Lingfu shop first. At this time, at noon, Zhang Shan's wife came to Lingfu shop with her children and food boxes to deliver meals. Seeing a beautiful woman with low eyebrows following behind Lu Changsheng, Zhang Shan's eyes showed a bit of envy. Arriving on the 3rd floor, Lu Miao saw Xiao Yuyao and simply asked if this was the maid Lu Changsheng bought at Baiyulo. Lu Changsheng nodded and briefly explained Xiao Yuyao's situation. Hearing this, Lu Miao didn't say much. She is more aware than Lu Changsheng of the cruelty of low-level monks in the world of immortality. Every day, things like bones being buried in the wilderness, families being destroyed, wives and children being separated, etc. happen. You have to sympathize with this kind of thing, but you can't sympathize with it at all. In her opinion, this woman was lucky to be Lu Changsheng's maid. After all, in Qingzhou Mountain, although Lu Changsheng had a bad reputation because he had many wives and concubines and had many children. But his reputation for treating his wives, concubines, and children is still very good. Night falls. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miao returned to the Lu family compound in the East District after get-off work. Xiao Yuyao, the little maid, was half a step behind Lu Changsheng, following behind her with a low eyebrow. When Li Shi and Wang Wu saw this scene, they couldn't help but look at each other. They all saw a bit of sadness in each other's eyes. Although they wanted to commit themselves to Lu Changsheng, they also understood. A man like Lu Changsheng has no shortage of women. Several people in the Lu family compound naturally didn't say anything when they saw Lu Changsheng bringing back a woman. Just by a maid. Only the second young lady saw it and snorted coldly. And today he hummed a little louder than usual, and his face looked even more disgusted. Lu Changsheng smiled, returned to the small courtyard, and gave direct instructions to Xiao Yuyao. Go get me some water to take a bath. Since she was bought back as a maid, she will naturally be the one to take care of her. Although he has a moral bottom line, he has no moral obsessiveness. We will not treat everyone equally with the maids we bought. The maid must naturally look like a maid. Xiao Yuyao seemed to realize something, her eyes trembled slightly, and she said, Then he took the bathtub, brought in hot water, and undressed Lu Changsheng with a blush on his cheeks. She also pursed her lips, untied her skirt, and amidst the sound of water, she and Lu Changsheng entered the bathtub together. 2 small white and silky hands scrubbed Lu Changsheng's body. As an immortal cultivator, Lu Changsheng was wearing a robe, so there would be no dirt on his body. It didn't matter whether he took a shower or not. But taking a bath is a relaxing experience. If you have the conditions, you have to enjoy it. Otherwise, you will only practice hard all day long just for the sake of immortality. After wiping Lu Changsheng's whole body, Xiao Yuyao's cheeks were as red as blood, her 2 jade arms gently hugged Lu Changsheng's neck, and she said in a shy voice, Young master. Although the movement sounds are a bit stiff, it can be seen that Bai Yulo teaches well and is very sensible. Immediately, Lu Changsheng no longer suppressed himself. After all, he hasn't touched a woman for almost a month. Immediately, the bathtub was filled with turbulent waves, splashing water, and violent vibrations. The next day, sure enough, yin alone cannot produce and yang alone cannot grow. It is better to have more yin and yang to harmonize. Lu Changsheng opened the door and walked out of the room feeling refreshed. There still needs to be someone next to this pillow. If I don't hug the warm and fragrant nephrite, I feel like something is wrong when I sleep at night. He did not take Xiao Yuyao to the Lingfu shop. As soon as he walked out of the yard, he met Lu Miaocheng head on. Immortality. Lu Miaocheng saw Lu Changsheng and stepped forward quickly. An awkward smile appeared on his somewhat haggard face, and he said, "Chongsheng, do you have many spiritual stones on your body? Lend me 20 spiritual stones." Well, Lu Changsheng thought that the other party was looking for him to read a book and enjoy tea. I didn't expect to borrow spiritual stones. As soon as he opened his mouth, there were 20 spirit stones. Although he spends money lavishly, 20 spiritual stones are not a small amount. After all, when it comes to borrowing money, once you lend it out, you must be mentally prepared that the other party will not pay it back. Although Lu Miaocheng is also managing a store, his monthly income is not much. Among the new batch of tea that was delivered to the house last time, there was a female cultivator that I liked very much, so I spent all the spiritual stones during this period, so I came to borrow some spiritual stones from you. Changsheng, let me tell you, the female nuns in this spring house are not only stunning in appearance, but they can definitely give you the ultimate enjoyment in that aspect, which is beyond the comparison of ordinary maids and concubines. Lu Miaocheng continued, the smile on his handsome face looking a bit vulgar at this moment. Lu Changsheng had also heard of Chunmanlu. I knew it was a brothel in Fang City. The practitioners inside are all fairies who are proficient in the ways of men and women. So the price is also very high. One experience requires several spiritual stones, or even dozens of spiritual stones. Lu Miaocheng probably went there a lot during this time. It is normal to spend all the spiritual stones on your body. After all, this kind of place is completely a gold-selling cave. No matter how many spiritual stones you have, you can't bear to go out every day. Brother Cheng, I've spent a lot on spiritual stones these days, and I just bought a maid, so I don't have many spiritual stones left. Take these 20 spirit stones, and avoid going to places like this in the future. Lu Changsheng looked a little troubled, and then took out 20 spirit stones. After all, we can be considered as members of the same family, and we can't see each other even when we look up. People have said hello to him a lot these days. Although they always ask him to read books and enjoy tea, they still have some friendship, so it's not easy to refuse them directly. If the other party really doesn't return it, the 20 spirit stones will be wasted. Good brother, thank you very much. I will return it to you when I have the spirit stone, and then please go to Chunman Tower to experience it. Lu Miaocheng took the spirit stone and immediately said with a smile. Then he turned and left. Well, seeing Lu Miaocheng's leaving figure, Lu Changsheng shook his head and said, Brother Cheng is a monk at the 5th level of qi refining after all. He has become so haggard because of lingering in a brothel. He asked me to borrow a spiritual stone. If you can, try not to go to a place like this. With this money, you can have several rooms with concubines and buy a few maids and maids. Wouldn't it be nice? No, Mr. Lu, am not a person who is greedy for pleasure and enjoys life overnight. Even if he marries a wife and takes concubines, it is for the sake of the Great Road and longevity. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, his eyes were bright and his figure was a little taller. Then he strode proudly and went to work with Lu Miaosh. After arriving at the talisman shop, Lu Changsheng drew several middle-grade talismans as usual. He came to Julongfang City to run a shop, but the Lu family's monthly task of drawing talismans for him still needed to be completed on time. However, Lu Changsheng himself was unwilling to give up on this task. After all, this matter not only involves spiritual stones, but also all the extra talent and materials go into his own pocket, and he makes a lot of money. At noon, Lu Changsheng called Lu Miaosh to go to Yushan Hall for dinner. Although it is a bit expensive, it tastes really good. It's not bad to eat it every now and then. However, these few times when Lu Miaozhi and Lu Chengsheng went to Yushan Hall to eat, they did not let Lu Chengsheng pay, saying that they took turns paying. Lu Chengsheng didn't care about this, and he wouldn't rush to pay anything. Qingzu Lu's talisman shop. Fu Indoor. Well, will high-quality talismans also have defective products? After Lu Chengsheng finished drawing a high-grade talisman, a dungeon talisman, he looked a little surprised. He just drew this talisman and almost failed. The reason is simple. There was a small flaw on the talisman paper, which almost made him fail to make the talisman. Afterwards, Lu Chengsheng checked the remaining 10 or so talisman papers and found that there were no problems with these talisman papers. There is a small flaw in the one I just drew. Seeing this, Lu Chengsheng didn't care and took it to heart. After all, among the stacks of talismans, one of them has a slight flaw, which is considered acceptable. After taking a short rest, Lu Chengsheng thought about coming to Julongfang City for almost a month. After a few days, I will check and accept the goods that come in each month, and then I can go home. I have to go back, and I have to buy some gifts. Immediately, he said hello to Lu Miaozhi and went out to buy some gifts for his wife, concubines, and children. That night, Lu Chengsheng narrowed his eyes slightly and lay back in the tub. After a while, Xiao Yuyao raised her head out of the water, covered her mouth, and coughed lightly. Lu Chengsheng raised his hand and used the object control technique to pour a cup of tea from the teapot on the table next to him and placed it in his hand. He handed it to the maid in front of him and whispered, "Actually, there is no need to swallow it." "It's okay, sir." Xiao Yuyao took a sip of tea, lowered her eyes and whispered. Those clear eyes were no longer as numb and lifeless as before. Through these days of contact, she also knew that her young master could be considered a decent person. Especially yesterday, the woman who always had a bad attitude towards her young master even gave her a few words of encouragement. He said that her master was not only lustful but also good at treating women. As long as she behaves well, apart from having a baby, she won't be mistreated in any way. Talisman shop. Boss, these are this month's goods. Among them are 496 basic talismans, 851 low-grade talismans, 388 medium-grade talismans, and ordinary talismans. Zhang Shan handed over a list and 5 storage bags to Lu Miaozhi for her to check. Lu Miaozhi nodded, then went to the 3rd floor and called Lu Chengsheng to come over and check the goods together. With such a large amount of goods, it is naturally impossible to conduct a full inspection. Otherwise, I don't know when it will be checked. Moreover, most of the casual cultivators that the Lu family Ling talisman shop cooperates with are fixed, so just randomly inspect some of the goods provided by each person. Immediately, Lu Miaozhi and Lu Chengsheng talked about the testing standards for goods. Like the inspection of talismans, first of all, the quality of the talisman paper cannot be too poor. Then outline the drawn lines to make them look very flowing at first glance, without any bumps or bumps, and finally the spiritual energy inside is smooth. Things like talismans can be used as long as the talisman is completed. However, there will be a 10 to 20% difference in power and effect regarding the materials used, runes, and spiritual power. Previously, Lu Chengsheng went to Lingfu shop to sell his talismans. It was also because the quality of his talismans was very good, so the sales were so smooth. As for the talisman paper and spiritual ink, it is required that there should be no flaws in the quality. After hearing this, Lu Chengsheng understood the standards of Lingfu shop's goods. I couldn't help but think of the 2 stacks of talismans I bought in the store a few days ago, and one of them turned out to be defective. Is this just bad luck, coincidence, or poor quality control? Immediately, Lu Chengsheng started checking with a little more seriousness. After all, this talisman shop will be taken care of by me in a while. If there is a problem with the quality of the goods in your hands or a problem with your reputation, it will be bad. Sister Miaozhi, according to the standard, is the spiritual power in this talisman considered smooth? Lu Chengsheng held the Zhang Zongpin talisman in his hand and touched it gently, feeling the spiritual power flowing inside. Ask out loud. This one is just on the passing line. If it's any worse than that, I won't get it. Lu Miaozhi said aloud. Hearing this, Lu Chengsheng nodded and started working. This wave of work took the 2 of them 2 full days to complete. Chengsheng, I'm so lucky. If it weren't for your help, it would have taken me 2 or 3 days to complete the random inspection. Lu Miao said with a slight smile on his face. This is what I should do. Lu Chengsheng smiled, then took a list and said, there is something wrong with the goods of these people, so they will return them and they will not cooperate in the future, right? During the 2 days of random inspections, some talisman paper, and spiritual ink were still found to be of poor quality. That's right, opening a store in Fang City is mainly about word of mouth. If there are too many problems with the goods and the reputation is bad, the store will be useless, so this aspect must be strictly controlled. Lu Miao nodded and said in a serious tone, okay, I will take good control of this aspect. Lu Chengsheng naturally understood this truth. Yudao means getting promoted and getting rich, and there is naked hatred between peers. With so many talisman shops in Kowloon City, the competition is quite fierce. It is not easy for the Lu family's magic charm shop to achieve this level. If something goes wrong, other magic talisman shops will definitely come to add insult to injury, and then the business is likely to plummet. Uncle Zhang, I have randomly inspected all the goods here. The yield rate of the goods from these companies is a bit low. All of them will be returned and cooperation will be suspended in the future. Lu Chengsheng took a list and went to Zhang Shan and said, yes, second boss. The shopkeeper Zhang Shan nodded, took a look at the list, saw one of the names, and couldn't help but said, the second owner, this casual cultivator named Jia Weiren, has been cooperating with our store for several years, and there has never been any problems in the process. Quote, is there any problem this time? How about I ask then? Zhang Shan said this, how many years have we been working together and have we never had any problems? When Lu Chengsheng heard this, he raised his eyebrows. That's right, after Dadong took over this store, Jia Weiren has been cooperating with our store. There have been no problems and the quality has always been good. Zhang Shan said with unchanged expression. In this case, you can send his goods back and let him check them all by himself. I'll take a look at it then. If there's no problem, I'll forget it this time. Lu Chengsheng looked at Zhang Shan in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he pondered for a moment. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.